Welcome to the 418th episode of the Random Podcast from Heck. My name is Tony, and this is the podcast about random things in the world of entertainment, which includes movies, TV shows, and comic books. Big shout out to Andrew Logan. He is a big supporter of the show. You can be a supporter by going to patreon.com/gmanfromheck. Any amount you can commit to will be awesome. If you commit at the Rick Jones tier or higher, you get access to the secret podcast from Heck, which is an additional 30 minutes of podcast entertainment every single week. I've been recently looking back at the classic, original, like Hobgoblin stories, like how he first formed, and or just all that stuff. The secret, who is the Hobgoblin? Last week we took a little pause on Hobgoblin and talked about Wolverine being a jerk, and he's not just a jerk. He's kind of disgusting in a lot of ways. I like the character, but oh my gosh, he is not. There's a lot to talk about him. This coming week, I'm not sure. I may go back to the Hobgoblin because there's just so much. We're almost there. We're almost at the end. There's some big things we have to talk about. But if you can't commit to a monthly commitment, you can also help out by going to coffee.com/gmanfromheck. And you can buy me a virtual cup of coffee or 3. That's ko-fi.com/gmanfromheck. All right, what's going to happen this week? We got a full show this week, and I've had a long week. Whatever, I'll talk about that in a second. This week, the movie feature is Caught Stealing. I wasn't sure if what movie I was going to see, and I was tempted. I almost went to see Jaws, 50th anniversary of Jaws. It's in theaters. I wouldn't necessarily see it in IMAX. It's playing at my theater, but to see it on the big screen again, maybe. Did I ever see it on the big screen? I don't know if I ever did. I'm sure it's been out. And I'm trying to remember. I know I watched it fairly recently. But so it's playing. I'm tempted. I almost went to see it. But then I watched the trailer for Caught Stealing. You know, it's got Austin Butler. He's a great actor. I'm trying to think what I've seen. I finally saw the Elvis movie. I feel like I've seen him in something else too. And I was like, we'll see. And, Zoe Kravitz and Matt Smith, loves Matt Smith. So I watched the trailer. I was like, oh, this looks kind of cool. Then I was like, oh, wait, Darren Aronofsky's directing. Okay. And, New York 90s. Okay. And, Matt Smith with a mohawk and like a punk. I was like, okay, I think I'm going to watch it. I did. So you can hear about that. I was caught by surprise. I was caught off guard. I was not caught stealing, but yeah, so there's just a lot to talk about. We got Peacemaker, first episode of Peacemaker season 2. So we're gonna be about a week behind. I think only 2 episodes. I almost feel like I haven't checked, but as I record this, I think the second episode has come out. I don't think they secretly did a weird thing and put out another one a couple days later. I think only 2 are out now. Maybe 3. I don't know. Maybe 2. I think just 2. Got another episode of Alien Earth Wednesday. We will end Wednesday season 2 part 1 just in time because this week Wednesday season 2 part 2 begins. So you can be all caught up after you listen to this week's episode, and then I will be trying to catch up. We got another Twisted Metal, Dexter Resurrection. So I feel like this is going to be a super long episode. I don't know. So you're welcome, or I'm sorry, whichever you prefer. So this week I was saying, and I'll try to keep this. I always wonder, it's like, should I ever go into what's happening? Not necessarily details of my life and all that stuff, but if I talk about I had a beach field trip, and that kind of messed up my Friday because then I didn't have any time to prep anything during the day or do anything, do any grading. So that means I got to do it, when I got back from the field trip, staying in my classroom late, and then, I had to take some papers home and all that. And it is kind of weird. Wait, rewind. Yes, I said beach field trip. I must have mentioned it before. I'm in California, West Coast, and we do this thing where beginning of the year, we take the kids out to the beach. And, it's a little bit of a drive, but we get the parents to drive and everything. Hang out on the beach all day. It's I guess I'm getting paid to go to the beach, basically. But then I look at it, it's like, well, now I can't work. And I'm losing a day of teaching. It's like the weirdest thing. I should be like over the moon or whatever, ecstatic, right? It's tough because I have so much curriculum to cover. And then, like I said, then I can't do any prep for the podcast or for the next week and stuff like that. So it's just like this weird thing. We also, at the end of the school year, go to the beach. So we go twice a year. So, and it gets me to go on the beach because even though I'm in California, I don't go to the beach often. The water's freezing. So we have that. But yeah, so because of that and other things, I'm a little behind where I would want to be. So I think I read most stuff. There's probably a couple stuff that I didn't read that I normally read, which it just really bothers me. I feel like I am failing when, there's a few books I didn't get to. But for my own sanity, I have to record this within a certain window so I can edit it and then post it, and rather than trying to just cram everything at the end. So we'll see how it goes. With the news, what I'm curious, when the heck is Fantastic Four home release going to be announced? Because I'm a big physical media fan. Steelbooks, I love the steelbooks, and I get the 4K Blu-rays, and it's almost like if there isn't a 4K release, then it's like I don't know if I really want just a regular 4K, which is really silly. But I really like having the fancy steelbooks, and they don't always make them, and they're more expensive, so it's kind of hard because it's like I'm paying more for a movie. Hopefully it's to support the studio and all that, and I don't know what the cost. Like if I'm paying $40 for a steelbook, and versus the regular movies maybe $30, so it's like how much does it cost to make the steelbook? And I always wonder, it's like, so if I buy a Fantastic Four steelbook, is that whatever extra money, does that go to the Fantastic Four's or income, whatever, or what's the word? Not budget. Man, see, this happens to me sometimes. Long week, and I lose words. Box office, because it's not really box office, because box office is theaters. So I always wonder when you have these home releases, or like the on demand, if people rent it or buy it digitally, quote unquote, buy it digitally. Where does that money go? Does it just go to the studio's pocket, or does it go to the actual movie? It would make sense. It should go to part of the movie, because then you can see how popular was this movie, how much money did it make, not just in the box office, but in rentals and home sales. So I don't know, but it's weird because these days what a lot of the studios are doing is it's like almost like the day before a movie is released in theaters, they announce the steelbook release, because steelbooks, physical media is making a comeback, which is great. A lot of people, I'm seeing there's a lot more like steelbook collectors. One of the problems, unfortunately, is the demand doesn't always meet the supply. So a lot of times, you have these pre-orders like so early, and then they sell out. Often the studios will do another wave, and because I don't know how much they make, because they don't want to make too many. They don't want to make 5,000 steelbooks and then only sell 4,000, and you're stuck with this because no one orders it. So it's always that tricky thing. Is like, how much should they order, or how much should they make? But with Thunderbolts, and I looked this up because I saw on Reddit people were talking. They're like, oh no, it's usually like 2 or 3 months after the movie comes out when they announce it. And I'm thinking, it's like, that's not true. I was about to go in there, but it's like, I don't feel like getting into a Reddit argument. I don't really post on Reddit. But I looked at, okay, so Thunderbolts Asterisk came out May 1st. I pre-ordered it, or the pre-order was announced, and I pretty much pre-ordered it right away on June 24th. So that was a month. I would say like maybe like a month, almost a month and a half, maybe a little more than a month and a half. So it's not like 2 to 4 months or whatever people were saying. And so I guess that would fit if the movie came out in July, so I guess they'll be announcing it. But it's just weird that, like, Weapons, I pre-ordered that the day I saw it. I saw it a Thursday, and then I was like, okay, click, I'm going to pre-order this. And yeah, so I don't know. But there's a rumor, it's nothing official. The rumor is that it's going to go on sale October 20, I think it's the 28th. I can't read. I wrote that down because I knew I was going to forget it, and I did forget it. The 28th, yeah, that's a Tuesday. So if the movies do come out, yeah, they're Tuesdays. That could be it. An image has been released for what the steelbook would look like. I'm not super crazy about it. It's almost like drawing in some like 3D. It's like a weird mix of art and the logo. It's kind of retro, which is like the theme of everything. It just seems a little, I don't know. It's always so weird where sometimes you get these steelbooks that are just kind of like, I don't know. Speaking of steelbooks, Back to the Future 40th anniversary steelbook came out. I already have Back to the Future in 4K. They did this awesome trilogy, had like 3, kind of like, what do you call it, where the images kind of go together, but they're like in the different eras. You see like different parts of the DeLorean, so you can put them side by side. I did a video for it, but that was a while ago. You can see the 3 images kind of make like one, complete DeLorean, but it's in a different eras. But if you take each individual movie steelbook and open it up, you got the image on both sides. Pretty sure that's how it was. And they look great, and that's the thing. When you are streaming a movie, it's compressed, and you are reliant on your Wi-Fi. That's how good it is. So even though you're watching it, you're maybe not necessarily watching it in 4K if you're streaming a movie. You buy a 4K disc, it's going to look better. And then, but obviously, you have to have a 4K player. You have to have a decent TV. So they announced Back to the Future 40th anniversary. It's like, so far what I've seen, I've only seen that they're like Amazon exclusive. So it makes me wonder, are there going to be other releases? Because sometimes I saw like Nobody, was it the first Nobody? There's a Nobody steelbook that is coming out, because I guess it hasn't been released, but Walmart has an exclusive, a different cover. And I know I think they have a different, like the Crow, the Brandon Lee Crow. There's like 2 different versions. There's like the Walmart exclusive, which it's cool, but it's kind of annoying then, because it's like you want to get all of them. So my buddy Rich, he sends me a text like Amazon exclusive Back to the Future, and there's like box set, and it's like all 3 movies, new steelbook, a bunch of the stuff, like the out of time license plate. I already have that, and so a couple other things. But there's like a guitar replica. I was like, okay, that's different. There's a couple other things, and the other thing is, why am I buying this if I already have them in 4K? But there's some extra 40th anniversary features, like some retrospectives and stuff like that. So I ordered it, and then after I pre-ordered, then he sends me more links. There's like individual steelbooks for the 3 different movies, and they're different than this gift set. And obviously I could like, maybe I should get them, but I as much as I love Back to the Future. That's my favorite movie. I love the trilogy, but part of the things with these individual steelbooks is, you have the regular image, which we've seen so many times. They're great images, they're classic images. They're different colors, like it's a little unique, and then just some other things around. So it's like, yeah, I don't know if I need those. And I'll probably regret it after. It's like, it would be cool to have it, or they're sold out, I can't get it. But then I also think about, well, what's going to happen in 10 years when it's the 50th anniversary, which is crazy. And then, they're re-released, I don't know. So that's coming out, looking at. But also, speaking of Back to the Future and the 40th anniversary, is apparently there's going to be a theatrical release. And it's going to be in IMAX, which, I would love to see it in IMAX. I just would not love to drive to the city to see it. So hopefully it'll be like on just regular screens too. And I don't know if they're going to just crop it, or I don't know about like how weird would it look if they tried to format the IMAX on a regular screen. I don't even know if you could. How much would they have to chop off on the side, or would it just be too small? I don't even know if it's possible. I don't know what the ratios are off the top of my head and everything. But it looks like October 31st, I think. Yeah, is the 31st? Is that that is a Friday. So will Tony be seeing Back to the Future again? I did see it, I think, recently, because a lot of times they do like flashback cinema. They show old movies and that. Because I recently saw Hellraiser. It was remastered in the big screen. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go see that. So probably will try to see that. We'll see. Twisted Metal 3, so I'm like behind in that. But it seems like there's a rumor for a Twisted, and by Twisted Metal 3, I don't think I said it, Twisted Metal Season 3. Twisted Metal 3 has been out for like ever, the video game. Twisted Metal Season 3 is rumored for 2027. That seems like a long time. I'm trying to think, like, how long was it between Season 1 and Season 2? Wasn't Season 1 just like last year? It hasn't been like officially greenlit yet, so it's just kind of rumor. And I'm happy that there's going to be a third season. It just seems crazy, and I'm sure Anthony Mackie is busy, doing other things, and the other people are probably busy, and yeah, it's just so weird when you look at how we get these long gaps. And I saw, I don't know if there's an article, just people talking, or if I saw on Reddit where it's like, shows are, it's weird these days because there's such a, like, if you got a year or two between seasons, when we used to just have to wait like, less than 6 months. And yes, the production is higher now. They cost more, the budgets are bigger, but it doesn't seem great for the nature of the show when you got these huge gaps, because it's like, who's going to wait that long? And people are just going to lose interest, and then you got the things like, if you got young actors, they start aging, and then you have to try to figure out how you're going to deal with that. Star Wars Starfighter. There's been some news, like five actors have been announced for cast. Like one, Amy Adams is going to be in there. Okay, that's crazy. I never really thought of it. Not that I wouldn't expect it. I mean, we know obviously she's got a relationship with Disney. She's did Enchanted and There was an Enchanted too, right? I don't think I ever saw it, but apparently she's going to be in this, and some other actors. Just glancing at the other actors' names, I didn't really recognize them, and it just doesn't mean that they're nobodies. It just means that I'm a nobody, and I just didn't recognize them. I'm sure if I saw them, I'd be like, oh, because I'm horrible with names, and I hate that, but that's just how it is. There's a rumor though that Ava Mendes is going to come out of retirement and be in there. And obviously there's the Ryan Gosling connection. She's going to play Ryan Gosling's wife in her. That's the rumor, so we'll have to see about that. I'm interested to see that, something different. Remember this guy named Bryan Singer? Well, there's a rumor that he's returning, that he's got a movie coming out. Variety talk about there's an article that he's got this movie. It's like a period piece. Like John Voight's going to have like some secret role or some character. I don't know what it is. And I don't really know what it's about. I mean, it's not necessarily like genre related, but it's, I think, being filmed in Israel or something like that. It's supposed to be like in the Middle East, like in the 70s or 90s. But the thing is, I mean, the only reason to bring it up because he's done X-Men and Superman Returns, and I think the last thing he did was Bohemian Rhapsody, and I think he was kind of, I don't know if he was like pushed off of that, but they still gave him director's credit, even though I forget who else. Someone else had to come in and finish it. I forget why Bryan Singer left. There's some controversy stuff, but there's also the controversy around Bryan Singer. There's been so much stuff about him grooming young people or preying. I mean, I don't know. And it's all allegedly, if we're treading carefully. But there's been lots of accusations. I'm not making any accusations because I'm not involved. But yeah, there's I don't know. So, and I don't know if that's why we haven't seen him, because of all this dark cloud that's been hanging over him. But it's, yeah, I don't know. So we'll have to see what comes out of that. Ridley Scott, he said that he'd still be down to do another Aliens movie. I think there's talk like maybe he'd do like an Aliens prequel, which I don't even know what that means. I get so confused now with the timeline, and I know there's like, this is the proper order you should watch the movies and everything. But I guess he said, if the opportunity came up and if he got an idea, he'd do it. So that's cool. I mean, that's good. And apparently he is working on the Gladiator 3. Yeah, I did not love Gladiator 2. Maybe I didn't give it a fair shot, whatever. I mean, it was fine. I didn't love it. I mean, I loved the first Gladiator, although I haven't watched it in years. But We'll have to see. There is a rumor, of course, that Michael Keaton may be appearing in Spider-Man: Brand New Day. Like we may see the return of the Vulture. Like what the heck happened to him? I guess he's been in jail all this time. I don't know, but I thought he had big plans, so maybe they'll do something with that. I don't know. But there's already so much. It feels like there's a lot happening. So be careful with that. Let's not get too much. I guess I don't know about this, but people are talking about. There's so much speculation, like who's going to be Batman in the DCU now, and I guess someone asked James Gunn, well, what about Chris Pratt? Like, no. Yeah, and basically, but James Gunn is like, as Batman, no. As something else, yes. Because they're friends. He likes Chris Pratt. He likes working with him. He loves working with him. He did 3 Guardians of the Galaxy movies. He's a great guy. He's a good friend and everything like that. So of course he wants to work with him. You look at James Gunn, you get a lot of the same actors that appear in his stuff, in his movies, TV shows, everything like that. And I guess it's cool. It's a little annoying because you keep seeing the same people, but it makes a lot of sense. If you're going to do something, you know who you can work with. You know what you can get out of them. So then if you have this role, you already know how they're going to play that role, or maybe you just need to tell them a little bit, and they're going to be able to do it. So there's something to be said about that. I don't have any what I don't know what I'm trying to say. I don't not blame him, but it makes sense. So like why not? So now the question I guess would be, if he is going to be in a DC something, who could he play? And that's where you have to get tricky, because the main thing, what I would say, is if you're going to cast someone, if you're going to cast a known actor in a big role, you need to look at what is their availability. And the whole thing, like Chris Pratt couldn't be in Avengers Doomsday because he had his whatever Amazon show, to season 2, the Terminal List, I think. So he couldn't do it because he had a prior commitment. He would do it. He would be down to do it. He just couldn't. And that's what I say. If you're in a cast, and I always wonder. I do not know, but I wonder with Moon Knight, is Oscar Isaac just busy doing other projects? Is that why we don't have Moon Knight season 2? I'm sure there are other reasons as well, but I don't know. So if Chris Pratt is going to play, but even that, it's not like he's gonna. I don't even know who I could say. I mean, let's say he's gonna be Green Arrow. No, I'm just trying to think of who hasn't been announced already. So he's gonna do Green Arrow. Maybe we'll do a Green Arrow movie, but then it's not like there would be a Green Arrow 2 right away, since there's so many stuff and they're kind of limited, like how much they can do, I guess. I don't know. Because, we're not getting Superman 2 anytime soon. We may see Superman in something. I forget what. I'm totally blanking now. But he may appear in something else, but it won't be just like a solo Superman 2 movie. So if you're going to cast Chris Pratt as someone, when's the next time we would see it? And if it's like too long in between, then that's weird, because I keep seeing, and here's the other thing that kind of bothers me, because lots of things bother me, right? But I keep, every once in a while I'll see like these like sponsor art or whatever articles, like, because everyone likes to rip on Marvel, everyone likes to rip on everything, but there's like, here's all the failed whatever, like end credit things that didn't pay off or something like that. So you have all these things that were set up, and then they didn't go anywhere. Nothing happened. But part of the thing is the reason they didn't go anywhere. I mean, you got the Blade stuff. You got the Black Knight from End of Eternals. You got like the Hercules stuff and Star Fox. So there's like all this stuff that just never went anywhere. But part of it is because with there having been so many Marvel movies, and if all these movies have different, trying to set something else up besides like the next thing in that immediate franchise, you can't do it, because if one, they were doing 3 movies a year, you're limited to that, And yeah, they could set up like a TV show or something like that. But the bigger thing is people are complaining. We got too much Marvel, too many Marvel TVs. It sucks, and people talking about superhero burnout and that. So I feel like that's part of the reason we haven't seen so much stuff. If everything was like everyone was devouring, then we could easily get do this, do this, do this, start cranking it out. But no one wants that apparently. So I don't know, but yeah, it bothers me when people are like, it's there's are other reasons that it's not happening. Marvel is scaled back because that's what people apparently want, and I know the quality is not there like the movies that they haven't been like Endgame, and maybe that was a pinnacle, but I have been enjoying all stuff, and I say I want as much Marvel stuff as possible, especially if the timeline is moving. I want to see as much of everyone. I'm when we gonna get the next? When are we gonna see Sam? Well, I guess we're gonna see Sam Wilson in Avengers, Doomsday. But I want while these actors are willing and young and able, I want them to I want to see as many stories as possible because we have so many stories in the comics, and yeah. So there you go. The last bit of news. It's not really news, but it's just weird. I see like everyone like posting this, and it's annoying. Some images came out, and it's annoying when I'll see them like in the For You page, whatever you call it, on Instagram, where these other like I've never heard of this entertainment site. I may see it's like, oh, what's this? Like I click on it, I'm like whatever, I'll click on it, give you a view on your Instagram analytics, but then they put like their watermark on there. It's like these are not your pictures. You found these pictures somewhere. Oh, maybe you edited to put all four pictures into one, collage or whatever. But then you're putting your logo on there. It's so ridiculous when you see like these fan accounts of like some singer, some actor, actress, and let's say like a Taylor Swift fan account or whoever, and then they'll put it, and then they put their logo in there. But it's like it is not your picture. You should not be putting your logo on something else. I mean, unless you edit, I don't know. It's just weird. Oh, but so what am I talking about? Besides what my frustrations on stupid things, and stupid things like that, I'm getting, whatever, upset by it. Is some images for Madam Web, the Spider Woman was released. So we got glimpses of Sydney Sweeney, Isabel Marced, Dakota Johnson, and who was the other? I'm totally blanking, but we saw glimpses of them in like spider costumes, which it was supposed to be in the future, so it would never happen. And the whole timeline, I don't understand that because spoiler, if Peter Parker was born at that, then they couldn't be in the next Spider-Man movie because you're talking like 15, 18, 20 years. And are you going to age them if they were to appear in like Spider-Man Brand New Day or whatever? So, yeah. So for some reason, better images, high quality images of them in costume came out, and people were talking about it. It's like, I think it's unfortunate that movie wasn't great. Because I feel like when the girls were together, even Dakota Johnson, I'm a fan of Dakota Johnson. I'll support her. But I understand sometimes she can come across as a little rigid, or just her personality sometimes is a little cold. But she's telling a joke. It's just the way she delivers it or whatever. It's hard to gauge maybe. So people will criticize. I'm assuming whatever. But I thought that there was like some fun parts of the movie. I did not like the villain, and the story was eh. But yeah, so we have that, and we have more. But that is going to be the news for the week. All right, with comic books. Okay, and again, this is like what didn't Tony read this week? Let's see. Speed Racer 2. I did read this. So Speed Racer 2 from Mad Cave Studios is out. And so what happened in the first issue, spoiler, Pops Racer was like attacked by some thugs because, they want him to work for them or whatever. Had a heart attack. Speed comes home, has to rush him to the hospital. Thing is, though, Speed, in order to get there, he's doing some street racing, so all these police are chasing him and everything, and did some crazy stuff and driving and everything. So Inspector Detector is going to have to like try to smooth things over. And so Pops is in the hospital and he needs a heart transplant. The problem is they don't have any insurance because Pop's not working for anyone. He's building cars on his own. He left whatever company and he was working for before. But it's going to cost like $1 million with no insurance, which I don't know what I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. Maybe that's a little high, but so how Speed can get that? Well, there's a race coming up, but he doesn't. He needs a sponsor, so there's stuff like that. And obviously, there's some shady people, and there's some other cool references that are in there. So yeah, read that. It's good. I like it. There was another Gotchaman book. I can't keep track of these Gotchaman because there's like the regular series, these other series. There's like the One Earth, and there's whatever. I don't care. Give me more Gotchaman books. So there was a Gotchaman book written by Steve Orlando, and the art was Nicola Scott. I was like, oh wow. I'm a fan of Nicola Scott, and she's super nice. The times I've seen her at conventions, talk to her, and I know she did. I think she's been doing some with like Greg Rucka, but I always like lose track since I'm not as immersed in the comic book, industry. It's like I sometimes lose sight of what creators are doing. So it's like I'm not really sure what she's been working on. And so when I saw her name on a comic, I'm like, oh wow. I was like, that's awesome. And so this is Joe, which is he's Joe. Oh, now what was his Gotchaman, or what is Battle of the Planets name? I always had that. So we had Mark. What was his name? Oh, the no, he's not the Condor. No, man. Again, see, this is a problem. It's so late. I'm recording and I'm forgetting. Ended a long week. He was my favorite on Gotchaman and Battle of the Planets, and so he gets his own comic. And part of it is I'm still in the midst of, which I need to get back to it, of watching the Gotchaman episodes. I have the box set, and I don't know how much like backstory has been revealed in the later episodes, because Battle of Planets, they really like hacked the episodes and did all this hodgepodge stuff. So I don't know like what the history is, and because none of them have like parents, so it's like why they're all technically orphans. And here there's mention of he has a cousin. He gets a letter from a cousin. So is it really his cousin, or what's going on? And he doesn't really know what his cousin looks like. And so there's some cool stuff. So I appreciate that. There was a Nemesis Forever. It came out. So Mark Miller and Matteo Scalera is doing the art for this. So that's cool. I started reading it. I think I'm trying to remember if I read the last Nemesis. I think I did. I don't know if there's one between like the sort of reboot or whatever. So I'm reading this, and then I was like, I don't know if I want to read this, because part of it is Nemesis. He's so incredibly evil. He's so smart. He's supposed to be. The idea was he's like evil Batman, basically, like Batman combined with the Joker or whatever. He's just like he's super smart, super skilled, super evil. Yeah, so it's like I don't know if I necessarily want to read a book that's like just focusing on the bad guy, because, I don't care about bad guys. I don't want to read their adventures and their sick idea. Not that I'm being a prude or anything. So yeah, there's that. Then at Image, so there was, which I am not reading, but we all should be reading, Falling in Love on a Path to Hell. So it was, because wasn't it Jerry Duggan? And I'm trying to remember who does the art. Gary Brown, I believe. So I'm behind. I need to get caught up on that. Hyde Street #9 came out. I love this book. I didn't get to it, and I hate that. Geiger. Wait, so didn't I say Geiger came out last week, or did it come out this? I'm so confused. I think Geiger. I'm trying to remember if Geiger came out, but I think it might have came out. And the other thing that's weird is, like, I'm starting to have a hard time like keeping like track of where comics come out, because previews, and I've been seeing little things, and again, because I'm not so immersed in all this stuff, I think previews, Diamond, whatever, I think they went bankrupt, and there's like stuff happening. and some people are going like different distributors because of different issues and that. Because like right now, I look at the previous. So Image for a while wasn't listed on preview because they were being distributed somewhere else. But now Image is there, but then no one else is. Like Marvel's no longer in. So trying to keep track of like, wait, what books came out this week? I don't know if this is just a glitch that there's no one else because like Dark Horse and Boom and Dynamite used to be. I don't even know. So what I basically do is I look at like the Amazon list, like the sort of like the Kindle, whatever comics, and I kind of gauge it off of there, which isn't always accurate. I don't know. So I'm not sure if Geiger came out last week or this week, but I think either way I haven't read it, so I can't really speak to that. At Marvel, there was Avengers 29, and this is kind of crazy. It's weird because I think there was some word how like the Kang story had been altered. You know what Jed McKay started with this series with issue 1. It feels like I don't know if that's true or not, because it does feel like some things have been reworked and changed and maybe not originally the plan. But there's some crazy stuff happening here. Because I like to cover what is the Grail and what is its connection to Secret Wars. And you see Reed Richards on the cover. So there's some heavy duty stuff happening, and it has to do with what King was after and that other dude. I forget his name because I really don't care about him, but we should maybe with his knights or whatever, those other the heroes that he gathered, formed, whatever, who were supposed to like oppose the Avengers. And what the object that they're looking for, what this Grail is, I don't know if this is a Grail, but there's supposed to be this moment in time that's accessible or something, and I don't want to give too much away because that's kind of stretching there, but it's basically this moment, and finding it and unlocking it could be catastrophic, basically. It basically means the end of everything. And there's a reason Reed's here too. Well, I'm just going to say that. So it's getting heavy duty. And I don't know what the Avengers can do about it. Then we had some Bring on the Bad Guys. I started reading Dormammu. I don't know why. Why would I even pick this book up? But yeah, I just don't care. And maybe because I feel like I don't really know a lot of about Dormammu. Just like what really is his past. I know, his connection to Doctor Strange and stuff like that. But yeah, I just started reading and I just couldn't get into it. And again, the thing, I just want to make it clear, I feel like so pressed for time trying to read all this stuff. So for me, a lot of time, majority of time, reading comics, it's almost like kind of quote unquote work. I'm trying to get through all these books so I can, talk about them. And then when there's a book that might be entertaining, might be interesting, if it doesn't do a certain like amount for me, then I start getting frustrated and I start getting maybe a little bitter or whatever. So while I would normally read this book if I wasn't like so pressed for time, but that's the price I pay to do the podcast. So I just want to make it clear. I know a lot of times I sound like I'm really coming down or being negative or petty or whatever. Just keep that in mind. If you were like debating, like, should I pick this book up? You might enjoy it. And I, want to make that 100% clear, with everything. It's just my opinion. It's obvious. I'm in no way saying it's like gospel or anything like that. I know you know that. But I just want to be clear with that. So like this Dormammu book, it could be cool. It just got to the point where it's like I feel like I have so much to read, and I didn't read everything, and so yeah, there's that. Then there's a Bring on the Bad Guys Mephisto. I was like, okay, I'm not going to check this. I feel like I feel compelled, like I should be reading it. Like there's got to be some reason that these books are coming out, so there must be something. There's Death of the Silver Surfer #3, and I'm curious about this. I am hooked on this. I'm not the biggest Silver Surfer fan, but I am interested. I'm not the biggest fan of like future books that may or may not have any impact on anything. But the main thing, it's Greg Pak writing, and I have deep respect for him as a writer. So, I'm checking this out, and I'm really curious as to like what's being established and what's being. I mean, it seems there's kind of some doom and gloom, but it's kind of crazy. And this lady agent person, I find her kind of annoying because she's so brash or whatever, and that's like the point and everything. But because it's like, man, you don't not really clear on what you're doing, and it's not really good. So bad again, more bad stuff coming. Doom 2099 number one. I was I've always been kind of interested with Doom 2099. I haven't really been keeping up with the current Doom or with the current 2099 stuff. So, but I thought I'd check this out just out of the nostalgia and just because it's like, okay, is this what? Why do we have Doom 2099? And it is partially connected, largely connected with Emperor Doom stuff because basically Doom 2099, he's like Emperor Doom needs, my past self needs to be stopped because, and so he's trying to convince Emperor Doom that, but Emperor Doom's not going to listen to anyone. And yeah, it just kind of gets, again, kind of messy, whatever. So it's just, yeah, it's just, man, I'm so tired of Doctor Doom, and I used to like him as a villain. But yeah, it's just hard. There was a Deadpool and Wolverine. What number is this? 8. Yes, I am not sure what's going on here. What's the cover say? Watch out for the mutant called Legacy. Yeah, whatever. Emma Frost, White Queen, number 3. I'm curious about this book. I don't know how I feel about these covers. That it's just like pure Emma Frost and her costume. They're very titillating, whatever, and that's supposed to be the point, I guess, to try to sell it to certain people. But for me, I don't know if I'd want to buy a book like that because it's like, no, I'm not buying a lingerie catalog. If I was going to pick up a book at a comic store, but I read things digitally. So with this, because this is not what the book is about. She's not going around in an outfit like that because she's not just hanging out in the Hellfire Club. But it is interesting where she's kind of on the run, and she's been framed at the Hellfire Club, and there's some enemies that are out to get her. So it's really cool seeing her basically survive on her own, and through her means, and so it's really cool to see. You're gonna gain some respect for her to see like what she's capable of and how she's able to get by. Can she get by through everything? Obviously she will because this is set in the past, but I'm digging it. Fantastic Four fanfare number 4. And see, so this is a book where normally it's like, oh, more Fantastic Four stories, cool, because they're cool characters and all the stuff like that. And we have different writers and artists. We got J. Michael Straczynski. I think Greg Weisman did one. Mark Bagley did the art in one of the stories. So there's some cool stuff, but a lot of it falls. It's kind of like the 80-page giant books or whatever. I think this was only like 40 pages. I forget. But so you get all these different stories by different creators, but they don't necessarily have long-term, impacts or something like that. So for me, I'm just like, why am I reading this? It's like, what's going to happen? Like the first story, I'll say this: Mole Man's dying. He's got like inoperable cancer, like brain cancer or something like that. So it's like, and so on the one hand, it's like you can't kill Mole Man, and especially in an out of continuity book. But it's like there's nothing that can be done for him. So you get the story about that. So it's an interesting story. I do appreciate what happens here, or just not necessarily what happens, but how the story is told and everything. But it's also like, oh, that took away time when I could have been reading something else or doing something else. So it's kind of frustrating. And then there's a story where like the team goes out for a night. They go to like a carnival in Jersey, and I think there's 3 stories, and I think the last one I was like, okay, they're good stories. They're fun. They're fine. Not crucial. I didn't read the last one, so I don't even remember what it was about. There is Hulk 28. I'm still not reading that. I'm just kind of waiting. When's the reboot coming, or relaunch of the series? There's some Imperial War books, and I'm like, oh, there's 2 Imperial Wars. There's a Black Panther and a She-Hulk. And I'm like, which book am I supposed to read first? Does it matter? I don't think it mattered too much. The Black Panther one, it's basic. It feels like it's kind of stepping back a little bit, where everyone is accusing Black Panther. They think that he's killed all these different emperor people in space, And it's I'm a little confused. It's like how is T'Challa out in space when he's with the Avengers? And I still don't know because I haven't been reading, or I wasn't. I stopped reading. I stopped reading that one Black Panther series where we had this like galactic Wakanda whatever stuff, and then I'm like, is this like an alternate story? Is this out of continuity? It's like what's going on? And it's like why are Wakandans out in space? What are they trying to do? Like inhabit another planet and make their empire bigger? I was confused. And here, I'm assuming this is T'Challa. It's just like because then and Shuri's here. It's like, yeah, I'm kind of confused. But basically, he's trying to fight for survival, where people are accusing him of this, and like Hulk is like, you killed my son, and yeah, so there's some big things there. And then with She-Hulk, she's kind of I think she's on Scar or Planet. She's like kind of keeping the peace. She's Hulk's representative or something. She's somewhere, and then they're trying to get to the bottom of like who's doing what and stuff. It's kind of interesting seeing her in a more like savage role while she's still like smart and trying to play both parts. Where she's trying to keep the peace and do stuff, but she's also got this huge big sword, and yeah, so it's kind of fun. There was a Jeff the Land Shark issue number 3. Jeff's so cute. I love the Guri Hero covers. I didn't read this it's Kelly Thompson writing. Toki Tokoro does the art, and so we get some good art here. But I was like, I don't have the time for this book, even though it is fun and cute, but I just couldn't do it. Miles Morales Spider-Man. I was like, no, I can't read this. I don't know who these characters are. I don't know if they're new characters. I don't know if they're, because this is, yeah, I don't know who they are. We saw them in the last issue, and this is part one. Part one of what? I don't know. And I just don't know what's going on with Miles Morales. Phoenix 14 looks like she's facing up. Is it a secret who she is? It's Sarah Gray, her sister. And I had to skip that one. I'm not reading Predator, Black, White, and Blood. I don't really see these books. I don't read those so much. While they could be cool, because this one, Joe Kelly writes a story. This is Steve Fox, Curtis Baxter, but yeah, it's just it's 3 Predator stories, and I feel like the problem with all the Predator stories, it's mainly my problem, is there's so many Predator stories on Earth. Because then it's like if you're gonna tell all these other random Predator stories, you got to take them different planets. If they've been on Earth like so many times, then word should get around. So it seems a little ridiculous when it's like no one knows about these aliens, even though they're coming like every 10 years or 100 years. I don't know. Star Wars Dr. Aphra Chaos Agent. At Dr. Aphra and Han Solo. This was fun. I guess I keep saying, I'm intrigued with this Dr. Aphra character. I like her attitude and her like intellect and her abilities, and she's not necessarily on the straight and narrow. So I think there's some cool things about her, and then pair her up with Han Solo. So the only thing is, what I didn't like about this is there's like some aliens and like the color. My thing that I've often complained about his color in sci-fi comics. I feel like sometimes there's too much, and if you got like these big like purple creatures, there's no purple creatures or aliens in Star Wars, and just the way they look here, it's like a distraction. And I mean, there are what's that Shadow of the Empire is? No, he's green, right? He's not purple. Isn't there someone? I don't know, whatever. Yeah, so that just kind of took me out a little bit. The Thing number 4. Things are heating up. So Thing, he's trying to protect this girl. Kingpin is like sending out all these amped up villains after him, and it's like, what the heck is going on? Why? I forget if it was like a $10 million bounty or $1 million. $10 million is a lot, but there's a big bounty on their head. And you look at the cover, it's like Juggernaut. So it's like, okay, out of continuity, right? There's so many things, but you're not supposed to worry about that. You just this is like a really cool and fun Thing story. It doesn't make doesn't fit with the regular continuity, and I'm trying to let go of that, not worry about that. Even though it's like, when does this take place? Guess who read a Thor comic this week? I haven't read a Thor comic in a while. And I didn't realize it was the Mortal Thor. I thought it was just the next issue of the Mortal Thor, but no, this is the Mortal Thor. And the reason I was going to read it is, I was like, oh, who's this long-haired dude? It's what's his name, Sigurd, whatever. And that was, I wasn't reading the Thor comics with that, and I don't know if that was an actual. I feel like that was another identity. I don't think it was like an actual person, because like Eric Masterson was a person. Donald Blake was not a person. I think Odin made him up. I don't know. I'm yeah. So we got this dude, and he's got this little hammer. It's not Mjolnir, because apparently, which I missed it, and I don't know if you missed it, whatever. I'm just kind of guessing at what I pieced together. I'm assuming Thor is dead, even though he was an immortal Thor. And I think Loki killed him or accidentally killed him, or I don't even know. So we got this comic. There's no Thor in this comic, even though he's sort of on the cover in the background in spirit, whatever. But we got this other guy, and there's some cool. I enjoyed this comic. It was kind of interesting seeing and things get kind of brutal for like a story about mortals. But I think the thing is, it's not an Asgard, so you don't get like that big fantasy like sword or swing, and that's what kind of I struggle with. So you should check that out, because I don't know where this is going to go. West Coast Avengers. I think I haven't read anything. This has got to be the last issue. I'm like 99.8% sure this is the final issue. It starts going, and then we got this big story, or this big fight against evil Ultron, and then it just kind of like speeds up, and it's like, okay, we have to wrap up every single loose end, and so a lot kind of happens here, but it just felt rushed, and it felt like, oh, this is our last issue. We got to. It bothered me that the way it felt, and it was unfortunate, because I've enjoyed this book, but I guess that's it. And the thing, while I've been interested with like a good Ultron on the Avengers, that's bizarre, that's crazy, and that's it's kind of cool in a way, but we had this whole Ultron story. It's like basically 10 issues dealing with Ultron, good Ultron and bad Ultron, and that's just too much. I do not like long-term villains. Do 4 issues, do 6 issues if you have to, but when you go beyond that, there's that huge risk, is like, if you do not care about this villain or whatever, you're basically, it's a turnoff. So I just felt like it just went way too long. Wolverine and Kitty Pryde. I'm not loving this. I didn't read that again because of time, and because I was just like, I don't know. X-Men 21. It's basically they're going to go after Fitztroy. What's his name? Not Trevor Fitztroy. And like the upstarts, Cyclops is in jail, so Magic, Ileana, she's like, well, so last time we fought him, we didn't resolve things, and I was in charge, so I'm still in charge since Cyclops is in jail. So they're going to go fight, and is that going to go according to plan? You have to see. X-Men Tooth and Claw. I didn't read this. This, I feel like there's a lot of like backstory. Basically, there's like 2 stories here. There's a story about Magneto and a story about Beast. I just flipped through it basically, and I was just like, I was like, do I need to read this? And because when I start seeing like Magneto's origin, I was like, I don't need to see that again. So yeah, I didn't read that. Oh, there was Runaways 3 came out, and more stuff with what is that guy's name? The main guy. I'm totally blanking. I don't have the issue in front of me. The guy who ended up betraying them, who kind of like started all that. So him and Nico, no, not Nico, Carolina, they talk, and the main thing here, because there's still like the bits of like with the Doombot that is with them, the good Doombot. He's they're trying to keep him away from the other Doombots that are coming after him, since Emperor Doom is recalling all his Doombots and that. But what I will say is something big happens with Nico, which so you'd want to check that out. There's also Ultimate Spider-Man #20, and the the main thing about this one, there's no Spider-Man in this issue. It's all civilians, which is fine because it's still Jonathan Hickman. Like he's doing some magic with these characters. It's just it's great, and I almost said it's amazing. But what just immediately distracted me is the art. It's a different artist. It's not Marco Cicchetto. It's David Messina, and I'm trying to think. I know I've read other comics drawn by him, and it was just such a like sharp contrast. It's a different style, and there's you look at how like Mary Jane is usually drawn, and here she just looks kind of different and everything. So that was a big distraction, and then that on top of it is basically like Peter and MJ are having like this dinner with Harry and Gwen. And Gwen is being kind of a jerk, and she's being blunt about a lot of things, and it's just like, what's going on here? So it was kind of hard, but it's still a great issue, and it just sucks that it's ending soon. I'm curious, who are they going to get? Because it's got to keep going. They have to relaunch it. So who's going to be the next writer and artist? So I'm a little scared about that, but. Because there's no way it is just going to end. At DC, I think Absolute Wonder Woman came out. What was it, issue 11? I think we're at 11 or 12. I think it's 11. I didn't read that. I should have, because I that's like the one absolute value. I just taught absolute value this week to sixth graders. Absolute book that I really, really enjoy. So I got to check that out. There was a Superman 29. There's more about the Dark Side Legion, the Future Legion, and things are just very bleak and dark and everything. But the problem is, so while there's some interesting things, everything being told here. And then we also had. I don't know if it's a spoiler. I don't know if it's on any covers, but you got Superboy Prime. He's kind of working with Superman. It's like, wait, what? But then with, because that is by Joshua Williamson. And then with Justice League Unlimited, which is by Mark Waid, there's more of like the future stuff. And it's like I'm trying to figure out how are they taking place. And in both of these, there's a lot about time and time kind of being broken and things or whatever happening. So it's a little weird how you have like similar character or same characters but different moments, and trying to sort all that out. There was Absolute Martian Manhunter. Someday I'll read that. I'm curious about it, but not that curious, I guess. Green Lantern 26. Oh, there's a lot of stuff about the emotion. What are they called? Not the parasites, but the different spectrums, entities, and well, back in like I hate to compare, but like the Jeff Johns days, like that whole era, like it was just Jeff Johns writing, it's just I can't get into it. It's like I'm not super excited by it, and I don't understand why. We saw Flash 24. There was a Immortal Legend Batman #1, and I started reading this, but I was really like short on time, so this was like at the end, and it's like, okay, sci-fi, different Batman, different whatever, something's going on. There is mention of Bruce, because I saw in a preview where it's like Batman is looking for Bruce Wayne, so it's like, wait, what? So there's something with that's going to be explained. But it's like, I don't really want a sci-fi Batman book, but it's written by Kyle Higgins. So I was like, oh man, Kyle, what are you doing? Why are you writing this? Because then that means I have to read it. So I started reading it, and it is kind of interesting. And I do need to go back and like completely read it. So as much as I have a kind of disdain for like a lot of sci-fi comics or galactic or space, or it's not really galactic or space, but yeah, it's definitely interesting. So it's like I don't know what the story behind is. I'm trying to remember. It's like, did we see this version like Kyle Higgins? I feel like he did something before. I don't know. I could be just crazy. There's Mr. Terrific. Oh wait, there was a Robin and Batman. Jason Todd. What issue is that? Like 2 or 3? I didn't read that, which it's crazy that I didn't. Green Arrow. That's all I read, I guess, because there's Green Arrow 27, and I was enjoying that when I started reading. I'm not sure why I stopped. There's a Green Lantern Dark #6. There's a Harley Quinn, and there's a Peacemaker comic, and or Vigilante and Eagly. That is it. Oh man, I failed this week. That is comics for the week. All right, Dexter Resurrection, Season 1, Episode 7. So I kind of wonder as I'm watching this, I'm digging the show. I think I mentioned before, I don't know if I mentioned it when I was talking about the other Dexter show, is I came late into Dexter, like it might have been like three or 4 seasons into it. And then I don't know if I went back and watched the other ones, but I really like the show. And I enjoyed the last one. I'm digging this, but I always wonder. I feel like I don't really hear much about Dexter. Whatever news things I look like, no one really talks about it, and it's like kind of weird. So it's like, are people liking this? Are people what? And then there's that Dexter prequel show, whatever, First Blood, I think it was, that was unrenewed for season 2, which is weird. So I'm like, oh no. So then when I watched this episode, what I noticed, so I'm watching, I subscribe to Paramount Plus through my Amazon Prime account. So you just, it's like a sub thing, whatever. And what I notice is like the number one show, the top show on there is Dexter. So I guess people are liking it. I forget what other show there were out there. I mean, yeah, so that's cool. That's great. So Season 1, Episode 7, Course Correction. So last time the killers, they got on a helicopter with Prater. They landed this huge estate, just super fancy yard, landscaping, like water and everything like that. Dexter thinks Gareth is, he refers to him as like being stalked by a zombie. He just won't stay dead. And he has this like weird look on his face. And as the question is like, what does he know? Does he know that Gareth went to talk to him? There's still some questions. It's kind of crazy. But Dexter's like, he says, now he knows how Harrison felt when he showed up in New York City. Prater talks to Charlie. Because he leased the castle for the day. She's not happy about it, considering who they're with, and she's like, the exposure out there isn't ideal, and she's like, it's my job to point that out. He's like, I'm just saying to do what I fudging tell you to do, and he like walks away. Al, the ponytail killer, whatever guy, he's excited. And they're having drinks outside. Gareth just mumbles. He's like, the sooner this is over, the better. Prater comes up and says that, they'll begin shortly. Al's like, where's Lowell? And Prater says that, he can't reach him. He doesn't know whether he's been sidetracked by his tattooed lady friend or what, but he doesn't have the time for his BS. He's like, it has been a difficult time. Yesterday, Mia took her own life in jail. And Dexter puts like a shocked look on his face, and he turns to look at Al and Gareth. Al is definitely shocked that she's gone, and he like has to sit. But it's like, wasn't it on the news? Like, didn't Dexter hear it in the car? So I mean, it's possible that they just didn't happen to have the radio on and hear it, whatever. So Prater's like, these recent mishaps have been unsettling to say the least. Obviously, no one wanted it to go this way. We spent the day here at this castle during Mia's first year with us. She loved its opulence. So a glass of fine wine in her hand. And he pours like a bottle. He's like, 2012, blah, 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 some bottle, whatever, like this. Bold, funky, complex, just like our Mia. It's like, no wonder it was her favorite varietal. It's like, please join me for a toast to Lady Vengeance, even though she hated that name. She left us far too soon. And Dexter thinks, but did she choose to leave or was she taken out? Harrison is outside with Elsa and Dante. Dante's kind of like playing with some other kids, and Harrison says how it looks like Dante's asthma is doing better outside. She's like distracted, and then she's like, the poop with her landlord is getting worse. He hasn't answered any of her texts or calls. And then she's like, well, whatever. She's like, the more he ignores her, the stronger her case will be. Harrison says, he's like, oh, the guy's a Richard. He doesn't say Richard. He calls him a Dick Grayson. And at this point, I'm like, does she know that Harrison like said some stuff to him that may have made things worse, whatever? But so it seems like she does, because then she says sorry that he had to deal with them, and she knows that he has his own stuff going on with his dad. And Harrison's like, actually, he's like, I think we're cool. It's like, we hung out, we had a long talk, and I think my dad kind of stepped up for me this time. He even got me thinking about what I want to do. And she's like, so not hospitality? And Harrison's like, a different kind of service, maybe something in criminal justice. She's like, so you're going back to school? He's like, I guess, yeah. She takes out her phone, and then like right away, she's like, you should check out Collins College of Criminology. And at first I was like, she just happens to know about Collins College of Criminology? So off the top of her head, apparently, yeah. She's like, my cousin went there for cybersecurity. Okay, fine. It was just really quick. She's like, but they have a bunch of programs. Back at the castle, I don't know if it's really a castle, but I think they refer to it as a castle. Prater has this like kind of big spread. It wasn't like a huge spread, but it's a bunch of food to whet their appetites, just like a bunch of snacks or whatever, and fancy snacks. And he's like, and of course, a gourmet spread for our vegan friend. So poor Dexter, he doesn't get to eat again. He's like staring as Gareth pulls up this like sliced like piece of meat or something like that. Then Prater asks him, like, oh, is something wrong? And Dexter read. He's like, honestly, he's like, this all looks so damn good. It's making me remember why I wasn't always a vegan. And he's like, may I? And Prater's like, you couldn't pick a better time to indulge. Please, I sourced this meat myself from Maison Verreau in Paris. But the real jewel here is the Iranian beluga. It's like, he says something about their politics, but he's like, no one does caviar quite like the Persians. Enjoy. And then Dexter gets a text from Harrison. And this was a little annoying. He's like, thinking about college. Are you around? Letter R, letter U. And Dexter, he's like happy that he's thinking about his future like a normal kid. Then it's like, meet me, this Harrison writes, meet me, number 4, college tour tonight. He's like, he wants me to be part of it like a normal dad. So it's like, I feel like this is total last minute. It's like, hey, you're not doing anything, right, Dad? Help me, or come with me on this tour. He eyeballs Gareth and Al, and he says that he just has to make sure whatever they're doing at this killer camp is done in time. Then Prater comes up, clears his throat, and he's like, you're hiding, and Dexter has put his phone away. He's like, you're hiding something from me. And Dexter's like, oh, crap. And Prater's like, your trophies and tools. He's like, Charlie asked you to bring them. I hope you feel comfortable sharing with the group today. And then Dexter's like, so that's what this is about, show and tell. He's like, sure. Prater says that he's sorry for the late notice. He planned on just Al sharing, but he figured it would be a nice tribute to hear from him as well. So Rapunzel, he shares a video. I guess his kids gave him his camera. So he attached a camera to his bike helmet, which seems super crazy that he's got this footage. There's this girl running down the path, and she has a ponytail, obviously, his fetish. And Dexter's like, he's like, he's going to kill this woman on camera, and I have to sit here with these monsters while they enjoy every fudging minute of it. Al, in the video, he calls out to her. He's like, on your left, and he passes. And then as he gets ahead of her, he fakes that he had an accident. He kind of knocks his bike over. And then he calls out, he's like, help, somebody help. And he's like holding his knee. She finally catches up, and she's like, oh, are you okay? And she's like, where's it hurt? And he's like, right here. He grabs her, shoves her down, places a gloved hand over her face, because he's got bike riding gloves, puts it her glove over her face and laughs. And you can see Gareth, he likes this. Apparently, as she's like moving around, struggling, she must have knocked the helmet off or something like that. Because then you could the camera shot is just her feet, like kind of struggling, and you see like scissors in his hands, and he's like, you hear him say, "Pop Pop says it's time for a haircut." So then Dexter's in the bathroom getting ready. He's like splashing water in his face, and he says, "They all have to die. I need to sever all ties to this group as soon as possible. But right now, I have to convince them that I sever innocent people's heads." So he takes out like the saw thing, Garrett thing. He puts on his hoodie. He's like, "How do you convince a room full of psychopaths that you fit their code?" So he leans towards the mirror, and he's like practicing saying different lines in different ways, like different like energy. He's like, "You ever see a man beg for his life while he's choking on his own blood?" And he's like, "They tell me anything I want to know. Poop they never told anybody." And he's like, kind of cocky attitude. He's like, "The randomness is the best part." He's like, "You like that, Prater? Huh? You sick fudge?" And then he like wipes the mirror because he must have spit on her or something like that. And of course, Harry appears there. He's like, "I knew this was a bad idea." He's like, "Joining this boogeyman club." And Dexter's like, "I didn't join their club." And Harry's like, "Then why are you giving those monsters more killer porn to get off on?" Dexter's like, "Just doing what comes naturally, Dad. I'm a monster too, remember?" And Harry's like, "You're not like the rest of them. We work to turn your urges into something right." And Dexter's like, "Then you turned your back on me." And he's like, "I didn't. We had a rough patches." And Dexter like turns and puts like his kind of his hands on his dad's face, like on both sides. He's like, "It's why you killed yourself. Couldn't live with what I really was. Not after you saw it with your own eyes." And Harry's like, I was scared. I blame myself for your suffering. But I know, I've known your heart. You have a higher purpose, son. Red was an immoral animal, but that's not you. You shouldn't pretend that it is." And Charlie kind of knocks because it's not really, it's like a huge bathroom. I don't know what it is. She's like, "Is there a problem?" And he's like, "Nope." And she's like, "Mr. Prater says it's time for your share." And then he thinks, he's like, "Harry's right. I'm not going to pretend. I never talk about myself. Not like this." So then he says to the group, he's like, "You all know me as a dark passenger. Well, I'm going to level with you. What you're seeing here is not the dark passenger." He takes off the hood. He's like, "Not now. This Red Schmidt you're looking at is the mask I put on. Only a select group of people get to see the dark passenger. And once they see him, they die." And he kind of like laughs and covers his face. He's like, "Oh man, it feels so crazy to say that out loud. I usually only get to drop the mask when I have a victim completely powerless. That's when the smiling, get along with everyone mask comes off. And that mask is exhausting, right? It's like this guy," he points to himself, "Red Schmidt is constantly managing the dark passenger, holding him back. But I don't know. This week with you, our open and frank talks about our appetites. What'd you call it, Gareth?" Gareth doesn't say anything. So it's like, was he not the one at Prater's last time? We don't know. He's like, "The great yearning." And Gareth just like kind of points to him like you got it. And Dexter's like, "I haven't known you all very long, but I know the burden you carry, the mask you wear, how heavy it is, how lonely you are because," and Charlie walks in and he kind of like glances at her. She's almost like behind him, but off to the side. And it's weird that she's there listening to this because I wouldn't think she'd want to hear any of this, but she's there. So Dexter's like, "No one knows you. No one sees you. Like, Al has the biggest smile I've ever seen. You'd think he has it all. Perfect family, house in the suburbs, his kills. But your family will never know to hold you. If you ever let your mask slip, the good husband and the perfect father would, poof, disappear. All they'd see is darkness. They'd fear you, maybe even turn you in." And Al kind of like chuckles slowly. He's like, "Yeah, that's true, buddy. I mean," and then Dexter's like, "Don't get me wrong. Feeding my dark pasture gives me pleasure, but after my victim takes their last breath, I feel unbearable sadness because that brief moment when I'm completely myself is over. And then it's time to put the mask back on, or maybe now satisfied and fed, my dark passenger, the one who's truly in control, allows me to put my Red Schmidt costume back on and quietly pulls the string in the background unnoticed, but always in control. And then he starts like like acting like a marionette, like his moving his arms and his like kind of leg up. Al kind of finds it amusing. Prater, he doesn't look too happy. He's just very like serious. So that's not apparently what he wanted. And then Batista, Batista is getting more and more annoying. I don't know. I mean, Batista is right. He is right to go after Dexter because Dexter is a killer. But Dexter's a killer of serial killers. Is that so bad? A couple people, innocent people, maybe got in the way, but he's pushing. So he's like, I mean, don't you find it a little strange that just before we're about to ask Lady Vengeance if she knows Dexter Morgan, that she up and kills herself? And I'm like, oh my God, give it a rest, dude. See, he puts Dexter's mugshot right in the middle of Detective Wallace's keyboard while she's looking at something on a computer. She just like moves it aside or like kind of hands it to him. And she's just like, 77% of all jail suicides occur between a detainee being charged and convicted. And Oliva's like, don't mess with Detective Wallace and statistics. She's a freaking numbers ninja. And Batista's like, none of this adds up. It's like, do you seriously believe that the security cameras just happened to go down on Mia's cell block the very moment she offs herself? Wallace is like, the OIG report found widespread camera deficiencies throughout the facility. And he's like, do you ever just trust your gut? Because, and you know, so he just doesn't want to listen. And she's like, this is the facts. This is what's happening. And he's like, do you ever just trust your gut? So she thinks for a second and she looks at him at the face and she's like, and I love how she's just like so, not like really robotic, but almost robotic. And she's just very, you know, to the facts or whatever. She's like, you are probably frustrated that the facts of this case do not fully support your theory, but we are not ruling anything out. We are simply following the evidence where it leads us. And he's like, you're being played. And then he puts on a Dexter picture again on her desk. He's like, this guy is smart. He escaped justice for decades. I'm curious, what is this other information that he has? Because like, where's this coming from? And then Wallace, he's like, do you seriously believe that this Dexter guy snuck into jail, killed Mia Lapierre, faked her suicide, and snuck out before you could get to her with a photograph? And of course, Batista doesn't answer this. He's like, yo, Lady Vengeance, Ryan Foster theory doesn't fully line up either, starting with how she bashed his head in and cut him up, not her usual MO. But there's like, they already talked about this and why it could be different. So he's just, and the way Batista, I said this before, it sounds insane the way he says it. And he's just like so upset. It is so clear that he is just obsessed with this. So Wallace, I think I might have switched name. So Wallace says, there are variations to all of Lady Vengeance's murders. She seems to change her methods depending on the circumstances. But there is one detail that is troubling. And he's like, yeah? She's like, Mia Lapierre's prints are on all the trophies the authorities discovered at the rental, except one. He's like, let me guess, the watch? And she like nods. Any chance I could have access to DMV records? So it's like, this is just harassment. It's like he supposedly has some evidence. If there's evidence against Dexter Morgan, why hasn't he been arrested? He goes and talks to him when he's in the hospital. He doesn't try to arrest him. He does not have any evidence. He has a suspicion. I don't know what it is. I don't think they've said anything. I mean, maybe we'll find out later. But it's like, what? At the Killers Club, they're eating again. Outside this time, Al talks about being a little queasy from the helicopter, so he's glad that he didn't feel this way during his presentation. And he's like, speaking of presentation, Gareth says that Reds was a little different. He didn't mention anything about his methods, nothing at all about the actual kills, no details at all. And Dexter's like, still getting a feel for it. Al says that he's like, I thought it was neat. Gareth says that Prater loves details, at least when he's listening to him talk about his work. And Dexter's like, yeah, we can't all be visionaries like you. And Gareth is like, I am a bit of a rare bird. He's like so egotistical. And Dexter thinks he's like more like an endangered species. So then Gareth continues. He's like, showmanship's my forte, although I won't have the usual impact this year, not with all the unfortunate incidents. And Al's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just sorry your first year with us has been so weird. And then Gareth's like, it's funny how everything keeps going off the rails this year. I keep asking myself, what is different? What are you trying to say? And Dexter thinks, he's like, how long until Garrett's suspicions about the new guy get the better of him? I need to take care of him soon. It's like, that's so obvious what he said. Charlie comes up and says that Mr. Prater tells Dexter that Mr. Prater wants to see him. It's like, uh-oh. So they meet outside on a path, and he's like holding something. At first I was like, is he holding a laptop or something? But I think it's just like a folder, like zip folder thing, pouch. Prater's like, you've been very prolific in a very short amount of time. And Dexter's like, I was motivated. And Prater's like, your share was... And then it's like pause, the kind of dramatic music kind of crescendos. Spectacular. Never seen anyone allow himself to be so vulnerable, so relatable. And he asks him to take a seat on a bench. He tells him that when he was a boy, he assumed his parents would live forever. So losing them so young was like a lesson in the vagaries of life. And Dexter says, he's like, yeah, I heard something about that. You lost them in a car accident? He's like, must be tough. Prater's like, you only know what the media reported on me. But like you were saying earlier, no one knows the whole Leon Prater. The hit and run was just the beginning. My parents were dead. The driver was in prison, and I was left to figure out how to make sense of what happened. I wrote a letter to the man who killed my parents, Cooper Morris. And we see like a flashback of this dude like sitting in like an interrogation room or something like that. He's like, I was angry, confused, and utterly gutted. I poured all of that pain into a letter. I just wanted him to know how badly he hurt me. And you know what? The SOB wrote back. He had no remorse. He said he knew I was suffering. Everybody suffers. That what he did had nothing to do with me or my parents. And Dexter's like, he didn't sympathize with you because he couldn't. In his mind, what he did wasn't right or wrong. It just was. It's like, there's something appealing about that. Prater's like, I finally got the nerve to demand to meet him face to face. I wanted answers. Why that night? Why my family? And then, it was flashback. He's like, it wasn't an accident. I'd gotten in a drunken fight with my girlfriend, and I stormed out of the house. And Prater continues like the narration. He's like, by the time he was behind the wheel of his truck, he was hell-bent on doing some damage, anything to release the demons. He saw my parents' car, accelerated, and smashed into us. I'll never forget sitting in the back seat, watching my parents die. First, my father, then a few minutes later, my mother. And Dexter's like, we all have trauma. We can't escape. Even if we bleed and scar, we never heal. And he thinks about like picking up bloody baby Harrison, and then later when he was shot in the woods by Harrison. Prater says that he wanted details. He wanted to know what he thought when he first saw him in the wreckage. He saw himself a powerless bystander in a cruel world, and it scarred him. And Dexter thinks he's like trapped in a metal box with his dead parents. Sounds familiar. Only when I confronted my mother's killer, he wasn't sitting across the prison table. He was lying on my kill table. Prater says that they were both prisoners, so he kept going back. He was his only prisoner, and he's like, he confessed to me. And he's like, I killed before. So Prater's like, he was the first serial killer that ever shared his story with me. I felt so connected to him. Dexter asked if he ever thought that he was manipulating him since he was a child. Prater said that he was in control, knowing what he was thinking when he killed him gave Prater power. So he was never going to be that scared little boy in the back seat, never ever again. He was starting to enjoy the visits, but nothing lasts forever. Cooper didn't even make it to his 50th birthday. After he died, I was alone again. Prisons are full of people like him. Dexter thinks that he says that that's when he started collecting killers. Prater says that he knows most of his guests are there for money or for bragging, and that's why he appreciated his story. It reminded him of the bond that he has with Cooper, and he hands Dexter like a piece of paper. He's like, handle with care. It's almost as old as I am. So he unfolds it. It's the first letter he ever wrote to me, my first trophy, and my most precious. So he takes it back, he folds it, puts it in his thing. It unlocked something in me, something I've been chasing ever since. Your share today reminded me that there are still things to discover on this journey. Dexter says that he was worried that it was going to be boring. Prater's like, no, the truth is never boring. You'll never know what it will spark in someone. So Batista takes a cab to Dexter's place. So he found Dexter's address. Blessing's outside, doing some work in there. And he's like, I'm looking for Dexter Morgan. Did he live here? And Blessing's like, who's asking? He's like, an old friend from Miami. I'm Angel Batista. He's like, ah, yes, very nice to meet you. They shake hands. I'm afraid he's not here right now. Is he expecting you? And he's like, nah, I just heard he's in town. I wanted to say hello. So Dexter is living here with you? He's like, he rents the apartment downstairs. It's really nice having him around. He's practically like family. And Batista's like, tell me about it. Somehow, always manages to fit in wherever he goes. How'd you two meet? He's like, fate. I drive your car. He got in my car and boom, we hit it off. We're so lucky to have a decent family man renting the apartment. And he's like, oh, how's Harrison? Sweet boy. Dexter's so happy to have him back in his life. And just when it seems he needs his father. And he's like, eh? So I was just like so disgusted how Batista's just like prying all this information from Blessing, who has no idea the harm that he could be doing. I think Harrison is going through a very tough time right now. Angel sighs. On the island, Dexter thinks that, honesty seems to be the best policy with Prater. So he looks at Gareth. He wonders, what it will do to him. So he walks over him. He whispers, I know your secret. And Gareth's like, what would that be? You're a twin. And it's like, is there a reaction? He tries not to, and he like kind of looks at Dexter. That's the stupidest fudging thing I've ever heard. Dexter chuckles. He's like all smiling and everything like that. He's like, I was wondering how you pulled off all those elaborate double kills by yourself, moving the body, poisoning them. I mean, no offense, but it doesn't look like you've seen the inside of a gym in a while. You didn't do it by yourself. I said, was that you or your twin at Prater's dinner that first night? And he's like, stop talking right now before you say something you regret. Dexter just like smiles and raises his eyebrows. The Gemini killer, it was right there in the name the whole time. Twins. What do you think Prater would do if he knew? And Gareth looks sharply at Dexter. No way he's going to believe that new guy's crazy-ass conspiracy theory. He's like, oh, I won't say a word. It's our little secret. And he grabs Gareth's hand. What you and your brother have done is genius. Gareth just like pulls his hand free. We created him together, Gemini. Greatest killer to ever terrorize the world. And Dexter's like, I've been a fan for a long time. Gareth's like, so have many other people. Although you are the first one to ever figure out our secret. Dexter's like, I envy you. Having someone just like you, same past, same instincts, same view to the world, someone who has your back. What we have is very special. Dexter's like, I had a brother. And there's like a flashback glimpse. He was like us. Did he know what you do? Dexter like paused. He's like, for a little while there, I thought maybe we'd have what you two have, an honest relationship. I think about that. If we hadn't been strangers our whole lives, we found each other in our 30s, a little late for brotherly bonding. How did you do it? How did you keep your secret all these years? Garrett's like, I can't get into specifics, but rule number 1, never be seen together. We've developed a highly specific system for communication. And Dexter's like, you mean like leaving notes at bookstores? And he like looks at Dexter in like surprise. So obviously it was the other one. I was so starstruck being in the same room with my idol. I couldn't resist and I followed you. I'm curious. They say twins can feel each other's pain. Is that true? He just kind of shakes his head. And it's like, Dexter, where are you going with this? Like right now, are you sure this is what you want to do? And Dexter's like, did you feel a sting in your chest last night around 8:20? And Garrett's like, why? And he like whispers, he gets close. Because that's when I stabbed your brother in the chest. Did you feel a hot flash when I threw his body in the furnace? I'm glad you and your twin found a thing together. Me? I have my own thing. Killing killers. Gareth smashes his wine glass and tries attacking Dexter. Dexter like puts his hands up, and then I don't know if one of his at first I was like one of his hands, I think it was his wrist, gets cut, and Dexter like grabs his arm, and he thinks, I'll never get used to killing in front of an audience. Charlie, she's like a little ways away. She draws her gun, but she's not close enough, and Prater's there like a little ways away too. Dexter and Gareth are struggling. Dexter like forces a glass into Gareth's throat, and he's like gurgling. He killed my brother. Dexter looks at the other. He yells, "Help!" He grabs a broken piece of glass because he's on the ground now. He kind of guides him down. He grabs a piece of glass and jabs into his throat. He whispers, Your secret is safe with me. And he puts the glass in his pocket. And he's like, help! Charlie, Prater, and Al arrive. She yells for Dexter. She's like, get up, step back. He's like, I couldn't stop the bleeding. He like kind of put his hand on his neck after he jabbed a thing in her. Prater's like, what the hell happened? Why did he go after you like that? And Dexter's like, holds up his cut arm. He's like, he was acting weird, saying all kinds of crazy poop, calling this his ultimate share. Al's like, I knew this guy was insane. Dexter's like, he was going on about how he's going to prove he was a visionary by taking out Lowell and me and Al. Prater's like, put the gun away, Charlie. She's like hesitant. She's still holding it. And Prater's like, this is all my fault. I encourage his delusions of grandeur. Always told him he was extraordinary. And Charlie's like, Gemini always kills in pairs. Now he's picking people off one by one with a wine glass? It doesn't make sense. Dexter's like, he went after me. What was I supposed to do? Al's like, I tell you what I want to do. I want to get the heck out of here. Can't wait to get back to Wisconsin. Prater's like, Al, do not let this disrupt your stay with us, please. We've taken care of a big problem, thanks to Red. The worst is behind us. You need to get cleaned up. Charlie will be happy to take care of that cut for you. And Dexter thinks, Gareth may have been the favorite son around here, but today, Prater saw the Gareth I wanted him to see. A lunatic who got too big for his britches. And the cherry on top, aside from killing twins, the Lowell problem is officially solved. 3 birds, 1 stone. So then inside, Charlie is stitching Dexter's arm. She says if it was an inch to the left, he would have cut his radial artery. He would have bled out and been dead in 2 minutes. Dexter's like, wow. He's like, scary. She's like, I've seen it happen. I've made it happen. And then Dexter's like, lucky me. And she's like, very lucky. At the college thing, Harrison's standing around the lobby waiting. He texts in all caps, where are you? Then he picks up a pamphlet, acts like he's reading. This blonde comes up to him, asks if he's hiding from somebody. And he's like, no, I'm actually here alone. And she's like, so you're actually reading that brochure? How is it? She keeps talking to him for some reason. And she got in this accent. She's got this brace thing, whatever. And then she asks, like, so no parents? Are you an orphan? Because she made some story, some like shocking story. She's like, I'm kidding. So then she asks if he's an orphan. And he's like, yeah, my mom was murdered and I killed my dad. And then she's kind of like shocked. So it's like, now it's his turn. He's like, oh, I'm messing with you. He's like, my mom is dead though. And she pauses and kind of debates. She's like, my name is Gigi. And he says that his dad said he'd come, but he doesn't see him. But again, nothing like you asked it literally at the last minute. So she suggests taking a walk to see if they can find him. And then she starts talking to everyone. She's like, I'm a sophomore here, and I'm your tour guide for this afternoon. So it's like, okay, was she kind of like flirting with him, or is it just because she's a tour guide? Helicopter lands this night. Dexter gets to his car. He starts to text Harrison that he's running late, but Prater calls out to him from his back seat. And he says that this wasn't the retreat I'd hoped it would be. He's like, we usually have a final meal to wrap up the gathering. It'll be a little smaller this year, but I trust you'll be up for joining us. Dexter's like, I wouldn't miss it. And so Prater drives off, or his car drives off. Dexter texts, on my way, traffic sucks. So then it's like the end of the tour. Harrison texts, never mind, it's almost over. Gigi asks, like, was that your dad? And she says that she'll be in the lobby in case anyone fluxes lost dad energy. Because there's like a class that they can like audit, or just like, it's like he goes in his college, or just like, he goes in his criminology course presentation. And he walks in the door and he's surprised. Detective Wallace is there. And she sees him. They like lock eyes and she's like kind of like shocked. He tries to turn around, but there's like 4 people behind him and they're like, dude, just go. So he has to continue inside. And he's like maybe like in a 4th row or something like that, because he has to go towards the front. She talks about, she's there to talk. She talks about the New York Ripper. She's like, to understand criminal behavior, we must understand criminal psychopathy. And then Dexter walks in and she pauses. They lock eyes. And Harrison like waves to him, like, where he's at. She continues about some stuff. New York Ripper stopped killing years ago, yet his crimes continue to cause harm. Dexter whispers, like, isn't that? And Harrison's like, yep. Dexter's like, did you know? And she's like, nope. So she says the Ripper continues to contact and torment the loved ones of his victims. And she plays like a phone message. Harrison's kind of glued. She shows an image of a bloody, ripped open body. And she says that his cruelty is calculated, not careless. He never says anything that they can trace back to him. They're not sure what weapon, but they think it was like a crowbar. And you can see some people are getting disturbed. She's showing like a lot of pictures and very graphic pictures. So Dexter, he's thinking that he thinks to himself that her crowbar theory is close, but the Ripper found a better tool. And there's like a flashback to when he was in Prater's vault. He has the actual weapon there. It's like this long thing, whatever. So Wallace says that serial killers are predators, that they need the thrill of the hunt to feel something. So reliving the violent details of his kills is a way for the Ripper to continue experiencing the hunt and power he feels. Psychopaths are not capable of empathy or love. They are emotionally deficient individuals. And Harrison starts kind of like side-eyeing Dexter when she's saying this. And she's like, they behave only in service to themselves. And then Dexter's like, emotionally deficient. Is that how my son sees me? After her talk, they're still sitting there in their seats. Other people are like walking out. So Dexter asks Harrison, how was the tour? Nice campus. Harrison's like, it was good. And Dexter, then he's like, about what she was saying, I may not experience love the way other people do, but I know the way I feel about you is different than the way I feel about anyone else in the world. And Harrison's like, thanks for that, Dad. And Dexter kind of awkwardly, kind of like, not really fist bumps Harrison's knees, like hits it like a few times. And then they get up and you hear, Mr. Morgan, and also Mr. Morgan. So Wallace is talking to him. You are Harrison's father. And Dexter's like, nice detective work. To Harrison, she's like, I'm surprised to see you here. Harrison's like, I'm thinking about becoming a cop. And this is like a slight surprise to her and to Dexter. He's like, that probably sounds weird after how we met, but honestly, seeing how dedicated you were to helping Ryan Foster's victims get justice, it was inspiring. And she's like, so are you following the footsteps of your father? And Dexter's like, how do you mean? She's like, you were with Miami Metro Homicide, correct? He nods. Your old colleague, Angel Batista, paid me a visit. And Dexter's like, right, Batista. He was a good guy. Kind of spiraled when he found out his partner was a Babe Harbor butcher. Maybe you've heard of him, James Dokes. He was never really the same after that. She's like, I'm sure that was upsetting for everyone. Dexter's like, yeah, everyone had to work hard to move on, but some just couldn't. And then it got worse when he lost his ex in the line of duty. He still loved her, poor guy, never really came back from that. He kind of pushed us all away, but we all loved him. And he's like, thanks for the show and tell. It was very eye-opening. And he's like, oh, just one more thing. Your crowbar theory is interesting, but I couldn't, and there's still like a slide up. He's like, I couldn't help but notice the blood splatter is more consistent with a longer object, something with a handle that could be swung, and he swings his arm up, and she very minutely like kind of flinches a little bit. He's like, maybe with a point at the end, like a hook, and he brings his arm down. And, she's a little put off, but, she's like thinking about it, like, And he just like looks at her like, I don't know. So maybe, this will help. Maybe he's going to help her solve, figure it out. Out in the hall, he says to Harrison, he's like, I didn't see that coming. And Harrison's like, yeah, she surprised me too. And he's like, no, I'm talking about your whole wanting to be a cop thing. Harrison sighs, like, am I crazy for wanting this? And Dexter's like, no, it makes sense. Strong moral compass runs in the family. Your Aunt Deb and Grandpa Harry would be proud. And then Harrison's like, it was you. You're the one who inspired me. And then Gigi comes up with an application. And Harrison's like, hey, Dad, you want to meet me at the car? And Dexter's like, oh, right. And he's like, I'm going to go check out the gift shop. So she drops some more hints and stuff like that. And then he finally asks for her number. In the car, Dexter puts on this like college dad baseball cap that he bought. Harry's like, it looks good on you being a dad. Dexter says that he's like, well, I had a very good teacher. Harry said that, him becoming Harrison's becoming a man right before their eyes. He's like, I wish I could be there for his graduation. Dexter's like, you will be, right? And then Harrison gets in. Dexter's like, she seemed nice. And Harrison's like, Dad, we're not going to talk about that. He's like, no, siree. So then Harrison's like, are you freaked out at all about that, that Batista's talking to Detective Wallace? He's like, I'm not worried. He's like, shouldn't you be? I mean, it seems like he's really got it in for you, and probably me too. Dexter's like, Ryan's murder has already been solved. It's a win for the cops. They're not going to make their lives more difficult, no matter how hard Batista pushes. He'll butt his head against the wall a few more times and then realize he can't live another day without a plate of ropa vieja and head back to Miami. He's like, am I taking you back to the hotel? And Harrison's like, yep. And he's like, I'm glad you're going to the school. First crime you got to solve is the prices in that gift shop. This hat sent me back $40. Harrison just kind of smiles. So then at his place, he opens his case of slides. He takes out a broken piece of a wine glass, and he still has it in his pocket. I think he scrapes some blood onto the other Gareth slide. And he's like, Claudette was right about me. 1, I purposely and repeatedly cause harm to people who purposely and repeatedly cause harm. And 2, this makes everything right. And then he hears salsa music upstairs. He's like, it's like I'm back in Miami. Then he hears Angel Batista. He hears Angel singing. He's like, Batista. Closes the case, but he leaves it on the table. It's like, okay, Batista's up there. Is he going to want to see Dexter's place? Has he already been down there? Batista's giving Blessing dance lessons. Dexter just walks in. Blessing yells, Dexter, look who we met. Hey. And Batista's like, surprise, hermano. And Dexter's like, Angel. He gives him a big hug. What are you doing here? And Batista's like, just passing through. I thought I'd try to catch you. And Blessing's like, good thing. You almost missed him. And then Batista's like, I taught this guy how to salsa 30 years ago. And Dexter's like, that was a different life. And Angel's like, same dance. Got yourself a good situation here. Real nice folks. And Dexter's like, I got lucky. And Batista's like, yeah, tell me about it. Won your car ride, and you've got a job, friends, place to stay. Then again, you always had a knack for winning people over. And Dexter's like, And Joy's like, and keeping secrets. Why don't you tell us that you worked for the police? He sighs. He's like, so much has happened since then. He's like, hey, buddy, it's late. Why don't you let me give you a ride back to wherever you're staying, and we can catch up in the car. How's that sound, hermano? In the car, neither looks too happy. It's like, okay. I'm like, did Dexter grab a syringe from his fridge before he went up there? So then no one's saying anything. Dexter's like, I'm only going to say this once. Stay away from me, from my house, my family, and especially my son. But he's like, you think I'm just going to back off? Dexter just sighs. He's like, let you get away with what you did to Maria and Dokes and Deb? Dexter's like, you don't want to get into this. But he's like, oh, what? What are you going to do? Pretty damn coincidental, you becoming a rideshare driver just when there's a serial killer taking out rideshare drivers. That's a move right out of the Bay Harbor Butcher's playbook. Dexter stops the car. If I really am who you think I am, this can't possibly end well for you. Batista looks at him and then turns back forwards. I'll take my chances, buddy. Dexter scoffs. And he almost looks pained. He kind of quietly is like, this is where you get out. Dexter reaches over, opens the door, and Batista drops something in the door. I was like, did he drop a tracker in there? Dexter drives off, but then the camera pans over to the door. I think it might have been AirPods. Because, that would be the easiest thing. Drop a pair of AirPods, find my AirPods, whatever. And then we see Angel standing on the sidewalk with his phone. He's tracking Dexter's car. So it's this kind of bothers me. Because when you look, you see the AirPods right there. Now, sure, if it's in the driver's side, Dexter might not notice it. But it's where is this going to go? And is Dexter going to drive to the building where the furnace is, and then he's going to follow? And is he going to have to kill Batista? How can this possibly end? I'm on the edge of my seat, kind of, sort of, with this. It's oh man, this is not going to go well. Then this is why I'm liking the show. And I'm not going to say, I am going to say it. This is why I like watching one episode per week, because now I get to think about it and worry about it for a week. And that's how I enjoy it. All right, now Twisted Metal. So we're now behind. I'm behind on Twisted Metal since they're doing 2 episodes per week. It's probably almost over, but we're on season 2, episode 6, MKAW1SH, which would be Make a Wish. So at first I was weird, because last episode they're driving. They're in this pre-tournament thing. They're delivering these things. And John and Quiet realize that Mayhem, the kid, is back, and she's kind of in trouble. So they decide, John's like, turn around, and he takes the wheel. He drives back. They're going to help her out, even though, it's basically everyone for themselves. So that's where it ended, where they turned around. They're driving towards all these other cars, are like shooting and stuff like that. This episode starts off like suddenly it's night. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? And we see Evelyn, Roadkill, driving down this like dirt road, and there's like someone walking and has like a ladder. And they go up to this like exit sign, and this dude's like spray painting. It's a dude, because first you don't see it at the face, and then I'm like, wait, is that Calypso? I was like, what's doing? So obviously this is like a flashback, but I'm still a little confused about this. So we'll get to this, because he stops when he hears a car. He hears Evelyn, and then John's like complaining. He's trying to light some wet wood. He's like, what, or whatever. He's trying to make a fire, but the wood's wet. Then he hears something. He's like, hey, he's like, show yourself or I'll shoot. And you hear, no need, I come in peace. I'm unarmed, I promise. So it's Calypso. And John's like, you alone? He's like, just me. He's like, you the one writing all that Calypso BS? And he's like, that's sign 327, if you must know. And then he's like, oh, would you like something to drink? I have a Brimble's. I think he said he has a couple of them. He's like, I have a Brimble's with your name on it, Mr. He's like, John. He's like, how'd you get that wood burning? Because there's a fire. He lit the wood without him looking. He's like, just a trick my father taught me. And John's like, so who's this Calypso guy? He's like, come on, I'm sure your milkman compatriots, I'll speak of him, right? He's like, nope. He's like, feels like some BS. He's like, no. He's very real, Calypso. He's like, the Calypso will be the great uniter of this broken nation. And then John's like, now you sound like a salesman. Just a believer. And John's like, he like scoffing. He's like, what? Don't you believe in anything? And John's like, believe in what? He's like, I'm a milkman living in the outside. Belief is false hope. It's like, oh, John, belief is everything. Otherwise, what are you driving for? Let's say you can make a wish, for anything, your heart's deepest desire. What are you wishing for? John like scoffs. He's like, okay. He's like, a home, a family, a place to park my car for good. And Calypso laughs. And John's like, what's so funny? He's like, I mean, come on. Look at you. You're the captain of your own destiny. You are accountable to you and you alone. Are you really willing to sacrifice that? Because, John, other people can bring you down, make you act against your own self-interest. You have freedom now, but freedom is best enjoyed alone. And John's like, yeah, well, I think you're wrong. And Calypso's like, well, what do I know? I'm just a man with a ladder. He starts walking away. And John's like, so what about you? What would you wish for? And Calypso's like, I think I'd wish to be seen, to be noticed. Yes, I think I'd like that very much. He keeps going, and you hear, enjoy the drinks. And then and John's like, he like notices that there's another 4-pack of drinks. He's like, hey. And then he's gone. And then he sees written on there, Calypso is real. So where I'm a little confused, I'm trying to think back. In season 1, I'm trying to think, what did John know about Calypso before he made his delivery? When he finally saw him, I don't remember him saying, hey, you were that guy by the fire. I don't remember if he recognized him or remembered him. I mean, it was dark. I don't know. Don't remember. So then it cuts back to the present. So John and Choir are driving back to check on Mayhem during the middle of the fight. They're driving past everyone. There's lots of shooting at them. And it's crazy how like every single car is bulletproof. Even like the windshields are bulletproof. Whatever. I guess we just don't worry about that. So they finally see her. She's being chased by that Chucky Floop guy, and he's like laughing, and she yells, she's like, fudge off, creep. Then he has to swerve because John's driving like straight at him, and Quiet yells out the window. She's like, hey, Mayhem. She's like, the missiles are tracking a package. And Mayhem's like, yeah, no poop. And Quiet's like, all right, just like drive ahead. We'll watch your 6. And she's like, okay, whatever. And Quiet seems kind of surprised, like how much of an ungrateful jerk Mayhem is. But then now that tow truck, I forget the guy's name, with the spiky ball comes at them. John's like, I don't like the look of that spiky thing. Quiet leans out the window. She throws a hatchet. It goes through the back window of the tow truck, hits the dude in the back of the head. He's gone. Then Mr. Grimm drives up. He's got his what's it called, a Sith? And he starts like, jing, jing, like hitting, like stabbing at Evelyn. Roadkill. Is it Roadkill? Are they calling it Roadkill now? I keep thinking of the car as Evelyn. And John like radios Dollface. He's like, we could really use that EMP. And she's like, I'm on my way. So it's like, is the EMP rechargeable? Probably, I think. Because I thought it was like a one-time thing, but maybe not. Raven's smiling. Because somehow, I'm trying to think back now. It's like, am I forgetting everything? Because she's the first to cross the line. She like makes it through the gates to the city. But I thought she drove off. I thought she was like, oh, forget this or whatever, and drove off the other way. So Calypso's there. There's like a stage. He's like, nice to see you get your hands dirty, Raven. And she's like, cool stage. And then Calypso's like, oh, I wouldn't park here if I were you. And I'm not really sure why. Because then, more cars come. So maybe because she gets blocked in or whatever. Axel arrives. And then somehow the Holy Men's car is still working. Didn't they drive over like a grenade or something that Harold supposedly threw out of the back of Sweet Tooth's truck? But apparently didn't do any damage. I don't know. Stu and Sweet Tooth arrive, and Sweet Tooth is like, Grim's still out there. He's like, let go of the wheel. But then they drive up, and when they get out, Sweet Tooth slams Stu against the side of the truck. He's like, on the one hand, I'm very mad. But on the other hand, it was a very chaotic move. And what are we if not agents of chaos? He's like, but get in my way again, I will end you. Mike sees this from his car a little ways away, and just like shakes his head. Mike, Stu's former buddy. Grim is behind John and Quiet. He's like shooting at them. Quiet leans out, and she's trying to shoot back. But of course, she's totally safe. No one can hit anything, so she's not going to get hit. Dollface arrives. She tells him to go ahead, and as she drives towards Grim, hits the EMP, and it just kind of sparks. So she curses, and she's like, oh, I'll just do it myself. So she spins around in her seat, so that she's like basically sitting backwards on her little four-wheeler thing, and she starts shooting with like the rear gun, and it looks like Grim got hit in the leg, but it also kind of looked like it bounced off, so maybe it didn't. I don't know. I don't understand the physics in this world. But then she gets hit somehow, but it's like, wait, did she get hit in the mask? Was it a bullet? Was it just shrapnel? Like, what's going on? Because she turns around and she takes off her mask. There's no mark on her face at all. And I don't remember. It looked like maybe like the eye shield of the mask might have been shattered or cracked. I don't know if it was always like that, part of the design, or if she got hit right there. But it's so sturdy and armored up that it didn't hit her actual face. So she drives, and then she gets impaled from behind. And she gets yanked off a vehicle, and blood like pours out of her mouth. This car drives up. I forget what they're called. It's kind of like the Road Warrior guys are like all armored and spikes and stuff like that. I don't remember. So then she's sitting there. Her package right there. So she shoots her package, and it turns like red. So then up above, a missile starts coming towards her. She like looks over at the city, and she's like, "Go win this," and then boom. So that's it for her, right? Maybe, is it? John and Quiet arrive. John he just like throws a package at like the servant dude who's putting him on this little like shelf thing. Quiet's like snaps at Mayhem. She's like, what the hell was that back there? She's just like leaning back like she's all cool. She's like, I didn't ask for your help. And then Quiet's like, well, don't expect us to fly in and save you again. You are on your own. But John's like, he's kind of ignoring this. He's just looking back out through the gates for his sister. Then Quiet's like, I am here for one reason only. And Mayhem's like, fine. Calypso says into the mic, looks like that's everyone. And John's like, wait. He's like, and a little quieter. He's like, there's another driver. And he's like, come on. And Mayhem looks back. I think she realized who he's talking about. Quiet tries calling on the radio, and there's like nothing. And then John sees Dollface's like four-wheeler kind of like roll up, and it kind of hits like the side of the gate, like inside. So he goes over, turns off the key. Her mask she took her mask off. She kind of like hung it like on the handlebars thing. So he like takes her mask, and he just like looks at the mask. And then, is everyone accounted for? Excellent. Congratulations, one and all, and welcome to Twisted Metal. And then the gates close. So now they're all riding on a bus, like a school bus. Quiet tells John, she's like, I'm so sorry. And he's like, oh, you don't have to worry about me. I'm good. And he's like, it's not like she's the first person I know who died. Calypso starts talking to Mike, like the intercom thing. He's like, can everyone hear me? Raise your hand if you can hear me. Say, raise your hand.
He's like, great, great. Welcome to orientation. If you look out your window, you'll see Tournament City. I'm still workshopping the name. Moving on. Here's how the tournament will work. You'll compete in multiple rounds, each unique and more deadly than the last. If you survive, you advance. The last driver behind the wheel gets their wish granted.
And then Sweet Tooth starts threatening Mr. Grimm.
I know there's still some tension from the qualifier, but I have one very important rule. No killing outside of an official round. And they're all like, oh, come on. If you do, you'll be disqualified for my tournament. Sweet Tooth's like, this sucks poop. You're not outside the walls anymore. There are rules here, but there are also perks. For one, I provide delightful accommodations for you.
So then Flagpole Sitta by Harvey Danger plays. The bus drops him off in front of a school, and Raven's like, great, high school again. So the first stop in orientation is medical. Like we see a doctor weighing Sweet Tooth, like 390 is like, name, Sweet Tooth. Vehicle name, also Sweet Tooth. And then they wants a urine sample, so whatever, all stuff like that. And then when he finally gives it to him, it's like all black and everything. And he continues like with the other drivers. So then Calypso says the vehicles must be stored in the auto shop at all times, but they can make as many repairs and upgrades between rounds as they like. Cafeteria will provide 3 meals a day. There's a gym open 24 hours. They're free to roam the grounds at their leisure. He's like, now, what everyone's been waiting for, room assignments. And they all rush to look at this like list on the wall. Mike and Dave are like, oh, yeah, they're together. They like cheer and like hug. Sweet Tooth is like, the science room. It's like, Stu, we're nerds. And then Chucky is apparently rooming with Raven. And he's like, sup, roomie. And she like walks away in disgust, and he like laughs. She goes up to Calypso. She's like, are you fudging kidding me? Considering our past, I thought you'd at least give me my own room. And Calypso's like, unfortunately, our only single is reserved for the baby and his parents. So it's the holy men, guys. If you're displeased with your roommate, you can simply kill him in the next round. It's really not my problem, Raven. You're not even supposed to be here. And she's like, yeah, well, plans change. And she like turns to walk away. But then he's like suddenly behind her, not now in front of her. And he's like, no, plans don't change. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a plan. You selected a driver and you lost him. You entering for yourself was not something we discussed. Raven's like, I'm the leader of the most powerful city in the West Coast. If I want to drive myself, then that's what I'll do. You can play your game, but I'm getting my wish no matter what it takes. And in a deep voice, his eyes turn black. Just know that here in my city, you are an outsider just like everyone else. And his eyes like change back to normal. Oh, and Raven, I'm warning you, do not fudge with my tournament. And he's like, oh, you got a little something here. Like her nose is bleeding again. Mike and Dave are talking cheerfully in the hall. Stu comes out like awkwardly out of room. He's like, Mike, doesn't this place remind you of Juniper Prep? And he's like, yeah, it's crazy. And then Stu says to Dave, he's like, we went there. And Dave's like, yeah, I figured. He's like, bring back like so many memories. Like, dude, do you remember when we did The Boy Is Mine in the Winter Talent Show? And Mike's like, yeah, you crushed the brandy parts. And Stu's like, well, a brandy is only as good as harmonica. And then he gets hit in the back by a mattress. So Sweet Tooth's like, Stu, you got to pull your weight. This pillow fort ain't going to build itself. So Dave suggests to Mike that they go sage the room to get rid of any bad juju. So they walk off. Stu asks Sweet Tooth, like, are you sure you want to get rid of this mattress? It's like, they're so soft. Sweet Tooth's like, beds are for squares. Besides, with a pillow fort, you get to have a password. It's Mecca Lecca Hi, Mecca Heiny Ho. So Stu looks down the hall, sees Mike and Dave like cheerfully leaving, and he's kind of bummed. Quiet puts Dollface's mask by the window, so they're in their room. John just sits quietly, and she's like, I know what you're feeling right now. It's fudged up, and it's not fair. I can't believe she isn't here, but your sister was a warrior. She believed in this fight more than anyone. And he's like, it wasn't supposed to be like this. She was supposed to be here doing this with us. Quiet's like, I wanted to enter this tournament so no one else would have to die. But you know what your sister said to me? When one doll falls, another picks up the mask. We can't let anything get in our way. Not grief, not the kid. We have to win. For the outsiders, for her. I was like, is Mayhem going to try to beat a new Dollface? Which I kind of like Mayhem, but she's just annoying a lot of times. But she's young, so she's supposed to be whatever. So John's like, you're right. And then Calypso calls for the drivers to report to the cafeteria, like over to PA. And she's like, well, we won't have to wait long. At least he didn't do the gig. And then Calypso giggles over to PA. And she's like, nope, there it is. In the cafeteria, there's like beer cooling. Chucky grabs one. Mayhem stupidly grabs two. Quiet notices, she's sitting and she like restrains. She wants to say something, but she's like, as Mayhem walks by. Mayhem kicks her feet up on a table, takes a swig, and then she like sputters she like spits it up on herself because obviously she probably doesn't like the taste. She maybe never had a beer before. Axel tries grabbing a tray, but it breaks in his hands because he's got his big metal hands. He tries grabbing a beer, breaks, and then there's like some giggling. It's from the Deacon kid, guy, whatever. And then he's trying to get a sandwich. There's like these glass containers like with sandwiches inside. He's like, ksh, ksh. He's like, could someone help me get a friggin' sandwich? And there's more people like yelling or something like that. But Raven actually goes and like helps him, gives him a sandwich. There's like she has like a disgusted look on her face. The exterminator lady with the bug on her van, she comes up. She grabs like 4 sandwiches first off, and she like scurries off. Dave comes up behind Stu. He's like, I see what you're trying to do. I see how you're acting with Mike. I don't like it. I freaking love it. He's like, you want to be part of the inner circle? He's like, yeah, guess what? We got space, muchacho. Okay? Cheers, bro. And he walks off. Stu's like smiles and everything as Dave walks off. And then when he turns around, Sweet Tooth throws a sandwich at his face. Harold wants a new sandwich. That one still has crust on it. And Stu's like, they all have crust on it. And other people are just looking. Then there's some chimes go off. Calypso walks in and starts talking. He says, now comes the fun part. Each of them will be called in one by one to make their wish. So it's a 1 wish per car. If they win, he'll grant it. No questions asked. He's like, so think carefully. What do you want the most? What one thing is worth risking everything? Giggles. He's like, hilarious. Look at all your faces. So serious. Everyone's like dead, like so quiet and everything. He's like, it's such a heavy choice, though. He's like, so think carefully. And then he leaves. And then over to intercom, Frostbite is called first. While she gets up, Sweet Tooth is like glaring at Mr. Grimm. Frostbite, she pulls out a blade and she walks and she kind of gingerly like touches the door and she's like, it's just a door. And she goes in. And Sweet Tooth attacks Grimm. He like pins him down on the table. He's like, I'm glad I didn't kill you back at Blackfield. It's like, all those years, you just had to sit and wait, wondering when the end would come. Well, the wait is over. So then he raises his fist. He's about to, I guess, pound him or something like that. But Stu grabs his arm and tells him, like, stop it. It's like, this isn't what we're here for. He's like, you want to kill him now? And Sweet Tooth's like, I think that's pretty obvious, Stu. And Stu's like, well, go ahead. But no one will hear about it because we'll be out of the tournament. And one of these other a-holes will win. Everyone will know their names, not yours. You'll just be the dumb clown who never made it to the end. And Dave's like, that's a good point, Stu. And Sweet Tooth like snarls and lets Grimm go. And then doon, chimes go off. Mr. Grimm is called in. Then he says the Sweet Tooth, he's like, you are larger than us and stronger. And his voice changes, but there are thousands of souls within, and we never get tired. And I think his voice changes again, but you, Marcus, you look exhausted. And he like chuckles, and he goes through the door. And Sweet Tooth like screams. Then like Raven gets called, so I think they're just like speeding it up because then we see like each car people going like one by one, and then Stu and Sweet Tooth go in, and then John and Quiet are the last ones. And then there were 2, so they get up, they walk, they look at each other before entering, and then they're like outside, they're like on grass. It's like dark, it's like night, it's really dark. There's like light shining on a wishing well. So Quiet sets the mask down on the edge. There's like a little stack of coins. So she takes a coin. They hold hands. She's holding it over like the water. She's like, I wish for all the walls that come down in every city everywhere. And she drops a coin. But if she says every wall, so does that mean like there's going to be no houses, no buildings? I don't think, I mean, I don't know if it matters. I feel like she should have been a little more specific. I mean, I don't know if it can read your intention, whatever. So she drops a coin, and then like this red light goes out. It's exit sign, and she's like, "I guess that's it then." So they start walking, and John turns around because Quiet left the master, so he goes back to get it. But then he looks at it, and he starts, thinking about his sister. There's like when she gave him the spider jacket, and She's like, think of it as a birthday gift. He's like, it's my birthday? She's like, it was years ago, December 5th. She's like, now we can celebrate in case this is your last. And he's like, thank you. And then Dollface is like, don't thank me till you try it on. He's like, I'm not used to making men's clothes. And John's like, oh, I'm not worried about that. I pretty much look good in anything. And she's like, wow. And John's like, I want to thank you for giving me my birthday back. It's like, it's a weird feeling getting something back that you didn't know you were missing. And she's like, you're welcome, John. She's like, throw that thing on. We have a tournament to win. So he looks at the exit sign. You know, he picks up a coin. I wish to bring Krista back to life. And he drops a coin. And then that's it. That's the end of the episode. Silent. There's like no music or anything. So I don't know what that means, because Calypso said 1 wish per car. So they made 2 wishes. Are they gonna, if they win, will they be disqualified because they didn't only make 1 wish? Or I don't know. Is John gonna have to? Is he gonna have to kill Quiet? Is he? I mean, maybe he's gonna have to make the choice, either have no wish or kill Quiet in order to bring his sister back. And maybe the same thing. She'll have to kill John if she wants to bring in all the wall. I don't know. That's just my idea. But see, that's the thing. We don't know. I don't know, because now I have to watch episode 7. So that is Twisted Metal. So I forget how many episodes, if it's 12 or something like that. So, and they're almost all out. So it will be soon. But that is that's episode 6. Yeah, episode 6 of Twisted Metal. All right, Wednesday. I feel like the show should be called Wednesday Adam. I always want to say that. So I'm pretty sure it's just Wednesday, right? Wednesday, season 2, episode 4. If These Woes Could Talk. So this is the final episode of season 2, part 1. But depending on when you listen to this, in a couple days or maybe already, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are out, have dropped. So I'm fine with this. And I mean, it works out perfectly for me, because since I've been watching 1 episode per week, so now I can watch episode 5 without missing a beat, because I'm just going to. And I've seen some people complaining, like, why is Netflix doing this and everything? And it's like, man, it must be so nice to have so much time that you can just binge a show and, right away and complain about it. Have time to go online and on Twitter or Threads or whatever and complain to how Netflix is so horrible because they won't drop whole episodes. I think it's, and people are complaining, it's like, oh, it's because the subscribers, they want to drag it on. I'm so tired of saying this, and I don't know if you're tired of hearing me. I strongly believe you drop entire show at once. If people do binge it all at once, and then it's forgotten. And I keep saying, it's like, no news outlets talk about it, and very few. I've seen some other people comment. I think it was like about Andor, or someone saying, it's like, well, I don't have time to watch all this, so it's like I can't do reviews on all the episodes because they're all dropped at once, or no, it was the 3 hours for Andor. So not everyone has the luxury to do that, and I know I feel like if people really want to binge, and if they complain, if they're upset when they're not all dropped, then wait until all the episodes drop. My wife does that sometimes. She waits until there's a few episodes or all episodes, and then she'll watch as many as she wants. She doesn't binge entire things, but I think that people could do that. If you really, really want to binge, then just keep your pants on or whatever, wait a little bit, and then binge it all as soon as they all air. And then will they make, why should I have to wait? Or then I'm going to get spoiled. Well, the same way for those of us who don't binge it all at once, then we get spoiled if we don't have the time. Anyways, I got to get going, because this is going to be such a long episode. At Willow Hill, a new patient is being taken to Dr. Fairbairn's office. So it's the one from last week. I totally did not. I was like, who is this redheaded character? It was friggin' Marilyn Thornhill, Christina Ricci. I don't know why I didn't recognize her in that little 5 seconds that they showed her last week. So she's brought to Fairbairn's office. She's in handcuffs. She tells Fairbairn, she's like, oh, I read your book. It came in handy when I was grooming Tyler. So then Fairbairn's like, you'll forgive me if I don't use that as a pull quote in the next edition. I thought keeping you two apart would diminish your emotional hold over him. And Thornhill's like, but it hasn't, has it? And now you want me to tell you how to unlock my little monster. And she's like, I want to know what you did so I can rehabilitate him. And Thornhill's like, rehabilitate, is that what you do here? She's like, I always heard whispers that Willow Hill performs secret experiments on the outcasts. Fairbairn's like, we also do alien autopsies in the basement. It's like sarcasm. She's like, now, are you willing to help me or not? And Thornhill's like, only if you agree to have me transferred here permanently as a patient, not a prisoner. Fairbairn's like, that'll be for the jury to decide. She's like, I'm sorry, we couldn't make this work. So she stands up. She's like, I'll have to find a more invasive method to unlock Tyler. And to the guard, she's like, arrange her transfer back to the Northern State Correctional or so, whatever it was. And she's like, and please note that I recommend the prisoner be placed in solitary confinement until her trial. And the dude's like, yes, doctor, or whatever. And then she's like, she's like, fine, you made your point. I'm willing to help. All I ask is that you let me see Tyler face to face. And she's like, almost like close to tears. I was like, yeah, right. And she's like, just once, please. So they take her to a cell. She's like, Tyler. He like looks up. Then she like holds out her wrist to the guard to unlock her cuffs. So Fairbairn's like nods, like, okay. And she's like, it's okay, Mama's here. She's like, look what they've done to you. And he like walks slowly, because he's got his wrist chains that kind of retract a little bit. So he starts going out, and she's like reaching through the bars. He reaches out. She's like, I know, baby, I missed you. And he's like, I've been dreaming of this moment. Then he starts morphing into Hyde. His arms grow, it stretches and wraps around her throat, and he like lifts her up. The guard's like, he takes out the red button thing to zap him. Fairbairn's like stops him because she says the shock will kill her, because it's going to shock him, but it'll go through her body too. So then she's like, easy, sweetie. I know you're upset. Just put mommy down. I promise I'll get you out of here. And then he throws her back against the wall, and then they kind of stare at each other, and she smiles and chuckles. Wednesday busts into like someone's crypt, and then she's like takes out like an urn. There's a woman standing in a doorway, talks about how the only people who deserve to be buried here are the maintenance staff. So she's like, Grandmama. So it's Hester, and Wednesday's like, you're here, and Hester's like, my granddaughter calls up for dirt on a competitor. You practically dared me to show up. And then the crow's watching like through like above. I don't know if the crypt, the mausoleum was kind of busted and can see from outside. I don't know. And Wednesday says something. I think she's like, I knew you'd be working weekends or something like that. And Hester's like, death never takes a holiday, so neither do I. And she's like, why are you interested in this Patricia Redcar? So Wednesday says that she's part of her ongoing investigation. She found all these obituaries, and she like shows she has the clippings. So all these obituaries, all outcasts, all patients at Willow Hill, and they're all cremated and buried there. And then Hester's like, what does this have to do with you? So Wednesday says that she saw a vision of her roommate's death. Somehow it's all connected. And then Hester's like, please give her my card. I offer a friends and family discount on funerals and caskets. And it was funny because the way like Wednesday kind of like takes the card and like pockets it. It's like she doesn't want to give that to her. She doesn't want Enid to have, but yeah. And I don't know if she's doing it just to make her happy, but so she's like, if I had my psychic ability back, I would have solved this already. My mom's going to burn Goody's book. And Hester's like, no crying over spilled ashes. You know what I say about feelings. And Wednesday's like, bury them deep inside and allow them to slowly eat away at you. So Grandmama opens the urn, and then she has Wednesday sniff. She's like, what do you smell? Or like, what's missing? So she's like, this and this and that. And then she's basically says that there's no human in there. But then the crow flies in, the red, one-eyed, whatever crow. It takes all the obituaries and like flies. Wednesday tries chasing it, runs after it. The crow catches up to like this, or flies to this hooded person on a motorcycle. Wednesday gets there just in time as the motorcycle drives away. So she returns to Hester, and Hester is like asked if that crow was luring her into a murderous trap, and Wednesday's like she says that the avian that controls him just stole all her evidence. So she says she wants Hester to buy the cemetery and find out who authorized those cremations. And Hester's like, why would I do something so rash? And Wednesday's like, because once you tell my mother you're finally getting me into the family business, all her childhood insecurities will come bubbling to the surface. And Hester's like, well played, my dear. So she's manipulating them, and it's going to work. So Wednesday returns to school. The crow's there. So she was wondering who faked the patient's death. How's it all connected to Enid's impending death? Then at the door to her room, there's like a pink scrunchie on the knob. So obviously we know what that means. She just looks at it. She goes in. She walks in, and Enid kind of freaks out because she's making out with Bruno on her bed. She's like, Wednesday, didn't she the scrunch sheet? That's like, universal sign for, don't come in. And then her cello bow falls over. So Wednesday says something about not being above using a nail gun or whatever. So Agnes appears. She's in there. Enid's like, how long have you been there? And Enid's, or Agnes is like, oh, between and whatever. So, and Enid like unleashes her claws or whatever. Bruno holds her back and they end up leaving. Wednesday says to Agnes, she's like, that was strike two. And Agnes is like, I'm just trying to take mundane tasks off your plate so you can focus on the case. She's like, I picked up your mail. You got a letter from your publisher. I figured you want it ASAP. So she reads it. There's mention of like editing and rewrites, and regrettably they must drop her as a writer and please seek help. Agnes says, she's sorry, but Wednesday's like, why? She's like, I'd rather no one read my novel than to make a compromise. But obviously that's not true, I don't think. So she says that all of her answers are in Willow Hill Asylum, and she knows just a lunatic to get them for her. So Wednesday goes to like the clock tower. She meets with Uncle Fester, and she says that she wants him to get into Willow Hill. And he says the last time he did that was for her mother to check on her sister. Wednesday didn't know that Ophelia was there. And she's like, when? And he's like, oh, it was years ago, but she had already flown the coop by the time I got committed. I just stuck around for a couple of weeks after. And he talks about this Igor, the electroshock technician guy. He used to run a place in Siberia or something like that. And so he's like a really good shocker or something. And then then he shoots out his zap electricity, and it hits Invisible Agnes. So she appears. Her hair is all frizzed up, and she, because he's like, nobody sneaks up on me, kid. And she's like, She lets out this little whimper. Then he asks Wednesday if she's with her, and Wednesday's like, that's my stalker. And then it's like, I turned her into an unpaid expendable gopher. So Uncle Fester's like, oh, I'm a big fan of child labor. And then he tells her to learn to hold her breath and to walk on the floor beams because he could totally hear her or whatever. So Agnes thanks him for the pro tip, and she says that she also got blueprints for Willow Hill. So Wednesday tells Fester that she needs him to find Lois. Could be a patient, could be a doctor. Just make sure that the head shrink, Dr. Fairburn, can't trace him back to her. And he's like, oh, don't worry. He's like, I'm an expert on getting committed to a loony bin. So then at that Apple Hollow Inn where Bianca's mom is, Fester shows up, and he asks for the biggest suite they got. So he puts down a fake idea because it has, fake name. Clerk asks for a credit card, and he's like, oh, I'd rather pay in cash. So he has a bag of money, but there's like purple ink all over the bills, and he puts some on there. He's like, oh, don't worry, it washes off. So he goes to his room, and then like in the lobby, you hear all this crashing and cackling from him. So the receptionist calls sheriff. So Sheriff, what's her name, Santiago? She shows up with 3 deputies, and then she warns him that he could be dangerous because he has a bag of stolen money. So she tells the deputies to clear the floor. So they're like, make sure everyone's out. Then one deputy opens the room where Bianca's mom is in there. Kind of startles her. She's sitting on the edge of the bed just watching TV, and the officer, he's got his gun out, and he's like, this room's supposed to be empty. He's like, who are you? And we see the sheriff goes into Fester's room. There's like pillow feathers flying around. The place is trash, and she's like, come on out of there, because in the bathroom, and she kicks the door open. He's taking a bubble bath, and he's singing, I want to know what love is. And then she tells him, like, show his hands. He has 2 rubber ducks in his hand, and he giggles. So he gets arrested, and she says that he has 18 passports and 33 driver's license, and he's like, I love to travel. So deputy comes in with a wanted sheet and says that he's the bank robber who eluded arrest last year. And she's like, well, at least, or he said, because there's a picture of him. She's like, well, at least they got my good side. Then he picks up a little cactus on her desk. He's like, nature's candy. And he chomps it, starts eating a cactus. So she whispers to the deputy, he's like, call Dr. Fairburn. They're going to need a psych evaluation on this one. So then the dude says that he's not their only mystery, because he's referring to Bianca's mom. So apparently she's been squatting in that hotel room for a month, and they have no record of her checking in. She doesn't have any ID. So Bianca, she's with Ajax, Pugsley, and Eugene. They're supposed to be stuffing envelopes for gala invitations, whatever. So Dort says that he'll count it towards their mandatory community service hours. Ajax, he's like, I'm not sure why I'm being punished when these two morons are the one who hid the brain-eating zombie. It's like, I'm just her RA. Bianca sees that she gets a text from her mom that she's at the police station. She needs help ASAP. So she tells Dort that she has a personal matter to attend to and she has to leave. And he's starts to act like a major jerk. He's like, these invitations are your only priority. He's like, I had to tell the board that we missed our first goal because we haven't landed our top donor yet. And then it's like Ajax like right there and like listening. So then he changes his tone a tiny bit. He's like, but that's what you do when you're a leader. You take the heat for other people's screw-ups. And then he also kind of is implying towards Ajax as the RA that he has to be there too. So they're all supposed to do. And that Professor Orloff, the guy who's the floating head, he's going to be there to like keep an eye on him, I guess. Wednesday finds Morticia in front of the fireplace, and she's like, oh, he's stoking a pyre for Goody's book. And Morticia says, she's like, if you're here to plead the case again. And Wednesday cuts her off. She's like, I don't grovel. Like Grandmama said, there's no crying over spilled ashes. And then Morticia's like, you seem to be, she seems to be showering you with advice lately. And then Wednesday's like, Aunt Ophelia was sent to Willow Hill. Why? So Morticia's like, ask your grandmama. It was her decision. And Wednesday's like, you accuse me of keeping secrets, but you're no better. Maybe that's where I get it from. So Morticia kind of motions for Lurch to leave. And she's like, it was my sophomore year. She's like, Ophelia was found screaming in a quad, black tears running down her cheeks. And she pushed her psychic ability too far. That's when she was sent away. But unlike you, I did grovel. I pleaded with Grandmama that Ophelia would only get worse in Willow Hill, that her problems weren't mental, they were psychic. But my appeals fell on deaf ears. Grandmama was always better at bearing things than fixing them. And then Hester comes in. Old memories are like old corpses. So Wednesday's kind of surprised that she's there too, it seemed like. And she's like, they never quite seem the same when you dig them up. And then Morticia's like, Mama, what a pleasant surprise. And then she says that her butler, I forgot his name, told her that she rang and she wanted to give Wednesday the deed to the cemetery she spot her. And she's like, just a little starter property to give her a taste of the family business. And Wednesday's is like so weird. She's actually like smiling. It's so weird to see her with like a big smile. And, Hester's like, a woman should have a portfolio of her own and not be reliant on a husband. So the dig at Morticia. Morticia's like, you do spoil her, rotten. So she tells Wednesday that she and Grandmama have to speak alone. So Grandmama whispers to Wednesday, she's like, it was Augustus Stonehurst who signed the death certificates. So then when they're alone, Morticia asks, what is she and Wednesday, what are they up to? And Hester's like, she asked for my help. And Morticia's like, you're not helping, you're driving a wedge between me and my daughter. Hester's like, that wedge was already an unbridgeable abyss, dear. She's like, my advice, stop the constant hovering. Wednesday needs to grow. If she gets in trouble, let her figure out for herself. Thrive or die. And Morticia's like, says the woman whose youngest daughter has been missing for 20 years. And Hester's like, what happened to your sister was a tragedy. But even if I had said something, she would never have listened. And Morticia's like, unlike me, who took every one of your withering words to heart. And Hester's like, is that your sales pitch to get me to donate to the Nevermore Gala? I heard they put you in charge. No doubt they're hoping you can convince me to chisel open my casket of riches. And Morticia's like, well, we both know you'd rather be buried with your riches. And Hester says that she's going to make a donation, but there's one condition. And Morticia's like, isn't there always? So Hester's like, give Wednesday back her book. So Morticia takes a book from like this low shelf, I think. And she's like, my family is non-negotiable. She tosses it in the fireplace. And Hester actually like gasps, and then she like turns and walks out. And Morticia almost seems like she's kind of surprised that she did it, because that's pretty drastic, and Wednesday's not going to be happy. Ajax asks Bianca, like, what's up, because, her phone's been blowing up since she got there. And she's like, oh, it's nothing, I'm fine. And he says that, he could tell something's not fine. So Bianca admits it's her mom. She can't use her powers on the professor's head because he's in a jar, or he's in glass or whatever. Ajax asks, he's like, so he grabs some of the invitation. He goes to the professor. He asks if he can look at him, to make sure that they're doing right. But then he acts like he trips and his cap comes off. So he turns a floating head professor into stone. He tells Bianca that bought them a couple hours, and she's like, us. And she's like, it's my problem. But Ajax is like, well, nightshades forever. And then stupid Pugsley and like Eugene or Sanders or like Pug's like, we want to go too. It's like, why would they go? It's like so like they're just trouble like waiting to happen. So she uses her powers on them, tells them to stay there and finish the rest of the invitations. Fester gets admitted to Willow Hill. Fairburns looks over like some of his IDs. She's like, what's your real name? And he's like, oh, it's just Fester, like an open wound. So she asks if he understands that he's at a psychiatric hospital. And he says that, he's like, they used to call him Funny Farm. She's like, my parents abandoned me in one when I was 10. They said it was summer camp, and they never came back. So there's a little flashback to him getting admitted, looking at like Rorschach test things, whatever. And then he talks about how nice, warm, and cozy or something like that the straitjackets are. Judy, the assistant, she says a brain scan is brought in. So the x-ray shows like scissors, like safety pins, screws, nails, razor blades, like all this stuff in his skull somehow. And Fairburn, like, it's like, welcome to Willow Hill. Then we see him getting like shocked and laughing. There's like big jazzy music, it's like playing. You know, he's loving it. Judy has patients like painting outside. Fester tries to like talking to patients to find out who Lois is. Then he's in line at the lunch line, and the lunch lady, her name appears to be Lois, but you can clearly see that there's like spaghetti sauce or whatever, or spaghetti even, like on her name tag. And as they're looking at each other, Dreamweaver starts playing. They're all googly-eyed at each other. So then she walks off in the storage closet. He goes in there, and he's like, Lois? And she like wipes her, you know, she sees her name tag, she wipes it. It's actually Louise. And then he's just like, huh? And then he turns out the light. They start making out. The cloaked person is watching at school, like from second story. Agnes tells Wednesday that Stonehurst used to be the normie head doctor at Willow Hill. Before that, he taught science at Nevermore. Wednesday's asks, like, when he's not signing questionable death certificates, where is he these days? And Agnes, like, in Willow Hill. He had a psychotic break. So she gives Wednesday's, like, newspaper article. Enid calls over to Wednesday, and because she's with the pack. She's like, do you want to come join us and have some fun? And it's so silly, it's so whatever, but Wednesday's like, I'm where fun goes to die. She just has all these like edgy comments, and sometimes it does make me chuckle. So then she asks where's Thing. He like crawls up, so she tells him that she needs him because it's urgent, you know, to get a message to Fester. Bruno tells Enid while they're talking, he's like, just tell Wednesday that you're feeling left out. So Wednesday tells Thing about tracking down Stonehurst, that he might be the key to finding Lois. Enid walks up to her. She's like, I know you're a chronic undersharer, but after last year, I figured we'd be closer. Seems you prefer hanging out with that pint-sized psycho, Agnes, more than me. And Wednesday's like, seems like you're a little preoccupied. And Enid's like, you can't blame this on Bruno and the pack. And Wednesday's like, didn't you say you wanted your fun and freedom? And Enid's like, I can also help on non-case related issues too, like a boundary challenge mother. It's like, also, who's had powers that have failed them? It's like, me. And then she's because she had issues with her mom too, and with her powers, whatever. The red-eyed crow caws is like on that the werewolf statue. Other crows are nearby. Wednesday like looks around at the bird as Enid's talking. More and more start coming, and she's like, Enid, get inside now. And Enid's like, no, you're my best friend. I'm not going to let you keep pulling away. And she's like, Enid. The hooded person motions with her arms in the window. The crows start flying towards them. So Wednesday's like, table. They flip over like a picnic table or whatever, you know, the table's there. And it doesn't worry that Thing was on it. Thing goes kind of like gets flung over. Crows are now like dive bombing and attacking all the student. Dort runs out. He might have been with Morticia, I don't remember. And he's like, what's going on? He starts shooting like fireballs at the birds. And he's like, where'd these birds come from? The red-eyed crow swoops down, grabs Thing. And Morticia like points out that he was taken. Dort shoots a fireball, hits the lead crow. It drops Thing and lands on the roof and starts like kind of sliding down. And then he's able to grab onto his gargoyle statue when he slides off the edge of the roof. He starts like crawling up the arm, but then the arm breaks and he falls again. Enid runs, she gets up, she runs, she dives, and she catches him, just like barely. So Wednesday sees a cloaked person looking through the window. She like runs off, and she goes after. The cloaked person runs through this like secret door behind a bookshelf. Wednesday's like running after. They go through like the secret hallway. Then the hooded person goes through this other door, which is like a painting by this like big set of stairs. Wednesday comes out like into by the stairs and sees a cloak discarded by the bottom of the stairs. So she takes it, she goes up, and then into like the big music room, she finds Fairburn getting out the phone. And when she sees Wednesday, she's like, "Oh, this is a prize." And Wednesday's like, "I think you dropped this." And Fairburn's like, "Excuse me?" And Wednesday's like, "What brings you to Nevermore, Dr. Fairburn?" So she says that Miss Capri generously offered to teach a music therapy class at Willow Hill because she's like, "You know what they say, music soothes a savage beast." Of course, Wednesday says something. She's like, "I'll take weapons over Wagner," or something. So Capri comes in with tea, and she says she doesn't even want to guess how they know each other. And Fairburn's like, "Oh, there's no time for tea." She's like, "I'll see you tomorrow night." And then Wednesday comments because Miss Capri, she's like out of breath. And she's like, "It's been a long day." Or has she been running up the stairs and through hallways? So she's like, "I assume you're here to drop out of the gala orchestra." Wednesday's like, "I've decided to stick around. Or was it every Mozart needs her Solari or something? I don't know." So she walks out. She glances at these parakeets in a cage by the door. It's like, why are there parakeets in the music room? Are they Capris? I don't know. Bianca's mom is getting questions like, why was she in that room, by the sheriff and the deputy. Bianca and Ajax arrive. And she's like, "Mom, are you okay?" And the sheriff's like, "Are you the daughter?" It's like, duh, she just called her mom. And Bianca's like, "Can I have a word with you both? I think it'll clear things up." So they go into the corner, and then she uses her powers. "You will drop this investigation, shred any paperwork, and forget that you ever met my mother." Wednesday, watches Fairburn leave. Thing crawls up onto the back of the bumper, and Morticia comes up to her and says that she hears Uncle Fester's in Willow Hill. And she's like, "We both know he only gets caught when he wants to." Wednesday's like, "He's helping me find the truth. I won't allow Enid to die because of me. I know what I saw in that vision." And Morticia's like, "A torrent of birds around her gravestone, the same torrent that attacked you both today, not to mention poor Thing. You need to stop, Wednesday, or you're going to make everything worse, much worse." So Fairburn arrives at Willow Hill. Thing jumps off the rear bumper. In the cafeteria, Fester smiles at Louise, the lunch lady. Then he sees Thing. So Thing signals, "Find Stonehurst and you'll find Lois." So Fester calls out to this guard, Wilbur. He's like, "Hey, I'm looking for a schlub named Stonehurst. He won amnesiac bingo yesterday. Forgot to pick up his prize." He's like, "Can you point him out?" And Wilbur's like, "Old Gus prefers different company." So he's outside in this giant like bird cage, and there's like this tree, and there's like birds or whatever in there. So Wilbur says that Fairburn has them bring him out like a few times a week, and he doesn't know like what his real story was because he arrived before he started working there. And there's this parrot on his shoulder, and he says that the bird's kind of nasty or whatever. So he asks Fester to do him a solid, roll him back to his room in like 10 minutes, and he's in room 103. So Fester goes inside the cage, and he goes up to Stonehurst. He's like, "I'm looking for Lois. Ring a bell, old timer." And in the parrot, Ozzy speaks. "Ozzy is a good girl. She never tells." And then Fester's like, "You know Lois?" And Ozzy's like, "Shut your pie hole." And he's like, "Excuse me?" And he's like, "Eat poop, Baldy." Fester zaps Ozzy, and he's like, "Start squawking or I start frying feathers." And Ozzy's like, "Holy spit, I'll talk." And he's like, "How do I find Lois?" He's like, 51971, 51971, 5197. So he repeats that. Wednesday comes across Professor Orloff, and he says that there's like some excitement, and she says an avian tried to kill her. And he says that she seems to attract murderers, like most people catch colds. And she's like, "It's a gift." And then she's like, "Do you remember Augustus Stonehurst?" And she's like, "I understand. He was a science teacher here." So Orloff's like, "Gus was very popular, but I was never a fan." And she's like, "Why not?" And he's like, he was a normie, and I never trusted him." So she asked, "Did he ever mention anybody named Lois, a wife or a daughter?" He's like, "His wife died before he got to Nevermore, but he had a little girl. I don't remember her name. He built her an aviary up in Lago Tower." So Ajax and Bianca, they bring her mom to the school. Ajax says that they can like keep her in an old classroom. So they go through this tunnel, but then they can hear Dort like on the phone. He's saying to someone that, he's like, "I've always had your back, and you've always had mine." And he's like, "Relax." He's like, "I've never been more confident about anything. So I have it all under control." So I don't know what that's about. And then Ajax gets a text from Eugene, and Dort hears like the notification, like the beep. So Eugene says that Orloff dismissed him. He's like, where are you? Dort tells whoever he's talking to, hold on. He hits like a button on the fireplace, and a secret door opens to the tunnel. He like goes in there, lights a little torch on his finger, looks both ways, but the three, they're hiding around a corner. Fester's wheeling Stonehurst and passes Thornhill being taken somewhere. She gives him a long, weird look because she knows who he is. Stonehurst points and is like, Lois, but he's pointing at a maintenance store, and it says no access. The Fester giggles, and then he's going to go sneak back to the door. Thornhill says her connection with Tyler runs deep. Fairbairn's like, is that why he tried to kill you? And she says that he was just upset, that he thought that she abandoned him. But she's like, if a Hyde murders her master, they seal their own doom. So she's like, if you really want to get inside his head, we'll have to do it together. And Fairbairn's like, do you honestly think I don't see through your delusional fantasy? And Thornhill's like, oh, I am open to a deal. I have information I know you want to hear. And she's like, Fairbairn's like, I very much doubt that. Thornhill's like, Fester Adams. Are you aware that he's a patient here? I saw him a while ago wheeling around a patient. And he's probably working for Wednesday. If she's got her pigtails in your business, trouble isn't far behind. So Fester is just now at the maintenance store. Fairbairn and guards show up to bust him, like before he can do anything. So Wilbur extends like one of those like stick things, and Fester smiles. He closes his eyes. He's like, "This is gonna tickle." He gets knocked out. Like, push. I was like, "That's how you treat your patients." Okay, great. He wakes up in like a different room, like in a cell. Fairbairn's standing in front of him with two guards, and she's like, "Welcome back. I thought you'd be more comfortable in here." Thing was like out in the hallway and hears this, so Thing knows that Fester got busted. She's like, even gave you a cellmate. So Slurp is in a straitjacket, chained to the wall, and Fester like giggles, and she's like, be careful, he bites. Fester like chuckles like some more. Thing somehow returns to Wednesday. No idea how he got back. It's like so quickly. Signals that tells her what's going on. She tells him that he needs to go back and keep an eye on Fester until she can figure out a way to break him out. Enid and Agnes are with Wednesday now. Enid comments on the ugly weather because it's like rain and lightning. Wednesday says that Capri has a music therapy class tonight at Willow Hill, so she's their way in and out. So they look at the blueprints. Wednesday says that her class, she points out, the class lasts 45 minutes. That's their window. Thing has connected with Fester's contact on the inside, so it's Louise, and she knows where he's being held. Thing will lie low until Wednesday has secured Fester and make his own way out. She's like, there's a vehicle inspection at the front gate. And she's like, Agnes, I need you to distract the guard so I can get inside. And she's like, I'll be in position before you arrive. Wednesday says that after she rendezvous with Fester's contact, she'll extract him from his cell and then go find Lois. Enid's like, well, what about me? What's my part of the plan? And it's like big silence. Like she's just, Enid and Wednesday look at each other, are just staring. And she's like, do you even want to be my friend anymore? And Wednesday's like, that has never been in question. And then she's like, you're on lookout. Enid scoffs. She's like, I figured it'd be a bit more mission critical. And she's like, you are. She's like, you see, if I get caught, I need someone to anonymously tip off Sheriff Santiago that something is going down at Willow Hill. So then, this is kind of silly. Capri gets in a car. Somehow Wednesday's able to run up behind, open her trunk, get in. You would think, you get in a trunk, the car is going to move. And closes the trunk without like, chunk, or anything like that. So Capri doesn't even notice. Enid and Agnes are outside the gate in the bushes. I have no idea how they got there already. If they can get there, it's like, why didn't Wednesday get there earlier? I don't know. Agnes knocks on the guard station door. She turns invisible. She's holding like dynamite. The door opens and the guard like looks out. There's no one there, so she goes back in, but she leaves the door kind of open. And then the door opens and she obviously enters invisibly. Capri's in her car singing All By Myself, and I guess I think Wednesday probably doesn't like it. She arrives at the gate. Guard calls this dude, what was his name? I forget. Because he was in the back to do a vehicle check. So he comes out of the back room. He's like, oh, I should lay off the vending machine burritos. So that's kind of gross. Agnes goes into the back room that he was in. She puts like the dynamite behind a toilet. The dude guard tells Capri that he has to check the trunk, and Agnes lights the fuse. The dude opens the trunk, and Wednesday's right there. Dynamite blows up. Toilet flies through the back room door into like the main room, And he like lets go of the trunk. It shuts. He asks the lady if she's okay, and she's like, "What'd you do?" or whatever. And Capri says, she's like, "I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be late." So he goes, opens the trunk. It's empty. So he tells her to go in. Wednesday is crouched on the passenger side, of course, doesn't get seen. And as Capri drives in, she like somehow keeps up. It looks like she's going kind of fast for someone to keep up with that. So then as she goes, like Wednesday runs into the building. Louise is there to meet her. So then she's wheeling a cart, and Wednesday is like underneath. Capri goes into the music room. There's a bunch of patients. I think she said she was going to have them talk, but then she saw there's a piano, so she decides she's going to play for them. And she plays like this kind of like slow piano version of Zombie by the Cranberries, of course. Wednesday steals a guard's key card because he's talking to Luis. He looks at her clipboard or whatever, and so Wednesday grabs the card from his side, his pocket, or like whatever, his thing. Luis tells her to tell Fester that she'll be waiting for him, and Wednesday seems a little confused. She enters his cell, and she just like walks right past Slurp, who's like trying to like chomp on her, and she doesn't like pay him any attention. So it was just like, yeah, if she would have been a little bit off, she would have been grabbed. Fester like zaps him. He's like, "Oh, play nice," because she opens his straitjacket. Wednesday says they don't have much time. They need to find Lois, so they walk out. And then, of course, they leave the door open. The metal thing that's attached to the wall that's holding the chain for Slurp, it's starting to like move and bust. So obviously, Slurp is going to break free. Thornhill's being taken somewhere by Wilbur and this other guard, and she's going on how Fairburns is making a mistake because she needs her, and then Slurp jumps out of the corner, opens his jaw, and he attacks the guard who is not Wilbur. And Wilbur is trying to pull him free. Thornhill, she turns and she starts running. She runs past like two other guards, and she runs past Fester and Wednesday, and they like lock eyes. They both like turn and look at each other, but then they keep going in the direction that they're running. So Capri, she's still playing the same song. I don't know what version this is. She's almost finished, but then an alarm goes off. So a guard tells Fairburn that the zombie is loose. She authorizes a Code 4 security protocol, and she's like, "Take it down by any means necessary." Wednesday and Fester reach the maintenance door. Wednesday tries the key card, doesn't work. So Fester enters a code. She's like, "How'd you know how to do that?" And he's like, "Oh, trash talking parrot." He's like, "Don't ask." So it looks like just a regular like supply closet with like electrical stuff on the walls and everything like that. But there's a scratched arc on the floor. So obviously the shelf slides open and whatever does that. Behind the door, I don't know why I couldn't articulate that. There's like a kind of big spiral staircases. On the wall is written conveniently, "Long-term outcast integration study." So LOIS. And she's like, "Lois isn't a person, it's a secret program." So they go down, turn on some light. There's like some cells. Wednesday like looks in a little like door window things. She's like, "Patricia Redcar." She's like, "Julian Melios," or something like that, like because they were in the obituaries. So their deaths must have been faked so that they could be kept as living experiments. She's like, "This is what Galpin was afraid would happen to Tyler." The last door says, "Extreme caution, no unauthorized entry." So she looks, and there's this lady like crouched in the corner, like on her cot. She turns, and she's like, "Hello, are you here to kill me?" And Wednesday like shakes her head. She's like, "Then leave me alone." Then they hear like a crow. It flies to the cloaked person standing by the stairs. Wednesday like, "So you are the new face of Mad Doctors? You do realize that Fairburn doesn't roll off the tongue as nicely as Frankenstein." And then the person like steps forward, takes off the hood. It's not Fairburn. It's the receptionist, Judy. And she's like, "There's nothing mad about what I'm doing. Fairburn works for me. I recruited her to be the public face of this institution and continue my father's work." So I don't know, does that mean Fairburn is aware or thinks she's doing it? I'm not 100% on that. Wednesday's like, "You're Augustus Stonehurst's daughter? That's how you knew about the secret passages at Nevermore." And she says that her father loved outcasts, that he wanted to be one. And she's like, "Imagine being able to extract their abilities and share them with normies." And Wednesday's like, "You mean steal them and exploit them?" Oh, and so Judy has a gun. She's pointing a gun at them. And she says that something like, she's living proof that it works because, she was born a normie, but now her beautiful black-winged friends obey her every whim. Fester's like, experimenting on his own daughter? It's like sick, even by my standards. But Judy says that she volunteered because they were a team. Fester, he puts his hands behind his back and he starts like to charge him up. And there's just, Wednesday says something about Icarus going to the sun, to bring the sun to you or like that. And then Fester lets out a big, huge zap. They all kind of get like knocked back. And then zoom, all the power goes out in the whole building. So Agnes and with Enid on the bush, she's like, what the hell happened? And Enid's like, Wednesday happened. So she's like, I gotta call the sheriff. And for some reason, all the doors open because the power went out. So then they in bottom, they start grabbing at Judy. She's like trying to go up the stairs, but they're grabbing her. She manages to get free and goes up. The last one in the no unauthorized, she stays in her, like in the back. Wednesday goes up to her. She's like, I'm gonna get you out of here. And she asks Wednesday, what kind of angel are you? And Wednesday's, of course, an avenging one. Up top, it's chaos. Thornhill grabs keys off a dead guard to take her cuffs off. Slurp eyes Thing, but then guards start like shooting. And then Thornhill goes to free Tyler. And she's like, I told you, Mama would get you out of here. They hug. And she says that she told him that she wouldn't abandon him. And he says he wishes he could say the same. Because she's the reason that he was locked away in there. And he's like tightening his grasp around her. And he's like, you're not my mother. You're my master. Or should I say, you were. Wednesday, and then she's like, Wednesday Addams, we both know she's a real enemy. She's here in the building right now. Destiny has given us a second chance to take her out. And he's like, I'll take care of Wednesday right after I take care of you. And she's like, I'm the only one who's ever loved you. I unlocked your true potential. And he's like, you did. That's why I'll give you a 5-second head start. And then she's just like kind of standing there, lets her go. She's standing there. And then he's like, run. So she runs. He changes into Hyde. She's running down the hall. He's like after her. She reaches like a locked like gate. And then claws go through her like from the back. And she tries like pleading. She's like, Mommy loves you. And he's like whips her against the wall, like really hard, like harder than before. And then she's just lying there. So I guess she's dead. I mean, she's laying there with her eyes open. I mean, it's possible she could have a hint of life, but I think she's dead. Inmates are like running out. Fester tells Louise, of all the women I've ever used, you're my favorite. So they like kiss for a bit. Then he departs. Fairburn she brings a Stonehurst into her office. She tries the phone, doesn't work. And then she hears something. She's like, someone's there? And she takes out a gun. She's like, show yourself. It's Slurp, chomp. And then he turns to Stonehurst. And he actually can talk. He's like, hello, old friend. So Slurp can talk now because he's feeding. He opens his mouth, chomp. So I guess Stonehurst is dead. Wednesday's with that lady that she the no unauthorized access. She sees Tyler down the hall, so she tells her to go now. Tyler. So here's my thing. I think this lady. I'm trying to remember how old she was. I think she's probably Ophelia, because Ophelia's missing, so she probably got locked up, and they're gonna run tests on her. So Tyler starts running towards her, stops right in front of her, and she doesn't back down or anything like that. He like roars, and then the next scene, psh, she gets flung out the window, and I'm not sure if they're on the second floor or the third floor, and then boom, lands on a pavement out front. A bunch of police cars show up. They see Tyler standing there. They draw their guns. They start shooting. He jumps down, lands on a cop car. It's like knocking like police officers out of the way. Runs into the woods. Thing goes up to Wednesday and it kind of like looks at it, tries looking at her face. Her head's like all bloody, and then it's raining. It's night. Wednesday narrates, "I've always dreamed of looking death in the face, but in my final moments, all I hear are my mother's words ringing in my ears. Maybe I have made everything worse. Much worse." And that's the end. Wednesday is dead. Probably not. No, she's not, because there's a little scene for the next episode. So that is it. That is episode 4. That is where it ended. And I think that's great. What is she gonna dead? She's dead. How could what? And then you got to wait 4 weeks or 5, whatever it is. I'm totally fine with that. I enjoyed it. The show is going to continue. Is our coverage going to continue? Because we still have all these shows, and next week there's going to have to be I don't know if it's too much, but that was Wednesday for this week. I could take a week pause, as much as I hate to do that. I don't know. We'll have to see how this week goes. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, Alien Earth, Season 1, Episode 3, Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis. This was a good episode. I didn't like this episode as much as the last episode, but it's fine because it is adding to the story, to the show. You know, and I think what it was, I mentioned last week that it's like, oh, this Wendy character is really kind of growing on me, and part of it is just like her like enthusiasm and everything, and I think she's kind of a cool character because since she's a synthoid, and you know, so she's really smart, she's really strong, like almost indestructible. You know, you got all that stuff, and just like kind of like her personality, and maybe I don't think I said it, but there's like a bit of innocence or whatever, and she just seems like really good and pure. So you know, of course, it's a likable character, but things don't go too well for her. So I think that might be a problem. So let's get into it, and we'll see where we're going to go from here. So last episode, the second episode, I feel like I'm so far behind, but I think I'm only a week behind, like a week and a half or whatever, barely a week. She found her brother. Her brother knows that she's alive, and so they had their reunion, which was great and everything. But then Alien comes, and okay. So this is the only issue I had with this. I'm sure I've said it before. I am not an Alien expert. I don't know the ins and outs. Like one of the things, I think it is mentioned in this episode, I think Morrow said, or maybe it was last episode, where Morrow said something about fear, like fear attracting the aliens, or the alien is attracted to fear. So it can like sense it, whatever hormones you're exuding if you're, you know, scared or something like that. I didn't realize that if that's the case. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know if that's something that's been established before. I don't know if that's something that's just been mentioned now, and yeah, that makes sense. It fits with every single time you see this big ass alien thing, you're gonna be like pooping your pants. So of course you're gonna be scared. So that could be kind of interesting if that's the case. But yeah. So what kind of bothers me is the alien grabs Joe, Wendy's brother, and what we'll discover is, I mean, there's a reason for it, but it's like all the other humans the aliens come across, it's just, you know, jabbing its second teeth into its face or just impaling it. That room full of the party people with the wigs and the makeup, all dead in like less than a minute. But Joe doesn't get killed in less than a minute. So it's like, is it just because of the story, the plot? If he died right away, that would just be like, what was the point of all that? Okay. So Wendy's running after the alien and Joe. Kirsch is like still watching like the data screens and everything. The kids are packing up the specimens, the other synthoids, whatever, the Lost Boys. And so far, you know, I think he says that there's like 5 undiscovered species. Crew lost containment. Nibs is standing by the eye squid thing in the glass container, and she starts thinking about how it like attacked her. She's like going through some stuff. There's like some existential crisis or something that she's dealing with. So she's thinking about how, you know, she was attacked, and then she's thinking back to herself before she was switched, you know, when she was her human body into the synthoid body. And one of the other, I think it was Curly. There's so many names for me to keep track of. I remember and then I forget and I remember. So I think her name was Curly. It was one of the other ones. Asked if she's okay. Nibs asked, you know, how come they couldn't keep their own old names when, you know, they made them? So I think it was Curly says she thinks it's because they're secret and they're like code names. So Nibs like, well, how come Peter Pan? Why didn't we get to choose? One of the other guys, I knew his name. I'm totally blanking, and I don't remember what it was. It was a guy. I think it was the guy by the plant thing. So Curly says that, you know, she's not sure. She thinks it's because the Lost Boys, they don't grow up, and Nibs is like, well, they put us in grown-up bodies. You know, we're not even all boys. You know, we're half girls. And how come Wendy gets to be Wendy? And then she kind of walks a little, she goes in and sits. Curly, I think it was Curly. She's like, because Wendy was the first, and Nibs is a good name. And then she says, she's like, in the book they call Curly Pickles because he's always getting into trouble. He's always in a pickle. And then the other kid, this is a guy that was, I forget his name. Let's see, he was I think it was the guy by the plant thing. But he says, well, at least Curly was in on the action. Oh, maybe he's Toodles, because I think he said like Toodles always missed everything because he stepped off around the corner or something like that. Then there's an alert, and Kirsch tells them like to quiet now, says they're getting a call. So it's Boy Cavalier, and he's like looking at the feed. He says that this is no longer a rescue mission. He wants Kirsch to secure the site, collect the alien life forms, and bring them back for study. Kirsch starts to protest, about the danger and the threats and everything. But Boy's like, $1 trillion of R&D just landed in our laps. And he says that, Yutani fudged up. So what they're just supposed to say, it's all good, and, give her bioweapons back. Dame Sylvia says that they're weeks away from launching a product that will change the world. This other tech guy, I forget his name, he starts going on about the dangers, and Boy says that they have high quarantine spaces and sub-levels, and then he asks, how are his kids? And Kirsch is like, well, I have 3 of them with me. He's like, they've done well so far. And Boy's like, including Wendy? And Kirsch like kind of grunts. Boy's like, oh, yeah? What? And Kirsch is like, no, she just went to find her brother. And then Boy's like, oh, so she's just out there on her own? Kirsch is like, I sent slightly with her. And he's like, he's a child. I told you to watch her specifically. And Kirsch is like, sir, with all due respect, it's a crash site, and we're trying to contain an alien invasion. And in this part that I just could not stand. One part I could not stand. But Boy's like, I thought you were supposed to be better than a man. But all I'm hearing are excuses. Bring her in now. And it's never been fully said. I think Kirsch is just like a straight up synthoid. And the kids are supposed to be synthoids that have been given or had a human memories, but human essence transferred into it. So I think that's the difference between the two. I don't think Kirsch has any. I think he's all synthoid. I don't know if I'm right about that or not. So Boy Cavalier just ends the call, and Nibs asks if Wendy's just out there, with all these things. So we see Wendy. She drops down to this other level. It's like, how far away is this alien? So she starts running. She's calling out to Joe, and there's like some chittering noise. And I'm not sure why she's connected and tuned with this. And she like pulls a blade out of, off her back. And Joe calls out to Marcy, because that's her old name. And he's like, it's a trap. She runs towards his voice. And then I don't know if they must have made their way outside the ship, because there's like, he's in the back of this refrigerated like meat truck. So I guess they're outside in the loading dock or something of the building. And he's stuck to the wall by like some goop or something like that. He tells her to get out, so she's like starts pulling at the goo to free him. And then there's those, what do you call it? Those like plastic curtain things, clear plastic things that you see like in freezers or refrigerators, like in restaurants. So there's some in the back of the truck, and so you can see like the silhouette outside that there's an alien. It's there, the alien that grabbed him. I'm assuming. So yeah, Joe sees it, and he tries like getting her to look, and it starts to come in, like kind of sticks his head in, it's like growling. She frees Joe, and he like gets up, and she tells her, she's like, stay behind me. He's like, I'm a soldier, you're a kid. And she's like, not anymore. So the xenomorph like snarls, and it's like standing in the doorway. Then it backs away. They hear it hops up on top of the truck, and then it stops. And they're just like listening, trying to figure out where it's at. So it stopped maybe right above him. Wendy just like stabs up, and you hear it like screech. Acid starts like dripping down, so she like kind of flings down, like flicks the blade down, and like whoosh, a bunch of like acid like splashes. And she's like, why is it doing that? And Joe's like, it's acid, because he knows. She's like, she's probably never really seen acid, but she knows what it is. Where, so it's starting like to pool up on the ceiling, and it's gonna. So he has to push her away, otherwise it's all gonna drip on her. And then the trailer starts rocking and shaking. It gets knocked on its side. So the alien decided to push it over. So it's like hectic. It's a mess. Joe gets up, starts calling for Marcy again, because it's like, where is she? What happened? and the alien, there's like a kind of like a hole in the side, so you see the alien run by. He picks up like this kind of big metal hook. It must be used for like moving the meat around or something like that. He walks to the edge of the opening. He looks outside, and then the alien's tail wraps around him, flings him out, and he drops a hook. It crawls towards him, and then it's like on top of him, and it's like drooling on his face. So I always thought, and I guess I'm trying to think what happened. I'm trying to remember when Morrow was in that thing. So I guess the alien drool doesn't burn. It's just, I guess, disgusting, and who knows if it's sticky. So it's just like dripping on him, but it doesn't burn him. Then the second mouth starts coming out. So it's like, okay, I guess they are going to kill Joe, right? This is the end of him. But then Wendy uses the hook, so she must have picked it up. She somehow wraps it around the second teeth and like pulls it off Joe. And it's somehow, I don't think she hooked into it, but it's like kind of stuck on the hook and it can't like retract the second teeth back in. So it's like struggling against her, and the tail, she's able to hold it out so the tail can't hit her, even though it seemed like it had a long tail. So she tells Joe there's this big door, metal door. She's like open the door. And then she kind of like, she's by there, so he starts shutting it. So I think the idea is to smash the alien in this big heavy metal door. So he starts to close it, but then the alien tail grabs Wendy, pulls her in. The door shuts. So Joe's like starts banging on a button, trying to get the door open again. There's this like big thud against the door, like something smashed against it, and there's like a dent. So there's like screeching and screaming inside, and then he has to like try to hotwire the door. So he's like ripping the wires and trying to connect them, stuff like that. He gets the door open, and he like looks. He has to. It's like dark in here. I think he grabs like a flashlight that was nearby. So like a big light, and the alien's in there. The head's been ripped off. Wendy's like standing there, kind of shaking, and then he sees like white dripping from her head. So she's got like this big injury, and then she goes down. And he's like, no. He like goes to her, but then he like collapses too. I don't know why he collapses. Is it just he's just so exhausted? Does it have anything to do with the yellow stuff? Is that I don't know. Again, I'm not an alien expert. Slightly is still by the alien eggs, and then he hears someone coming, and he's starting to freak out because there's like all these like crashes and bangs and stuff like that. There another boy's there, Smee. He comes up. And Slightly, he's like, "Oh, you scared me." And then they kind of joke and kind of like wrestle around or whatever like that. And then Smee says that Kirsch wants him, and then he sees the eggs. He's like, "Oh, what are those?" And it's kind of cute in a way because they're like such kids. They're such children. They're so young, and that's where they are. And that's the crazy thing about like they should not even be there. So he tells Slightly that they saw space bugs, super messed up octopus eye monster, and it tried to yoke Nibs. And Slightly's bummed. He's like, oh, man, because he's bummed that he missed it. But Smee's like, well, where's Wendy? And Slightly yells that there's this like 8-foot-tall alien thing, and she's gone all hunter-killer mode now in pursuit. Smee asks like if she went alone, and Slightly's like, well, I would have gone with, but I'm watching the eggs. And Smee wonders like what's in them. Then Morrow shows up with a gun. He's pointing at them. He tells them, turn around slowly. He tells them, drop your guns. And they're like, we don't have guns. Like, they won't let us. And Morrow's like, move away from the eggs, slowly. So he's like, he asks, where are they? They're like, we're in a ship. And Morrow's like, what city? And they're like, they're trying to figure out, they don't really know. Then there's like, it's a prodigy city. It starts with an S. And then they're both like, New Siam. New Siam. I forgot what it was. So Slightly's like, is this your ship? Did you crash? Smee's like, that must have hurt. And then it's like, did it hurt? And he's like, quiet. You're like a couple of kids. And Slightly's like, we're not kids. And Smee's like, yeah, no, we're not. Morrow puts his gun away, and he's like, what are you doing here? And, did they come for the specimens? They both say, that's classified. So Morrow says I guess he decides to lay it out, because he's like, it was a deep space vessel. And then he's like, suppose the ship found egg specimens on a faraway moon. And Smee interrupts. He's like these eggs? He's like, they're not like normal eggs. So when you start to take them on the ship, they start to hatch, and the monsters come. You've met them, I think. So they want to leave, but Morrow keeps kind of like blocking them. He's like, there's a feeling you get in this scenario when the monsters come and you don't help. So he hooks like 2 cables to the side of his heads, and he tells like Mother to start like a data transfer He talks about how Mother says that the crew doesn't matter and all you have to do is save yourself. Slightly's like, are you a robot? And he's like, wouldn't that be nice? To be all machine instead of what I am? The worst part of man. And then the data transfer, like Mother says, is at 78%. He's like, so what would you do in this scenario? Could you harm others or allow them to be harmed? Could you follow those orders? And Smee's like, no, not. And Slightly's like, are they bad people? Morrow's like, does it matter? And Slightly's like, well, yeah, if it was to protect someone like a friend or... And then Smee's like our parents. He's like, yeah, like our parents. Data transfer at 93%. And Morrow's like, you don't know? Is that possible? And Smee's like, no, what? He's like, well, your bodies are clearly synthetic, but you think you have parents? And then Smee's like, oh, it's just that. And Slightly's like, no, don't. She's like, shh, don't tell him. And he's like, tell me what? And Slightly's like, nothing. Data transfer at 98%, 99, 100. Data transfer complete. Data erased from source, so it erases. He pulls off the cable, and he's like really sweaty, like struggling, because he's taking all that data, and so I'm sure it's taking a toll on him, even though he's a cyborg. There's probably something. So he turns, and he starts extending a big blade out of his arm. And he's like, tell me what? He grabs Slightly like by the throat, and he's like, when is a machine not a machine? And Slightly's like, get off me. When is a machine not a machine? And then Kirsch comes up, let him go. Smee's like, he has a gun. And Kirsch is like, I can see that. And Morrow's like, you're on my ship. And Kirsch is like, this ship, to be clear, is an object, not a location. It's a ball that got hit over the fence into the neighbor's yard. I'm the neighbor, so the ship belongs to me now. And he's like, you're a prodigy? He's like, I work for Prodigy. And Morrow's like, I don't talk to errand boys. And Kirsch is like, and which country are you king of again? And then Morrow's like, are you the parent? And he's like, excuse me? And they both like stand behind Kirsch. And Morrow's like, these synths, they think that they have parents. Are you the parent? And Kirsch is like, we're not here to talk about what I am, Mr. Morrow. And then there's like some squidgy sound from one of the eggs. It's like, I read the manifest. Chief of security, sole survivor, cyborg. Lost a lot of friends, did you? I don't have friends. And Slightly's like, everybody needs friends. And then Morrow's like, she won't let you have them. What's on this ship? She spent billions. People's lives. They belong to her. There's more squidgy noises. If you're not careful, you're going to belong to them. So the egg opens, and then he turns, and he jumps in the direction like Wendy went. Then it cuts to the next day, because it's like daylight. Joe and Wendy are wheeled out on gurneys, so somehow they were found. Kirsch is like watching. The alien body is taken. The cat like ripped, its head ripped off. Kirsch is told that like they search or something like that. There's no sign of the cyborg, and so he just like nods. Then they fly back to the island, all in their like helicopter things. They go to Neverland. The tech guides and Dame Sylvia, they go up to Wendy. Boy sees that Joe and the specimens are being wheeled in. Boy, he's just watching from like this like second level, whatever, as they're all like coming in. The aliens, but it's like the alien carcass just like on this tray. It's like not even covered or anything like that. They're just like wheeling it in, and it's still like smoking from the acid. So then the tech guy pushes this button like on Wendy's temple. Her eyes open, but she's like not there. She's out. Dame Sylvia asks if she's gone, and he's like, give me a second. And he tells this other tech person to do like a full firmware review and like something else, whatever. He's like scan for microfractures. Sylvia thinks it's her fault, and the dude's like, it's not your fault. You know, she wanted to go. And she's like, well, she's a child. She's like, I'm her guardian. And the dude's like, he says that that boy made a choice, not her. You know, he's the boss, but he's like, if you ask me, sending a $1 billion prototype to an active crash site is, and a boy comes in, what? And she's like, nothing. The tech dude just like stares for a bit and says like, yeah, nothing. And boy's like, no, what were you going to say? And he's like, look, it's your company. You can do whatever you want to. And then he's like, please grow a spine. Yeah, I'm sure if he grew a spine and said something, he would be fired, even though he's probably like pretty crucial. She's like, Sylvia's like, enough. It's like, what happened, happened. And she was so brave, our girl. I can't believe it. but she took a lot of damage. So if you could, just please let us get on with our jobs. And the boy's like, can you save her? And the guy's like, yeah, we're doing tests right now. He's like, can I talk to her? And right away, he's like, no. Kirsch suspended her hardware at the site. It seemed the safest option. So Kirsch and others are like setting up the specimens. The kid is like looking at the eye squid thing, and they're like, fascinating. And Kirsch is like, fascinating, you can go. So then Boy comes in. He tells the two that are walking out, he's like, well done. And Kirsch asks Boy, was it worth it? And he's like, what? And he's like, risking a decade's work on something new and shiny? And he's like, my, you're all so feisty today. I thought you'd be excited. All this ground to break, new life forms, acid for blood, like an undiscovered country. And here you are, a scientist. So he's standing like right in front of a pulsing alien egg thing. Kirsch like comes up to him. He like looks at the egg, and he looks at Boy, looks at the egg, and it starts like open, and then he's like out. And Boy's like, hey. So he kind of like forces Boy out of the lab and like shuts the door. He's like, hey, WTF? Kirsch is like, it's a parasite. The xenomorph lays its eggs. They wait for organic life to draw near, only to hatch some kind of proto-creature. And he's like, how do you know that? I saw it earlier with the security officers. The body in the cryotube was killed from the inside. The proto-creatures must have gestated inside a human host. And he looks at Boy, like you. So then Boy's like, lock it down. Nobody in or out who isn't synthetic. You're in charge. And he's like, as you wish. Slightly, is like he's like doing some crayon drawings of like the alien, and then Boy's security aide dude, whatever, he comes in and Smee's there too, like on another couch, and Smee's like, are we in trouble? And the dude's like, why? Have you done something? Slightly is like, we did exactly what we were told. And then the dude's like, he asks us about the security officer, and they're like, he had a knife in his arm. And he's like, yeah, he had a robo arm, and he was threatening slightly. Well, both of us, really. The dude says there's no sign of him at the site. They think that he managed to slip through the cordon. They're circulating images from their retinal camera, and Smee's like, our what? He's like, your eyes. We record everything you see. Smee's like, wait, shut up, really? And Slightly's like, I don't think I like that. And he's like, there's one thing I didn't catch, though. What did he whisper to you at the end? And Slightly's like, he said, when is a machine not a machine? And the dude's like, fine. That's all for now. Slightly's like, you will find him, right? Like, he's not going to what? I don't know. Like, come and kill us in our sleep? He's like, of course not. This is a secure facility in the middle of an ocean. No, trust me. He'll be dead or in our custody by the day's end. Kirsch is like watching them while this conversation is going on. Smee sits next to Slightly, and he puts his arm around him, like, I guess to comfort him or something. I don't know. Morrow walks through the city, and he just grabs food off of someone's table while they're eating outside, and he walks by another person. After he eats this thing, he grabs someone's phone, I guess, or whatever, and like no one sees him. He calls Wayland Yutani. He gets a receptionist, so he gives like security code and password. Call is forwarded to a lady, that Yutani, who we seen just talk to Boy. She's like, Mr. Morrow. And he's like, who is this? And she's like, do you have my specimens? Morrow's like, I need to speak with Yutani. I have code word clearance. And she's like, this is her. He stops walking. She's like, I see. Yes. You're used to know my grandmother. It's been 65 years, Mr. Morrow. I run the Enterprise today. Now, where are my creatures? He's like, captured, but I have the data. And she's like, the data is good, but it's not enough. Did they survive? He's like, yes, we were sabotaged. And she's like, come in and we'll do a full debrief. He's pauses. He's like, who is Prodigy? And Yutani's like, a rival run by a child. And Morrow's like, I can get them back. I see a way in. And Yutani's like, no, you've done enough. Come home. And he's like, I don't have a home. I've been gone a lifetime. Everyone I know is dead. And she's like, yes, well, you should have read your contract. And he's like, I'm not complaining. I'm just telling you, these creatures, they are my life's work, and I'm going to get them back. And he ends the call. So Boyd's sitting in his office. That other girl, Curly, she comes in to report on a mission. And he says that it was, he sent Wendy on the mission, not her. And she's like, well, Wendy got broke. And then he's like, well, here you are. And then she's like, she's your favorite. And Boyd's like, says who? And Curly's like, smart people don't ask dumb questions, I thought. And Boyd's like, she's my favorite because she was first. And Curly's like, my dad always threw the first pancake in the trash. And then she sees like some synth parts on the side and asks if that's, what they're made of. And he's like, yes. And he asks if that bothers her. And, she says, she likes living forever, blah, 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 stuff like that. Then he asks if it bothers her that Wendy's his favorite. And she says no, she just thinks that he's wrong because she's the best. And he's like, really? Why? And she's like, all she cared about is her stupid brother, but I think about other things. And Boyd's like, what kind of other things? And Curly's like, no way. She's like, I tell you, you steal them. And he's like, true. She's like, I'm saying I think I could be you one day, more than you, maybe. But she doesn't care about that. You gave us these big brains, all this hard drive or whatever, memory. I learned French. He's like, when? Curly's like, last week. I asked Arthur to upload all the lessons. And then she says something in French. But it's like, wait, how's that learning when you're just uploading lessons or data? It's like, okay, whatever. And Boyd's like, do you know what a prodigy is? And she's like, sure, a child genius. He's like, yeah, but what most people don't understand is what makes them geniuses is the fact that they're children, because children have access to a world of infinite imagination. And she's like me. Like you. Tell you what, I'm going to give you some books to read, some recordings to listen to, some things to think about, and then we can get together and play. How does that sound? And she's like, does this mean I'm your favorite now? And Boyd's like, no, but you're in the race. So that seems a little crummy. There's a shot of the lab, the eggs, hallways. Slightly is like watching something on like a screen, like a TV, I think it was like a cartoon or something animated. Then he hears Morrow's voice. Did you figure it out? My riddle? I figured out yours. And he's like, who is that? And Morrow's voice is like, when is a machine not a machine? So he's like on a laptop somewhere, and I guess he's hacked in. I don't understand how he did this, and it's not really explained. I don't know how he saw his way in or knew or whatever. And Slightly's like, I don't want to talk to you. He's like, I know. When is a machine not a machine? So Morrow's like on a laptop or something. So somehow he hacked in. I don't know. And Slightly's like, I don't want to talk to you. And Morrow's like, I know. I'm sorry if I scared you before. I hadn't figured it out yet. Is there any way I can make it up? And Slightly's like, just leave me alone, please. And then Morrow's like, ask me how I figured it out. And he's like, figured what out? Your riddle. How can a synthetic being have parents? And he's like, I'm not supposed to talk about that. And Morrow's like, said the child to the stranger. And he's like, I'm not a child. Well, let me ask you this. How old are you? I'm a parent, a father. I was. I had a little girl. She hated raisins. He's like, I have to go. He's like, of course, we'll talk tomorrow. And he's like, no. I mean, no, I can't. And Morrow's like, you said something very wise to me before. Do you remember? And Slightly just kind of shakes his head. Everybody needs a friend. Will you be my friend? Please? And then Slightly's like, okay. And Morrow like smiles. He's like, thank you. Because he got it. This is what he wanted. And he's like, I feel so much better now. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And Morrow like walks away like from the screen. And he's like in some bar or club or something. I don't know. Nibs is like walking down the hall. Then there's flashes to her looking in a mirror. Her saying as a kid, when do we get to go home? And Wendy's like, you don't. Nibs, she's still walking. Then there's like someone in a hazmat suit in the hall. Then at the mirror, she's like looking at a reflection, and she like holds her finger like up to her eye, kind of pushes her eyeball. The hazmat guy turns and looks at her, then goes back to work. I don't know what's going on. Dame Sylvia sitting next to Wendy at a table, and then she's like kind of sleeping, leaning against it. There's a chime, and like the light changes and Wendy opens her eyes. So I guess the reboot's complete or something like that. So she sits up, she sees Sylvia, Dame Sylvia, doesn't like try waking her up or anything, just swings her legs off the table, gets off, and walks out. Joe, we see him like in an operating room. So I don't know what happened to him. He must have been hurt somehow. So he starts to wake up, and he can see like on a monitor they're working on him, and you see that they're like cutting something. In the specimens room, an egg is taken out. Kirsch and a couple of the kids, they put it on a table. And then like some really big organ is taken out of Joe. It's like, one, that's gross. I don't like want to see stuff like that, but I don't know what at first I was like, I think it's a lung, but it's like pretty big, and maybe it was just a close-up shot. I don't know. So they talk about the egg. They were doing, doing a report as they're doing. It's 54 centimeters wide, 77 centimeters tall. He has the kid put like a tube over it, this like big thing, and he's like, if it tries to escape, vacuum it up. Wendy's like walking. She can hear like creatures trilling. Kirsch cuts into the egg. Wendy gets down. She goes down to this other hall. The trilling continues, so she can hear it somehow. Kirsch pries open the egg, and there's like membrane stuff inside. And then Wendy hears like a creature croak or something like that. The kids see the face hugger in the membrane. It's like moving because he cut. So he slices, and some goop pours out. Then Wendy now, she like doubles over in pain from the creature noise, I guess. The face hugger is like removed and put on like on a table, like on a tray thing. Tubes are attached to, I guess, Joe's lung that was removed. And it's like, are they going to put like robotic or cyborg part? What's happening here? And then now I'm a little worried that maybe something else is going on. Wendy's like still bent over in pain. The face hugger gets like zapped to stop it from like moving and whatever, to calm it down or just knock it out. Wendy is walking again. She comes to like a window, and she sees that they're slicing open the face hugger. So she's like outside the lab. There's this green gloppy liquid inside. It's really gross. The trilling resumes from, I guess, another egg. She enters the lab room, and the three don't see her because she's behind them. They all have their back to her. The trilling continues. It's like high pitched, and she's like in pain. Kirsch removes this, like, he cuts this other thing, and like, so it's like, wait, how many layers to the aliens are there? Because inside the face hugger, he pulls out this like little tadpole things, and he puts it in this like glass vial with like some liquid, and then Wendy just like collapses behind him. And then there's like a body in like a healing tube, something like that. I'm pretty sure it was Joe. And the organ that was taken out, I think it might have been his lung, because I think they showed like an X-ray and it looked like maybe the lung was missing. It's in this other tube. The tadpole thing is put into the liquid with the lung. It like swims around, and like almost like right away, it starts the tadpole thing goes like worms its way into the lung, into whatever this organ is, and that's the end. And then we just hear "Wherever I May Roam" by Metallica. It plays as Wendy's like twitching on the floor. But it's like, how did no one see her? Because she was right behind them, and we see Kirsch put the tadpole thing in the glass jar. So he would have had to have seen Wendy. I mean, unless they went out. I don't know. But that's the end. So Wendy's up. Is her mind still there? Is a big question. Probably. But we'll have to see what's going on. And it's like, what the heck is with this Morrow guy? It's like, come on. I feel like he's like so amped up. It's just the fact that he survived everything, and I don't know what's going on. So we'll see. So that was episode 3.
All right. It is time to finally talk about Peacemaker, season 2. So I'm like a week behind. Season 2, episode 1, The Ties That Grind. It's an interesting first episode. Let's just say that. One, I have to say I'm extremely grateful that only one episode dropped. I think that's great. And I do feel like with the way it ends, I know you may not agree with me, but there's like such a big cliffhanger that it's to get people talking. And you're like, what the heck? What's going to happen? What's he going to do after this or whatever? So I do feel there's something to be said about having to wait a week to figure out what's going to happen next. Because it's just way too easy when like some big, huge, shocking thing, and then 10 seconds later, a lot of times you don't even get to watch the credits. There's been some rare instances that there is actually like an end credit scene, but what forced algorithm program, whatever interface, it's trying to shoot you past to the next one to make sure you don't leave the streaming service, you keep watching. But by jumping you to the next episode, you're missing out on stuff. Never mind the fact all the people who work hard on the show, they should be seen and everything. I find this an interesting first episode. I'm not super crazy. I feel like sometimes I don't know. I think it's just me being a little jaded or just whatever. But sometimes I feel like I could be totally wrong. But I feel like it's just trying too hard, whatever. And what I do find interesting is this show. I really enjoyed the first show. I mean, thinking back, I haven't rewatched it since it first aired. But I seem to recall having fun watching it and everything. But I feel like this first episode, it's interesting now that we're kind of looking at a new landscape. Now that we have this new DCU, it's not as bright and cheery as maybe the first episode one. Not that it was overly bright and cheery, but it's. Let's just get to it. So there is a recap, and you definitely should watch a recap because they do kind of. They need to adjust some things, and I was wondering like how they were going to do this because James Gunn has mentioned that it will be explained and how it works and everything. I was like, and seeing some stuff from some clips from the episode and everything, I was like, are they just going to do like straight up multiverse and just explain it that way? But no, they don't really do it. They don't really explain why things are different. It's just like. Okay, now this is how it goes. So this is how it is. And so that the main thing is at the end of the last episode, which I'm assuming you watch if you're listening to this now and whatever, you should definitely watch the first season. In the last episode, there is like a glimpse of the Justice League, of Zack Snyder's Justice League. And, Aquaman and Flash, they make some comments and, there's some jokes and that. That's all gone now. Yeah, that's been erased. So now instead of the Justice League, it's the Justice Gang, which I'm like, okay, that's interesting. That we've established a Justice Gang in Superman, which is why I guess they've fast tracked Superman to digital. It's available digitally, and James Gunn mentioned that he kind of did that because he wanted people to be able to watch it before. They watched Peacekeeper, and I think he kind of got the dates wrong. He thought there was like maybe another month or whatever. So it happens. It's still Superman is still playing in theaters. You can still see it again if you want to support it and all that. Where it starts is Peacemaker is sleeping. Eagly like wakes him up, and then he goes into that quantum room thing that his dad had. I never really said like how the heck did he. I was like, did he invent that? But apparently not. I'm going to assume the answer is no. Somehow he got access to this quantum room. Maybe I didn't pay attention. I thought it was like just he was the only one that had access to it. What we see here, it's a whole bigger thing. And it's not even a room. It's like this whole, maybe it's a room, but it's like this whole huge thing. Because when they went in there, it was kind of like the weapons room. And that's where Peacekeeper's, all his different helmets were, like the different weaponized helmets. They're just sitting there. But now what we see is it's this big room. There are other like quantum doors, whatever you want to call them. So other people can like come and go. The Peacemaker helmets are just sitting right there. I don't think they're like locked in a case or anything. But what's to stop someone else from messing with it? It just seemed a little weird. That I'm sure they would have no interest because it's probably like someone else's trash. They would look at it. So he goes in there. He tells Eagly if he wants to fly, go ahead. He's like, it's too dang cold to take him outside, and because you see it was like snowing through the window. I think it was snowing. It's like I don't remember it really snowing. Maybe it was snowing. Now I'm trying to think if I noticed it later in the episode. But there's like this alien or something else like goes through this other door and puts like some dead critter thing in this trash thing, and it like. Turns it like shoots some flames. So it's like I don't know what it was, and Peacemaker is probably saying like good morning, but the alien thing just doesn't like really answer him. And you see this alien thing like in the opening credits. So I don't know if it's like his neighbor or if it's gonna come back or something like that. So the alien thing doesn't answer him. Peacemaker kind of curses him out under his breath. And maybe there's a name for this alien. Maybe I'm just being so oblivious that there's like some DC Comics like.
old, Easter egg callback something, and Tony is just oblivious and whatever. I don't know. So Peacemaker like curses at this because he's just rude or whatever. Then he calls Eagly, and he has to go look at him. But then Eagly's at this different door, kind of like pecking at it. So Peacemaker notices there's like a case of helmets in front of this door, like it's like outside his door. So he looks at the door, and it looks similar because there's like some other weird like structures and other. I'm assuming there are other doors or whatever. So he tries the same code that he uses on his door, and it opens. It unlocks. He goes in there. It's like this big fancy room. It's kind of like a mansion room, and there's like lots of things or maybe trophies on the shelves. There's I think it's like a key to the city. There's newspaper article about this trio. What was it? Trio something. And you see like his dad, who he killed last season. His dad was like a racist villain, whatever. He's like in the hall. He sees him. He's like, "Hey, are you okay, pal? You sleepwalking again?" He's like, "You look like you're seeing a ghost." And Peacemaker like kind of freaks out because he killed his dad, and he's right there. So he just like jumps through the door. And then we get the new intro. So it's "Oh Lord" by Foxy Shazam. That's the song that they play. So this is another opportunity. James Gunn, he loves music, and he loves, I don't know if I necessarily say eclectic music. I don't even know how you describe it. He comes with a lot of like deep cuts. A lot of, I don't know if they're obscure, but it's a lot of stuff I haven't heard of. And maybe my music taste is just limited. Maybe I just don't know better. But I feel like there's a lot of stuff. It's like I've never heard of this before. And, I don't know if that's supposed to be the cool thing. I don't know. And again, maybe this is just me. I feel like I'm just so jaded saying this. Yeah, so I don't know Foxy Shazam. I'm not familiar with them. They did have a song in the first season, but they were formed in 2004. And like I said, I don't really know much about them. And they were mentioned in Superman and everything like that. So we get this new intro. And, I hate to say it, I don't like the intro and the song. I like the season one better. I don't think it's necessarily a fair comparison because the first one, it was so new. It was unique. It was fresh. It was something, brand new. We saw this crazy dance sequence and everything. And the song was just, and this one, it's not, I feel like this song is a little more somber. Maybe that goes with because you look, Peacemaker is not necessarily in the best place right now, so maybe that was like intentional, and maybe this whole season is going to be a little not dreary, but a little low key. I don't know. So it's not a fair comparison. It's still fun to watch and everything, but it's not quite the same. So whatever, we have that, and then the show goes 6 months later. Peacemaker walks out. He's in his full-on uniform, his Peacemaker uniform. Adebayo picks him up. So she's Amanda Waller's daughter from the first season, and she says that it's still weird because he's at his dad's house, obviously because that's where the door was. So she says that it's weird, seeing him come out of there, and he's like, "Well, it's mine now." And then he asks her as they're driving. He asks if Kia call her back, and she makes this face and like shakes her head, and she's like, "Girl can't deal with me being me." She's like, "That's her problem. I do hardcore poop now. Her not being able to accept that is like her not being able to accept me, right?" And he's like, "I don't know. Maybe she just doesn't want you to die." And she's like, "You've seen me handle myself." And he's like, "Mm-hmm." And she's like, "What? You think I look like I'm gonna die?" And he's like, "Maybe." And she's like, "Get the fudge out of here." He's like, "Okay, Charles Bronson." I thought that was kind of funny to call her that. And she's like, "Come on, man. I got moves." He's like, "I'm just saying." He's like, "We all might die, okay?" It's like, happens every day to people tougher than you. And she's like, "And you?" And he's like, "Well, no, not often." He's like, "People tough as me, they normally die of old age. That's just stats." And she's like, "Jesus." She's like, "I almost forgot. I got business cards." And he looks at it. He's like, "Oh, it's Adebayo Security Consulting." It says reliable, stylish, deadly. There's a phone number. I haven't tried calling it, but I haven't looked it up. I don't know. I'm assuming because it's not a 555 number that if you call it, there'll probably be like an answering machine. It'll probably be like some Easter egg. Maybe even you can get like text for the show if if they really want to do some marketing thing. It seems like everyone has phone number, text, or stuff like that. So write this down if you're curious. If you didn't, 509-142-7223. That number again, 509-142-7223. I don't know what's going to happen if you call. Maybe it's like someone's real phone and you're like, stop calling. But there's a silhouette of this like a thin woman in high heels with like a hat and like holding up a smoking gun, like a detective woman, silhouette thing. And he's like, oh, that is really cool. Then he's like, who's the woman? She's like, that's me. He's like, okay, well, she's kind of gone. And she's like, damn, man, you're really killing my vibe. And he asks if she's talked to Harcourt lately. And she's like, of course, we hung out yesterday. She's mostly forgiven for me for airing out Task Force of Dirty Laundry on TV. And he's like, did she say anything about me? And Adebayo's like what? He's like, I don't know. And she's like, no. Then he thanks her for driving him. He says, sometimes, metahumans can be up their own butts. And sometimes they say some like not so great poop. And she's like what? He's like, well, I don't know. Just like, I'm stupid. I'm wearing a disco ball on top of my head. And they'll be like, hey, why'd you take a vow to be a douchebag at any cost? And they'll say, hey, the first season of Jersey Shore called. It wants his haircut back. And he's like, as if a fudging TV show could call you on the phone. It's just stupid stuff. He's like, I can't remember much. I know it's because my muscles are bigger than theirs, but geez, right? And she's like, you're a superhero now. You saved the fudging world. So then they pull up to Crank Toys. And she's like, are you sure this is the place? He's like, yeah, I think. He's like, thanks. There's these two big dudes standing outside the door. And then he's like, I don't want to be a joke anymore. He's like, this is all I've ever wanted, to be a real hero. And she's like, are you for real? It's like, they're going to be doing backflips to get you to join. So he gets out of the car. Dude opens the door, but this woman in like kind of like a white bathing suit top, like superhero suit, white bathing suit type thing with rabbit ears. She comes storming out. She's like on the verge of tears. So Peacemaker just like goes inside, and then he goes on this hall. He goes in this big room. There's like a glass. There's like this little chair, like a metal folding chair, and then behind the glass you can see Max Lord, Hawkgirl, and Guy Gardner sitting behind the glass. Like so, same ones from the movie. Max Lord talks through a mic. He's like, welcome, Peacemaker. I'm Maxwell Lord. My company, Lord Tech, finances the Justice Gang. With me are two of our founding members, Green Lantern and Hawkgirl. And Peacemaker's like, hey, really nice to meet you. And he's like, Guy, great to see you again. And Guy's just like, uh-huh. And Lord's like, you can take a seat there. And Peacemaker's like, yes, sir. And he's like, would you like to be called Peacemaker or do you prefer Chris? And he's like, either's fine. And then Max flips the mic switch. Hawkgirl's like, the mic is off? And he's like, yeah, mark that down as indecisive. And she's like, where? And he's like, there. And she's like, how did I get stuck with this job? And Max is like, you're the only one who his handwriting is legible. But Peacemaker can actually hear everything that they're saying. So then Max, he flips the switch back. He's like, Chris, can you tell us a little bit about your skills? He's like, my skills? And they're like, that's right. Like, what sort of skills would you bring to the Justice Gang? Flips the switch. And then Guy Gardner, he's like, besides blowing dudes. And Hawkgirl laughs. And she's like, shut up, Guy. And Peacemaker can hear all this. He's like, I'm considered the finest marksman in the world, not just with firearms, with any weapon, really. And Guy's like, yeah, he murders people. Write that down. And she's like, where? And he's still listening. He's like, I am also proficient in hand-to-hand combat. And Guy's like, with volatile tendencies. And Max, he's like, Guy, chill out. He's like, I've got it handled. And then Peacemaker's like, I have a variety of helmets. Each one has a different power. And then Max flips the switch. He's like, Peacemaker, we at the Justice Gang try to avoid casualties. But it's like, what about what Hawkgirl did at the end of Superman? I'll just leave it at that, if you know what I'm talking about, with a certain leader of a country. So he's like, metahumans like the ones in our organization are becoming more and more distrusted, and we can't afford to stoke the fires. So he like nods, and he's like, I know. And then Max was like, it says here that you served time for first-degree murder. He's like, yeah, that's true, but you killed dozens of other people.
And Peacemaker's like, most of those were for good reasons. And Mac's like, which ones weren't? Peacemaker's like, excuse me? Max Lord's like, which people did you murder not for good reasons? And he flips the switch. And Peacemaker's like, well, I'm going to be honest. I haven't always been discriminating about violence, but lately I've been coming to terms with the trauma I had as a kid. And Guy's like, here we go. And she's like, is that popcorn still here? Peacemaker, he can hear that. He keeps going. He's like, my brother Keith dying in front of me. And Guy's like, oh my God, dude. He's like, you love popcorn. So they're not even listening. He's like, Peacemaker's like, the culture of violence imposed by my father. And Hawker's like, it's low on calories. Plus my butt's been getting really big lately. So, and Peacemaker's like, I don't want to be like that. You know, I don't want to be like ruled by my past experiences and anger. And Guy's like, my butt's not big enough. He's like, honestly, when I'm naked, it's just like a lion. And she's like, ew. Peacemaker hears all this. And he's like, and I've always said I cherish peace with all my heart, no matter how many people I need to kill to get it. And Max Lord's like, how many more of these do we have today? He's like, the West Coast has been washed. And then Peacemaker's like, excuse me? And Max Lord's like, this guy sucks. He's like, excuse me? He's like, this is going to sound weird, but am I supposed to be able to hear you guys? Max Lord flips the switch. He's like, excuse me? Peacemaker's like, you know, just like a while ago you said I was indecisive, and then you brought up violent tendencies, and just now you're all talking about like your butts and stuff, and also you said I suck? Max Lord's like, can you hear me now? He's like, yep. Flips the switch. And now? And Peacemaker's like, yes. Guy starts laughing. Max Lord's like, fudge. He's like, and he to Guy, he's like, it's not funny, mother trucker. He's like, how long has it been like this? Hawker's like, I'm guessing all day. He's like, all day? Who set this up? And she's like, Guy. And Guy's like, whoa, no, hey. He's like, I'm not an AV guy. I had Stan do it. Hawker's like, the bodyguard? And Guy's like, he is more than just his occupation. And Max Lord's like, gee, did Guy? He's like, he is not paid to. And Guy's like, what do you want me to do? So then Max Lord's like, Mr. Smith, Peacemaker, he's gone. And then Max is like, oh my God, how many times did I mention that rabbit woman's camel toe? I must have said it like 30 times. So that's probably why she ran out. So Peacemaker storms out through the door, gets in Adebayo's car, slams the door, and she's like, whoa, didn't go so well? And he's like, apparently one of my jobs is sucking. And she's like, what? He's like, that's not a put down, that's a fudging compliment. It's like, fudge them. I don't want to be in their lame group anyways. She drives off. So then there's like some dude looking over notes and says, after poring over your resume and examining your past 18 years working in the intelligence field, as well as extensive interviews I've conducted with your coworkers throughout those years, and of course, our lengthy sections after discussing your life, I've come to the conclusion you suffer from a particularly severe form of toxic masculinity. And this dude is talking to Harcourt. And she's like, what? And the guy like nods. She's like, I have a fudging vagina. And the guy's like, I assumed. She's like, how can I have a toxic masculinity? And the dude's like, Miss Harcourt, I have to say, I find the insinuation that only men can suffer from toxic masculinity a bit sexist. And she's like, sexist? He's like, you have every symptom. You suppress your emotions. You're aggressive and prone to violence. And she's like, oh yeah, yeah. And she's like, that poops into something like DSM-3 there or something like that. And he's like, he corrects her, it's like DSM-5 now or something like that. And he's like, you do your best to maintain a hard appearance. She's like, so my face, I'm getting some sort of BS. He's like, you maintain hyper independence. And she's like, non-existence diagnosis. They're like talking on top of each other. A non-existent diagnosis based on my face. She's like, I'll give you diagnosis based on your face, you fudging runt. She doesn't call him a runt. And he's kind of shocked. He clicks his pen, starts writing down. She's like, come on, man, you don't have to write that poop down. In English, runt means friend. Again, not runt. So then he's like, the NSA has entrusted me to decide who does and who doesn't have the psychological wherewithal to be employed by the agency. And she's like, my record is exemplary. And she stands up now. She's like, I served my country. I did everything that it asked of me at the CIA, here at the NSA, at Argus. And he hits his intercom like a baby. He's like, Miss Godfrey, please escort Miss Harcourt to the lobby. But she continues. She's like, and now you come at me with this nonsense as some sort of rationalization for what we both know is really going on. Amanda Waller may be facing congressional hearings, but still has enough power to black book me for from every intelligence agency in America. It's like, I have only been trained to do one thing my entire life, Doc. So you tell me what the fudge am I supposed to do now? And he just like nods to his secretary. She like tries like taking Harcourt's arm, and she kind of like pulls it away, and he walks out. And then like in the garage, the secretary, she's like, I don't think that what they're doing is right. She's like, I'm grateful for what you did with Project Butterfly. Not all of us are on board with the way they're handling this. Harcourt gets in a car, and then she closes the door. She curses, and then bam, bam. She's like punching the dashboard like a dozen times, and she finally puts her hand on the steering wheel. Her knuckles are all bloody. Outside her place, Peacemaker is like sitting. He's dressed in normal clothes. So then he noticed her knuckles, asked what happened. And she's like, oh, nothing. It's like, I beat up my dashboard a little bit. And Peacemaker's like, no, that mother trucking thing had it coming. And she kind of smiles. And he's like, yeah, last time I was in that car, I was playing some Spin Doctors or 30 Seconds of Mars or some poop. I was going to kick its ass then, but you two seem like you were on good terms. So she's like, I'm not on good terms with 30 Seconds of Mars. And she's like, how dare you? So they go inside, and he asks, how's it going? And she's like, peachy. And he's like, yeah, that's the vibe you're giving off. He sees like several like past due notices on a table, and then she's like, what's up? And he says he was just in the neighborhood. He wanted to come by, see how her interview went. And she's like, perfect. And she's like, I've now been turned down by the NSA as well as the CIA, FBI, DIA, and DHS. And of course, she says something like every alphabet, whatever in the government. So while she's talking, he put down a washcloth, and he like folds like several like ice cubes inside, whatever. And she's like, I don't need that. And he's like, yes, you do. And he's like, you got to ice it. So he ties it carefully around her hand, very, gingerly or whatever. Harcourt says Adebayo is the one who outed Waller anyway, so why is she torturing her? And he says that, he's like, well, I guess, Waller can't take it out on her daughter. And he's like, if it makes you feel any better, it's like my, interview also sucked. And, she doesn't even ask about it or anything like that. Did she know? But she's like, yeah, it doesn't make me feel any better. And she's like, I know you wanted the superhero things. And she's like, so that's it? That's why you came? He's like, yeah. And she's like, okay, thanks, I guess. He's like, unless there was something else you wanted to talk about? And she's like what? He's like, I don't know. And she's like, okay. And then he's like, what happened the other night or something? And she shrugs like she's not sure what he's talking about. He's like, on the boat? And she's like, what, the party boat? And he's like, oh, you remember now? And she's like, I remembered I didn't want to go on it. And he's like, seemed like you wanted to go on it then, like vigorously. And she's like, no, I didn't. I told you, I don't like boats. I don't like parties. Why the fudge would I want to go on a party boat? And he's like, well, speaking metaphorically. And she's like, we went on an actual boat though. He's like, you know what? Fine. You agreed to go on the boat because I told you the views would be nice. I was talking about when we were on it. And she's like, when we were on it, I was drunk. He's like, yeah, so was I. And she's like, well, maybe you don't remember much either. He's like, I remember most of it. And she's like, all right, well, then you probably know more than I do, that it was fine. It happened, whatever, but it was also a mistake. And he's like, you remembering a whole lot for not remembering. And she's like, not much. Alcohol and fudge ups both foster amnesia, thank God. He's like, fudge up? She's like, not sure what else it would be. He's like, good. And she's like, all right, Chris, whatever. If that's what you want to think, that's fine. But it's also the end of it. And he's like, fine. He's like, I don't know why we're on this anyways. The only reason I came here was to ask you about your interview. And she's like, it went poop. He's like, great. Well, there's my answer. And she's like, yep. He's like, trip well worth it. And she's like, bye. He's like, bye. So he goes home, smokes a bowl. Then he has a bag of like Coke labeled for a rainy day, does some lines. And then suddenly there's a naked party in his place. There's naked guys and gals. They're dancing and he's still dressed sitting there. And then he eventually goes through the kitchen, people doing stuff everywhere left and right. And then he goes to the door. Next we see Economos. He's in a van. He's monitoring something, and Vigilante calls him. He's like outside behind a restaurant because he's working there. And he tells him, listen. He holds up the phone. He's like, that's an owl. And he's like, he tells him what kind of owl it is, what I forget. He's like, I know a poop load about owls. Economos like, okay. He's like, yeah, I can't talk right now. I'm working. Agent's like, have you moved back from Belle Reve yet? And Economos like, yeah, but I can't hang until tomorrow. Adrian's like, quiz me about owls. Look up facts and see if I know the answer. Economos looks up weird facts about owls. Adrian's like, I'm like Rain Man, but with owls. So Economos like, okay, here's one.
are owls' eyes orbs or tubes? And right away he's like, orbs. And Economo's like, nope, they're tubes. And Adrian's like fudge off. He's like, how can they be tubes? And Economo's like, I don't know. That's what it says. Vigilant's like, how could they be? They pour right out. It's like, and then he's like, veins. Maybe they're attached by veins. And he's like, give me another one. And Economos is like, you don't know anything about owls. And then he's like, have you spoken to Peacemaker? And Economos is like, just through email. So Vigilante says that he seems bummed lately. He thinks maybe he thought after saving the world, everyone would finally treat him like a hero. Then Vigilante's manager comes out. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, your section is a mess. Vigilante's like, Dave was way cooler when he was a dishwasher back when we were friends. Dave's like, we were never friends. Then he's like, well, how come I went to your wedding then? He's like, because you crashed it. You weren't invited. And he's like, whatever. And then Vigilante's like, okay, yeah. He's like, good conversation, right? And Economos is like, yeah, sure. Better than yesterday or the day before or every single day since I moved to Belle Reve. And then something pops up on his radar and he curses. So he gets a call from Argus, this woman, Bordeaux. She asks if he's seeing this, anything unusual from his vantage. So Economos looks out the window. He's like, no, because he's outside Peacemaker's place. She's like, approach and investigate. So he gets up. Then there's like this news report. Metahuman breakouts continue. Metahuman force urgent response and reflection. This is a third escape from Belle Reve or Arkham in the past 2 months. So Rick Flag Sr. is watching. And it's weird because his hair is still black. But it's supposed to be gray because that's how it was in the Creature Commandos. But then supposedly for Superman, he was doing something else. He didn't have time to dye it and all that. But are they just, I don't know if they're just saying, oh, it's just black now, so just whatever. The dude on TV, he says that they have to find a way to protect people from what is rapidly becoming an existential threat. Bordeaux comes in and she's like, excuse me, sir, she's like, remember that January thing, that Christopher Smith thing? He's like, the glitch? And she's like, I'm not sure if it was a glitch because it just happened again. It's similar to what we picked up this summer in Metropolis. And Flag's like, the Luther incident? So she's like, can I use permission to use your computer? So he's like, who's surveilling the house? And she's like, former black hat, but by the name of John Economos. And he's like, oh, right. She's like, you put him in charge. He's like, yeah, I remember now, because he was close to the subject. So she puts Economos like on his conference phone or whatever. And Economos like, hey, dude. He's like, I'm outside the house right now. So they totally disrespectful, whatever. So he's like, see anything unusual? And he's like, define unusual. He sees all these naked people doing stuff. He's like, why do you always have to be an a-hole, Economos? And Economos like, I don't know, probably because I have some major chemical imbalance issues, sir. He's like, John. So then he's like, no, nothing overly unusual. But he sees John standing in front of an open door. He's like, what the fudge? Flag's like, what? He's like, it's nothing. It's just people having sex, well, like an orgy. And Flag's like, what? And Economos like, group thing. He's like, no, I heard you. Economos takes a picture of Peacemaker standing there. And he's like, is he one of them, Smith? And Economos like, one of what? He's like, one of the people in the orgy. So Economos like, yes. So Flag's like, all right, stay on high alert. Let me know if anything else comes up. He's like, copy. Then in the office, he tells Bordeaux to send another agent to watch over Economos. He's like, I do not trust him with this. And let's move this case to Argus Priority 1. And she's like, Priority 1? He's like, yeah, we need to figure out what this blip is about. Last thing we need is another dimensional rift tearing up the planet. In the closet room, Eagly is like flying around, and Peacemaker walks about. He's more like stumbling about because he's like all drugged up and everything, drinking and drugs or whatever. He goes to the other door, enters a code. He's back in that trophy room. There's articles. So, oh yeah, it was the Top Trio. That was the name of the team. He goes in like the rest of the house, looks around. He steps outside. There's another Foxy Shazam song, Dreamer, is playing, and something like, if it's a dream, I don't want to wake up, whatever. Then a truck drives up. This man steps out. He's like, what are you doing here? He's like, thought you were in Bloodhaven. And Peacemaker, Chrissy looks at him. He's like, Keith? So this is his brother. He's like, you okay, man? He's like, no. So Keith gives him like a one-arm hug. He's like, oh, you smell like a distillery. He's like, you out with the boys? And Peacemaker's like, yeah. And he's like, then you hear from inside the house, what are you knuckleheads doing? Says their dad. And he's like, CRISPR, thought you were in Bloodhaven. Keith's like, that's what I said. And Dad's like, well, the three amigos are back together. I believe this calls for a celebration. And Keith's like, yeah, that's pretty clear thinking for
a man of such advanced years. And his dad's like, why I oughta, and he's like, pow, pow, pow. And they're like joking around like they're, whatever, hitting each other. Peacemaker, Chris, he's just standing outside. He's like in shock, and he finally goes inside. So Dad gives them drinks, and they talk about like the past, talk about like when they're 12 years old. Keith was running around imp dimensions, 8 doors down. He was like calling them munchkins at first, and they're like, they're not munchkins, they're imps. And then it cuts to a biker bar. Hardcore walks in. She orders a Bud Light. There's this dude like kind of like whistles at her, and and she just ignores it. He's like, well, that's a compliment. And she asks him, she's like, has that ever worked? Anyone ever like, oh, gee, thanks, and then wants to like sleep with him, whatever. Then she's like, I bet no one's ever slept with you for any reason other than money or fear. And so there's some people like, oh. So he stands up because, he thinks he's so tough. He's like, which is looking to get swatted. And she turns to him, and Hardcore's like, yeah, you are. So this other guy on her other side grabs her and tells her to like calm down, lady. She grabs his arm, twists it, smacks him in the face, grabs her bottle, smashes it over like the first guy that whistled at her, and then punches the second guy like in the crotch. She continues like beat the crap out of him. She's like punching him over and over again. Someone grabs her and she like shrugs off her jacket. She continues fighting. They try dragging her off him, but then she like grabs the dude's pants and kind of pulls his pants down a little bit, so he has to like pull him up. And then she gets back. She's grabbing and she's like slamming his head against the floor. She gets grabbed, flung across the place, and she kind of slides across the floor, like ends up by a pool table. She stands up, grabs a cue ball, throws it. Hits someone else, and then she has one of those like extending stick beat down things, whatever those called. She's fighting like 6 guys, but then one ends up getting her from behind and like putting her in a chokehold, and she kind of breaks free and she like snaps his arm, but then she gets hit by someone. She goes down. The first guy that whistled at her kicks her in the face, and she kind of goes down. And then you see like other people like start coming up to her, just like kicking her and hitting her and stuff like that. And then someone like carries her out, dumps her on the pavement, and she's just laying there like all bloody, and she just like looks up at the moon, and that's it. It's like, holy crap. Peacemaker and his brother and Keith and his dad, they're like laughing. Dad says that he's got to go to bed, and then Keith asks Chris, he's like, are you still talking to the ex? And Chris, Peacemaker, he's like, the ex? And Keith's like, what's up with you tonight? He's like, I got to say, I think you blew it with that one, bro. He's like, I think you should give it another shot. And then he decides he's going to go to bed. As he walks away, Peacemaker grabs his wrist. He's like, I love you. And Keith's like, get out of here, you drunk a-hole. And he's like, I love you too. So Chris is alone, and he starts like sobbing quietly. Economos meets with Adebayo at like her hotel room, shows her the photo that he took on his phone. And she's like, what is it? He's like, it's a magic tunnel. And she's like, magic tunnel? He's like, so you don't know what that is? He's never told you anything about that? She's like, no. He's like, how do you even know about it? He's like, well, Argus has been monitoring Peacemaker ever since Rick Flag Sr. was named director. Adebayo's like, does he know Chris killed his son? And Economos like, yeah, so he's wasting taxpayer money having him surveilled 24/7 in the hopes that he screws up. And a couple months ago, Maridol radar or something like that picked up an anomalous signal coming from his house. He's like, that detects like known extraterrestrial and ectoplasmic energy. It's like, yeah, I know what it is. And he's like, we thought it was a glitch, and then yesterday it happened again, and that's when I saw this. He's like, I'm fudge. What do I do? I mean, it's Peacemaker, He's like, and she's like, your friend? And Economos like, well, now that's pushing it, but I don't want to totally screw the guy over, but then I think about you. And she's like, me? He's like, yeah, you tried to help him, and now yours and Hardcore lives are completely fudge. She's like, yo, I'm not fudge. And Economos like, you're living in the worst level of Grand Theft Auto. And she's like, that's because Kia kicked me out. And he's like, and because you shared top secret information with the press, and now you can't get a job at fudging Athlete's Foot.
And she's like, Athlete's Foot is hiring? And he just laughs. He's like, maybe. So she's like, follow-up question. Does Athlete's Foot still exist? He's like, yes, there's one at the Terrytown Mall. And she's like, look, you need to talk to Chris. She's getting serious. You need to talk to Chris and find out the story before you go sharing poop with Argus. He's like, you can't do him like that. And the Economist's like, look, if anyone sees me talking to him, I could get fired. It could be Argus testing me for all I know. And she's like, oh, yeah, I get it. And he's like, what? She's like, you ain't here for advice. He's like, fine, I will talk to him and see what's up. Just airdrop me the photo. And then he accidentally sends the wrong one. So whatever. It's like, it wasn't really funny. So then we see Peacemaker stumbling about the house. He finds what must be his room. There's posters on the wall. And it's weird because there's like scorpions with a Z. There's Hanoi Rocks, 2 X's instead of ROCKS. So it's like little details are different because it's a different world. There's a weird poster. It's just text. It says, "Pour some honey on me," but it wasn't. And underneath it said it had like the Def Leppard logo, but it wasn't Def Leppard. I couldn't read it because it was like kind of small and whatever. It's like was Doff or I don't know what it was. It was something that wasn't Def Leppard. And then there's like a photo on like there's a mantle in his room, like a fireplace or something like that. There's one of him with a sweater and hardcore, like she's in his arm with kind of like her hand on his chest or whatever, and he looks at it, and then there's a gun to his head. Peacemaker is behind him. That world's Peacemaker. And he's like, "Who the fudge are you?" So Chris, our Peacemaker, I guess you'd say, Chris is like, I'll just call him Chris. Chris is like, "I can explain," and you hear, and he's like, "Hold on, man." The other Peacemaker's like, "I don't know if you're a shapeshifter or what. Breaking and entering into a man's home, that's solid justification for me." And then Chris knocks his arm away, and it hits him like with the frame, and he ducks out of the room and lands in the hall. And the other Peacemaker's like, "Activate magic stars." So then stars fly off both sides of his helmet. They're kind of like throwing like ninja stars or whatever, but they start chasing him, and they can like turn around corners and stuff like that. So they start chasing him. Chris runs into the trophy room. He enters a code on the door, and then it starts to hit in the back, and they're like spinning, like slicing up and down, like whatever. He manages to get the door open, climbs through. The door's still open, but he runs. Other Peacemaker starts like flying at. He's got like a jetpack. Starts flying after him. He grabs Chris, tackles him in the ears, just like grabs him by like the torso, and he slams him into like some structure thing, whatever. Then he flies some more, smashes into something else. He delivers this massive blow to him, and Chris is like struggling to sit up. There's like blood like just drip pouring out of his mouth practically. Another big punch to him, and then a third punch. Then he raises his fist, and then like a single blade like pops out of it. So Chris like tries to stop or whatever. And then I wasn't really clear on this. He like pushes his chest, and I don't know if he just pushed him really hard or if he hits some device on the other Peacemaker's chest or something happens. He goes flying up. So I don't know if he just like hit him so hard he pushed him up. It was, I don't know, it was kind of weird. And he hits this thing that's like up above. It's like really short. There's like this round thing with like a big spike, and it like impales him basically. And then there's like blood in his mouth. He like falls, and the body starts twitching. And Chris like turns him over. The other one looks at him. He's about to say something, but then he's dead. And then Chris, our Peacemaker, looks around. He's like in shock. And then Outraged by Sister Sin plays into the credits, and that's it. So now we have a conundrum for the rest of the season. Our Peacemaker that we know, he finds this other world where he's a hero, where his ex is Harcourt, who he obviously has feelings for, and his brother's alive, his dad's alive, and his dad's not a racist, evil dude. But his brother is like, "I think you should get back with your ex or try," so maybe there's a chance for him to say that. And just, he's a hero. This is what he wants. He is a big hero in this world. And now he, by accident, he kills the Peacemaker there. So why would he want to go back to his world where things suck and people make fun of him and no one takes him seriously, whatever? So obviously that's not the right thing to do, but that's what he's going to have to figure out. What should he do? So we'll have to wait until next time to see what he's going to do. But so that was it was a fine episode. I can't just basing off of this one episode, and this might be an argument for why there should be multiple episodes. The first episode, I mean, it was a nice cliffhanger, as I mentioned at the beginning. It's like, holy crap, now what's he going to do? Even though you kind of knew it was coming. It's pretty obvious from I don't know if they flat out said that in the trailers. I think they did. If there's multiple, I mean, just based off this one episode, it was fine. I wasn't necessarily blown away by it, and maybe there was, because it was a little more serious, there kind of wasn't as much humor, but it was good.
I mean, obviously, I'm on board with the show, and I'll watch, the rest. But there you go. So that was the first episode of Peacemaker. Okay, and now the movie feature is Caught Stealing. This is directed by Darren Aronofsky. The screenplay is by Charlie Houston. It is based on Caught Stealing by Charlie Houston. So this was a book. I didn't even realize that. So Charlie Houston is an author. You may have read books by him. I first became aware of him when he started writing Moon Knight. He wrote one of the Moon Knight comics where he was like really violent and everything like that. So that's cool. Now at this point, I'm always tempted. It's like, oh, I should listen to the audiobook. Maybe. I don't know, because I haven't seen the movie. And the fact that the author of the book wrote the screenplay, so it's probably going to be pretty similar. And he could have changed some things, because, maybe he realizes that, some things might not work well for the movie, and, visual versus audio. And I don't know. It would be kind of interesting. So someday, maybe. The movie, it stars Austin Butler, Zoe Kravitz, Regina King, Matt Smith, Liv Schreiber, Vincent D'Onofrio is in it. So there's a lot of people in here. When I first saw it, like I said, I was like, we'll see, maybe, whatever. And I dug it. It's an interesting movie, I have to say. I started liking it more and more as I was getting into. What I find interesting about this, so I love that it's like in the 90s, like 1998, and this New York City. Because I do miss being in New York, visiting the city, because I haven't been there since 2016. That was the last time I was there for New York Comic Con. So there is something about it, and of course, hardcore New Yorkers say it's the best city in the world and everything. But that's a whole other thing. What's interesting about this, like in the beginning, you see Austin Butler's character Hank, and he's not like, I guess he's kind of likable, but not really. He's a bartender. He drinks a lot. His girlfriend is Zoe Kravitz. Apparently she's a paramedic, which I didn't. I just saw that on Wikipedia. I was like, I mean, she does have some medical expert or knowledge. Or there's a part where she mentions something, but I totally missed where they said that. And so you find out that he was like he was going to be a baseball player, in high school, and there's something that happened. I won't get into the whole detail of it, but there's something that happened why he wasn't able to pursue that. And because like his mom calls all the time, so and they're always like go Giants at the end, and because it is baseball season, so we're watching the game, they keep talking about the latest game and how they're doing and everything like that. But what I'll say is I pause right here, because he gets off his shift, he goes back to his apartment, and he's with with his girlfriend, with Zoe Kravitz and Yvonne. I have to say, like, the two of them together, this was like a weird part of the movie. It's supposed to be like a dark comedy, and it's supposed to be like a thriller, like a crime, like what's going on. There's caught stealing. There's stuff going on, but then you get this like bit of romance, and I don't know. I don't really like see the chemistry. It feels weird. Yes, I guess apparently they're dating in real life. That's a whole different thing, and I assume it's like from working together here. I don't know if they met before or whatever, but it felt weird. Where I mean, apparently they're together and they really care for each other, but I don't know, something seems off a bit, and there's something else that happens that I don't want to spoil, but whatever. I'll allude to that later. So they're together, and when they're, I think it's the next day, his neighbor is like a punk dude. It's Matt Smith, Russ. He has this big mohawk, and he says that he has to go back home. He has to go to London because his father had a heart attack or something like that, and he needs Hank to watch his cat. And he's like, oh, come on. He's like, that cat. He's like, I don't like that cat. Or he's like, your cat's a biter. And he's like, oh, but she loves you and everything like that. And this cat is so cute. I like fell for this cat. And he leaves, Russ leaves, and then things get so while I think they hear, as soon as he leaves, they hear the cat meowing, and so she's like, oh, you should probably check on her, feed him or something like that. So Hank goes over there and he's like fiddling with the keys, and he's like, I think they're Russian like mobster dudes. They come in and they're like, where's Russ? And he's like, who are you? And everything. And then he gets like super violent, and then they beat the crap out of him, and it's like he doesn't. So obviously Russ is mixed up in something. Is he really going to see his dad, or is he just on a run? And what is happening here? And just because Hank was going to go feed the cat, actually, I think I'm trying to remember if at one point Yvonne might have went and brought the cat and litter box over, and maybe he was going to check on food or something like that, and then he gets beat up. So something's going on there with these. They want something from Russ, and they think that Hank knows something about it. So this is kind of like what happens where things are like getting worse and worse and worse. And I was just in the beginning, I'm just like, oh man, I just want this movie to be over. I just want because it's not that I was getting antsy or anything like that, but it's just like, oh man, what's next? Because then there's these two Hasidic brothers, and they're supposed to be like monsters because this detective talks to Hank, after he has to go to the hospital because he's like so beat up. So it's like, wait, you got these Russian dudes that are now after him or whatever, and you got these Hasidic guys who are maybe worse, and it's just like, what's going on? And she's like, are you hiding something? And there's all this stuff going on. It gets worse and worse, and then I don't want to go into detail, but it's like, oh my god, and then like something happens, and it's just like, oh crap. And the thing is, at one point, one of the dudes kicks the cat, and the cat's like limping. And it's like, you can't hurt a cat. It's like, what kind of monster are you? And then like as stuff is going on, and this is like a problem. It's like you start caring more about the cat than the other people. Like, oh, someone else might get hurt, but is the cat okay? And that's not really a good thing. It's and the thing is, so Hank is not a good, he's definitely a flawed character, and I don't know if I mentioned, I've said Austin Butler I have respect for him for an actor. I don't know. I think maybe the thing that I'm kind of thinking about is I think a lot of women are kind of gaga over him, and I don't know. Is he a good-looking guy? I can't tell because I don't judge that. And he's a good actor, and he's probably a better actor than I would give him credit for. I mean, he's great in this. And so when I'm looking at this, I was like, oh, Austin Butler. I mean, I was going to see Jaws, and wasn't there something else that was coming out? I was like, I don't know if I want to see. I don't even know what this movie's about. As the movie is going on, it's like I was just getting more and more into it and enjoying it. And even though things are so bleak, but it is like I said, it's a dark comedy. So there are some like humorous moments, but it's just like, holy crap! It's like, now this happened, now this. So it's a very interesting movie, and I just at the end, I was like very satisfied with the movie. I was like, I kind of enjoyed that. So even though dark stuff happens, I enjoyed it. So how is it doing, or how was it? The budget. Let's just talk about that for a bit. The budget is $40 million, and I'm going to assume it's maybe filming in New York and whatever, doing stuff like that. It made 1.2 million Thursday night previews, and it's currently expected to make more than 8 or 9 million over the 4-day Labor Day weekend. So that's not super great off of 40 million, whatever. Rotten Tomatoes, let me refresh. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Refresh. I believe, I'm going to do it one more time. Yeah, it went down. It was at 80, or maybe not. It's at 85% right now. based off of reviews, based off 138 reviews. So by the time, if you check it now, there might be more reviews, there might be a different score. 85%. Popcorn meter, 86%. So that's pretty solid. I mean, it's it's certified fresh or whatever. 86%. People seem to be liking it. Audience seems to like it. And okay, so here's one, Salon.com. The entire film is such a refreshing change of pace and tone from Aronofsky's typical dour material that it feels like the director is intentionally turning a page. And I agree. I'm trying to think like what else has Aronofsky done. The first thing that comes to mind is like Black Swan, which is like so. Bleh. So yeah, there's that. This other one, NPR. It's a throwback film, the kind they don't make anymore. And given the sheer amount of screenwriting 101 cliches that pile up, you can't help thinking that might be a good thing. See, that's a bit harsh. Just like, I don't know who this critic is. Oh, Glenn Weldon. It's just like, come on, man. It's entertaining. And this, yeah, I don't want to get into that. Mashable says, it's not even that Butler is a problem with caught stealing. He's more the biggest sign that Aronofsky is pulling his punches and his fans should be worried. Wow. Real Talk with Chuck and Pam said, if there's ever a Your Mileage May Vary movie, it's Darren Aronofsky's Caught Stealing. That doesn't say much. Yeah, so there's that. Audience reviews. The storyline was sort of disjointed and didn't flow. The characters were comedic, though. 3 out of 5. Ross M. says, the movie is cinema magic. The writing is masterful. Great directing by Darren Aronofsky. The cast is wonderful. Austin Butler is brilliant. 5 out of 5. See, that's the thing. And maybe, 5 out of 5, that's a bit extreme. It's not perfect. But this person that wrote that, they loved it. They were excited. They were happy. That's the difference between audience reviews and critics. This person, Eugene, says, not for everyone, but I liked it. 5 out of 5. Someone named Tony, not me, said, yeah, I agree with this. Maybe I did write this and don't realize it. Good movie. The cat stole the movie. 4.5 out of 5. What I said, if you follow me on Twitter or my Instagram story, I said I said some other stuff. I was like, you'll come for Austin Butler, you'll stay for the cat. That cat was so cute. Yeah, so I think that's about all there is to say about it. It was I enjoyed it. The music I like because there's kind of like punk, like whatever music, 90s music. So it had just a really, really cool vibe, and it's a crazy movie, and I think it's worth seeing. I didn't think that I would dig it, and I think the other thing is because it is something more original. Yeah, it's based off a novel, but it's not a franchise, not a reboot, not a remake. So I think that's the key sometimes, and whether you adapt books or not, stuff like that. It's important that we get something different, and it's really important for people to support it. Now, the fact that it's only going to maybe make $9 million over a 4-day weekend, and I don't think there's anything really big that opened this weekend. That's a little concerning. That when you try doing something creative like this, I love the superhero movies. You know that. But when you try doing something like this that maybe is a little deeper, has layers, it doesn't do well. And that's a problem. Because then how can you take the chance or the risk if there's not going to be a payoff? So go see this movie. It's something different. And it's fun. So that is going to be it. Thanks for listening. And big thanks to Andrew Logan for being a big supporter of the show. You can be a supporter by going to patreon.com/gmanfromheck. Any amount you can commit to will be awesome. If you commit at the Rick Jones tier or higher, you get access to the secret podcast from Heck, which is an additional 30 minutes of podcast entertainment every single week. I think we're going to do go back to Hobgoblin for maybe a couple more weeks or something like that. I just did. You can hear Wolverine's a jerk. I actually had fun with that episode. I want to do more off my minds, but one, I have to actually sit and think about something, and right now, off the top of my head, I'm not in a thinking mood. So there's that. But we'll do something soon again. But if you can't commit to a monthly commitment, you can also help out by going to coffee.com patreon.com/gmanfromheck, and you can buy me a virtual cup of coffee or 4. That's ko-fi.com/gmanfromheck. All right, so next week, I guess it's going to be another long episode because we got Dexter. I forget how many episodes of Dexter do we have. I probably say this like every week. Like is there 8 episodes, 10 episodes? So there's 10 episodes. Yeah. So next week will be episode 8. So we got 8, 9, 10. 3 more weeks of Dexter. Twisted Metal. I forget about this. I should do this ahead of time, or I should pause it, but I'm probably not going to. So Twisted Metal, we did 206, and there's 12 episodes. Holy crap. So we're like halfway through. That's good, and that's why they drop 2 episodes a week, but I am behind. So Wednesday we got 4 more episodes. So I'll probably, maybe I'll skip Wednesday for a week. I don't know. I shouldn't. I just don't know about the time. I know there'll be another Alien Earth, another Peacemaker, and then the movie feature. I'm both excited and a little reluctant. The Conjuring: Last Rites. I really enjoy those movies. They're pretty. I've been pretty good. At least the Conjuring ones are. Like Annabelle is like but they're still entertaining. I still enjoy all these movies. But the reason why I'm a little reluctant with this is if this is the last one, it's like I don't want it to be the last one. But I guess how often can you keep doing this? So we have The Conjuring, and it's probably gonna be freaky. Thank goodness I'm going to an earlier show. It's not having to leave the theater at night. It's gonna be scary. So that's gonna be next week. I hope you are doing well. And I hope you enjoyed the Labor Day weekend. I'm hoping to catch up. I got a lot to do this week. I hope you're doing fun things. I hope you're taking care of yourself.